Hello, everybody, and welcome from Planet Word Museum here in downtown Washington, D.C. This is the 2026 North American School Scrabble Championship, one of my favorite weekends of the year. I am Will Anderson, and joining me on the call of this amazing event is 2016 former champion Cooper Komatsu. Cooper, I am so excited to be calling this event with you.
I am so excited to be here as well. Yeah, I played this event 5 times growing up, and it meant so much to me. It really helped foster my love of Scrabble, and being able to see all the talented and wonderful kids yesterday and this morning really fills me with a lot of joy.
Yeah, the energy in the room is absolutely electric. Just seeing all these kids getting ready to play. Cooper, a former winner, as I said, but there are so many talented players, many of which, like Cooper, have now ascended to become some of the strongest all ages players in North America and by extension the world. So we're going to be seeing some amazing play here today. Unfortunately, such a short event, so many good teams, only one winner can emerge from those incredibly competitive middle school and high school divisions.
Absolutely. With only 8 games or 10 games in high school, there's so much that's up to any single game, but that makes the pressure and the weight of each game so much more. So I'm really excited to see all these games.
Yeah, it's tough to be a player and
Yeah,
feel that pressure, but for us as viewers, it's going to be absolutely phenomenal to see
absolutely.
such high stakes games from the get go. Not as long of a tournament as you might see at the all ages level, as Cooper said, 8 games in the middle schoolers division where the players will be playing in pairs, and then a couple extra games in our high school division where players graduate up to that level of playing as singletons, as individual players. So we are going to be starting out in our high school division here with a couple experienced players, but we will be hopping back and forth between divisions. Cooper, you were a champion in the middle school division playing with
Mhm.
a partner, but certainly have graduated to some great success as an individual player as well. Talk a little bit about the experience of playing with a partner and what that's like.
Yeah, well, I think that I always had really wonderful partners. Shout out Lily, Shang Jem, people who I could just talk with, who love Scrabble as much as I did, who I could nerd out about words and just like go back and forth on turns with. So like sharing the wins, sharing the losses, that all helped with the stability of the game. And yeah, I'll never forget those.
Yeah, it's definitely a really interesting experience. But once again, we're going to start with high school. And I believe we've got our opening round matchup ready. So let's cut to that preview screen. And it's a good one here. You can see on the left is Hazem Khan, who is, I don't know if we want to say the defending champion. He's not defending his championship from the middle school division, but he is our reigning champion of that division, moving up in grade level to play on his own against a veteran DC area player who we heard actually he and his family moving to Dubai, Julian Riggs on the right, but has made it back to compete in the high school division of this event, which is hard to imagine anyone traveling further than that, Cooper, for this event.
Absolutely. I am so excited to see these players. I got to meet them both yesterday. Really wonderful kids and talented Scrabble players.
Yeah,
Um,
without question. So I'm sure they're ready to rock and I'm sure they're eager to get started. I'm sure you all out there in the audience are eager to start watching some Scrabble. And that is exactly what we are about to do. Hazem going first. Cooper, as a many time former player, you got to imagine the nerves are at their peak right now for both players.
yeah, yeah. First game, getting into this sort of grand ballroom sort of feeling, having all the other players around you. You just want to concentrate on the letters that you have in front of you and see what you can do with them.
Yeah, it would be great for Hazem going first in the game to maybe not see the 4 R's that he just drew on the rack.
That is maybe more R's than I've seen on an opening draw ever. So Uh, looks like Hazem looking at Burr.
That is incredible, Cooper. That is a valid word. And if he is able to pull the trigger on that word, that is by far his best option here. I'm just really, really impressed that he's even considering such an obscure word, burr. If he plays that, I will be tremendously impressed. But burr is totally fine here to me as well.
Absolutely. Keeping the ER together has a lot of strength. And yeah, Burr, I that that is so low prop. So yeah, Burr looks really good to clear out at least two of those R's as well as the U. But
Yeah. Just shocking that he even considered that there, as that would
absolutely.
have been incredible word knowledge on his part. I can think of moments where I myself looked at that word and said, wait, that's a word? And like I've had, decades of
Oh,
time to
same.
study the Scrabble dictionary, longer than either of these players have been alive, surely. So we move over to Julian, 12 points in the bank for Hazem to kick off the event. And Julian, not with great tiles as well. At some point, Cooper, the players are going to draw the good tiles.
Yeah, yeah, from 4 R's to 2 U's and 2 O's. What do you think about this rack?
Well, it seemed that Julian had Luau set up on his rack, and that would certainly be a play that he would want to play from this rack here, but there isn't any more a reasonable place to play that. Oh, I think I see what's happening. That we're flipping Burr to make sure that it's
Oh,
right
I
side
see.
up. Yeah. So Hazem, totally no issue here. He just played his letters upside down. So basically, the letters of Burr are not going in the same direction, I don't think, as the triple word score. Oh, maybe it was something else. Not sure what the pause there was, but no big deal. Julian exchanging, I think it's perfectly defensible, Cooper.
Yeah, and that play of Burr, especially with the 2 R's, really limits anything that Julian could have done there. So ALD definitely look like the strongest tiles on this rack.
Yeah, for sure. That's a nice nucleus. You'd love to get an E to pair with those, get that ED suffix on the rack, but I totally agree that ALD, a nice balanced combination for Julian to keep. So he's showing that good Scrabble sense of what makes a good leave. That's the word that we use for the letters that you do not play or exchange on a particular turn. But not great tiles for Julian on his replenishment draw there. And at least Hazem has the Z to work with here.
Yeah, and we'll see him use it to great effect here with Grizz, putting the Z on the triple word score. It's going to score him a ton of points and really not give too much back either.
Yeah, looks great. That was really by far his best play on that turn. And it puts that Z, as you said, in that perfect spot to get a bunch of points. So a quick early lead for Hazem playing Burr. And after Julian's exchange, which we liked, getting that Z
Absolutely.
down. And now we see over. Ooh, okay. So definitely.
Ooh,
Um, so Hazem
options
cluing
here.
right into that prefix,
Yeah,
which we'll
setting it.
see what he can play with it, Cooper.
Yeah, setting it right up on his rack as soon as he drew the letters. But Julian on his exchange draw, drawing a WV. I'm seeing, but using that spot next to the Z, scoring well with DAP, making id and za.
There really wasn't that much better in that spot. There's no other real good way to score points here. And now with that play, maybe Avid in the same spot to get rid of the V. But if you do that, you go into next turn with no vowels. So I wouldn't consider that to be so obviously better for Julian. But
Yeah,
now it's all about, can Hazem pull the trigger on overbear? I think he's very likely to, Cooper.
he has it set up right now. But we do know that in high school, I believe playing with the 10-point challenge,
Mm.
challenges are not too expensive. So, but he's putting it down.
Impressive. Great play by the defending middle school champion here, Hazem Khan over Bear, our first bingo
This is so impressive.
of the stream. The only available bingo in this position. I totally agree, Cooper. Great play. Very impressive one from Hazem here.
Yeah, I would be going back and forth between Overbear with an EAR, ARE, but Hazem knows exactly what's up. Well, when you study words that start with over. How do you memorize which are good, which aren't?
Oh, I wish I had a good answer to that. At least in this case, I feel like this word is somewhat rooted in actual usage of
Yes,
like somebody being overbearing.
that's
What are
true.
you doing if you're overbearing? Well, you have a habit of overbear to overbear people.
Yes, yes,
So that one is maybe more guessable, but there's plenty of over words that are very strange, and it's very difficult to know which ones are valid and not. And my only silver bullet to that is just you got to look at them on a regular basis to cement them in your
absolutely.
mind. Using logic with the Scrabble dictionary is very dangerous, Cooper.
Absolutely. Um,
Ooh, okay. This word, "vil," this looks totally normal, like a township or something like that, but this is
yeah,
actually somehow not in the Scrabble dictionary. This would
it's
be
such a
an
tricky word.
insane challenge to make. It looks so normal, and it looks like a pretty solid play by Julian as well. It happens to not be in the word list, but it's a great play that I think would be really tough to challenge.
Yeah, and it looks like Hazem is accepting it. I agree. This is such a tough challenge.
Yeah, so he'll go ahead and play it. Doesn't score that many points, but it does a nice job to leave the NG combination on Julian's rack with now an open I on the board. So definitely look for him to, and looks like he's seeing some potentially good options to play through that I. But Hazem, that O of overbear was the only weak point of that. Well, I guess you could say the A as well, but that
Yeah.
O is just standing out as a great place to play, Cooper.
Yeah, and Julian really didn't have anything to do with that O last turn. So now Hazem will get his own crack at it, and it looks like he's set up Clef, making of, which looks very, very strong here.
Yeah, that's so strong. And just look at that combination of the triple word score at the top of the board and then that double letter score. It's going to score 48 points. What a great
Wow.
play there. Hazem has played fantastically to start this game. Julian also playing quite
Yeah.
well, but just certainly Hazem with several extremely good plays to kick this off.
And with the overbear and id spots on the board, that S is going to loom large in terms of potential bingos or high scoring plays that Hazem is leaving on his rack.
Yeah, 100% true. We have not seen um, an S hit the board yet. We do see one on Hazem's rack. So there, and it looks like he's drawn well again. We're going to
Yeah.
see Hazem's word knowledge on display here. There are some 7-letter words in that rack, but I would not classify them as quote unquote normal words here.
Absolutely not. But if we saw Hazem's performance last year, we know that he has the capacity. But over to Julian's rack right now. What are you looking at here? He set up that eye very nicely for himself last turn.
Yeah, so he has Newt lined up on his rack.
Oh
Not
yeah,
100% sure where. I mean, he could play that potentially alongside Overbear. He is, oh, now he may. I thought for a second that he had Twiny lined up on his rack. He had the letters T, W, and Y. That could be nice through the I if he thinks of it or knows that's a word. But look at Hazem. He spotted one of his sevens, Cooper.
oh
Incredible.
wow, there he goes. Domines, and it looks like that would be the highest scoring one as well.
Yeah, so could be a huge early lead in the offing for Hazem if he's able to get the second bingo of the game down. So let's see what Julian can come up with here. Still very much in this game. It's early. A lot of good tiles are still left to come, both blanks. From his perspective, all 4 S's are still out there. So he can look forward to a lot of the good tiles still being available for him to draw. But yeah, hopefully he'll come up with a good play that scores decently and most importantly, leaves him some good bingo tiles for next turn.
Absolutely. And it seems like this board is open enough right now that there's going to be some opportunity in the future.
Yeah, so it seems like Hazem has spotted a number of nice options. Okay, yaw is the play for Julian, keeping that NG combination together. He probably is looking at that eye of Vil and thinking, if I can just draw two good tiles, I can easily get an eight-letter bingo there.
Absolutely. I think a lot of newer players get stuck in keeping the NG or ING when there really isn't a spot to play it. But in this case, it's good recognition from Julian that there really is a juicy spot with that I in space. But
So, yeah,
over to Hazem.
now we see what's he going to play. He's got a number of nice options here. It seems like all he has to do is be confident enough in domains, which is valid. He can play that in a couple of different locations. Looks like he's just giving it a good think here, but we could easily be about to see his second bingo of the game here.
Absolutely. It looked like he was moving his rack around, looking at different options, but Domeens is the one that sticks, and it seems like over bears might be the spot to play it.
It does open a triple
That's
back,
true.
so you have to think, is it worth? So I'm going to give a shot to try to telestrate this. Let's see if it comes up correctly, and if not, we'll get that fixed at a later point. But let's just see. Oh, okay, maybe not. Oh, there we go. There it is. So this is the spot that Cooper is talking about for domains, but it does give back a big triple opportunity. So if you're willing to sacrifice quite a lot of points, it might not be worth this sacrifice, but you can play here if you want and play with IDs. And it's significantly fewer points, but you will never get hit with a triple after that one. So there is some, risk waiting here potentially for Hazem Cooper.
Yeah, and at this score, with Hazem up 100 and on turn about to play a bingo, the triple is maybe only the only thing that can really hurt you here. So I'd definitely be looking at that as well.
Yeah. So he's taken domains and shifted it to something else. So you'd this is the agony of being in the booth and watching along as we've seen Hazem identify a valid word, but he
Hmm.
might be having a little bit of crisis of confidence. It is a little bit stressful to be on the stream as well, Cooper. You think, you're the solid words that you would normally have no issues with. Sometimes being live on stream can sort of mess you up a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. You're thinking who's watching, who's the audience. Like, I don't want to play a phony. I don't want to let a bingo go, and it can get to your brain sometimes. But Will, have you any tricks for playing on stream, or have you just done it enough times that it doesn't phase you at this point?
It's definitely something that you need to experience. My very first time on stream, I remember how nervous I was, and it's something where as you continue to do it, you realize that it's actually kind of a fun, unique experience to look forward to. But those first few times, it can definitely be nerve-wracking. And yeah, I can only imagine what the players are feeling. But so far, Hazem has played fantastically in this game. And if he's
Hmm.
able to get back to his original instinct, the seven-letter word that he had spelled out would get him 88 points here, pluralizing over bear domains. There are a few other options that you guys in the chat. Just want to thank everybody in the chat for stopping by the stream. Great to see you all here. You're getting in at the ground floor here of what promises to be an incredibly exciting event, but not sure if it's been pointed out. But Emodins and misdone are the other seven-letter words available on the rack. Again, though, I would not classify any of those as normal English
Not
words.
necessarily at all. And I feel like those words are also in that class of words that you would see and think like the order of letters should make a word, but it doesn't like stick out as, of course, this is a word once you've seen it once. If
Yeah,
that makes any sense.
it does. There are certain words where when you see them one time, they're going to be just etched into your brain forever. For me, usually those are the words that have really high point tiles in them,
Hmm.
the J, the Q, the Z, those really interesting words like that. And we're going to see Hazem play it safe here. He's going to play just more. We know he spotted his valid word there. but is deciding that he cannot risk losing a turn with this big early lead. And that makes a lot of sense if you aren't a million percent sure of those words. I get it, Cooper.
Absolutely, I get it as well. And he keeps the S, he keeps good potential for next turn and scores quite a bit as well with more. So over to Julian, who has picked up a ton of consonants, but still has some options here, including the high point J.
Yeah, certainly the J is the focal point here. Julian clearly was going for a bingo with his previous play of yaw, and of course, did not want to draw. He certainly would have wanted to draw a couple of vowels with that slightly consonant heavy leave. Instead, he drew two consonants, including the J, which is definitely not what he wanted to see. But that J, clearly the focal point. He's going to try to use it if he can. And if he doesn't, it's probably going to be because he found a really nice scoring play as well.
Absolutely. Looks like he set up GEN somewhere, maybe with Zag and PE.
Yeah,
That could be strong to unduplicate the ends.
that's yeah, pretty much exactly the sort of play that might get you not to play the J here is playing with Zag, as you suggest. If I draw that for you all, just right here, anything with the G going down is going to score quite well, but there is no way to use the J in that spot. So that's the only flaw of playing there. So yeah, we'll see. I wonder what is the meaning of having, instead of gent, which is the valid word, he has gend there. I hope we don't see that because I think Hazem is likely to challenge it.
Yeah, that seems perhaps like a challenge. Maybe he's thinking about legend, something like this, but
Mhm.
legend from the WE.
That would be ambitious, and I'm pretty sure that one would get challenged. But yeah, we'll see. It's a tough one. Julian really hasn't made a significant misstep. He's going to just play Gen. Okay. That is a valid word. So no issues with him putting the D on there. Might like to see him also add his T just to get an extra consonant
Mhm.
off the rack. Instead of keeping four consonants, you would go down to three. But this is a solid way to grab some points with that nice zag hook here.
And there is some strength of keeping the T potentially as a hook for later as well.
Good point. If you could just draw flexibly enough, you could maybe hit a nice J play in that spot too, making your J and then hooking gent. But
But look at this.
oh,
Oh, wow. This is exactly the draw he didn't want, the Q and consonants. So this is tough for Julian for sure.
yeah, that is a tough one. He would definitely have wanted to see some vowels first and foremost, but if you're going to draw consonants, the Q is maybe the worst one to get with so many other consonants on your rack. The Q is a tile that loves U's, but it also just in general loves vowels. It loves the I, it loves the A, and other letters like that. So having it with a boatload of other consonants is a tough break for Julian here. Meanwhile, Hazem has very solid letters here. Um, it's not quite as good of a bingo rack as his previous turn, so it's going to be tricky. But maybe he's going to just play thins and overbears, hooking Yan and Mai. That would be a very solid score and a great consolation prize, even not bingoing on his previous turn.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is a bit of foresight playing more, keeping INS to play nicely under Overbear's Yo and the M. So
Right.
looks like he's holding back the T for Hins.
Mm. That's yeah, keep that hook for next turn. Seems like a good idea. It's still going to score very nicely with all of these overlaps.
Yeah.
So, pretty solid play. For those out there in the chat, there was one playable bingo, a very obscure one for Hazem there, much more obscure than the other ones that have come up, I would say. Not sure if it's been spotted yet, but you can shout that out if you saw it in the chat. I think this is a very solid play, but over to Julian. What the heck can he even put on the board here, Cooper?
I think that Julian uh, demonstrated his ability to exchange earlier in this game, and this looks potentially like the play here. Might see something like Jin through the eye, but honestly, with the J, the Q, and all these consonants, it looks hard to play through. Is that what you're thinking too, Well?
Yeah, I'm just trying, when I attempt to, when I'm evaluating whether to exchange, I try to at least come up with a what would I play here if I was not going to exchange? And pretty much the
Mhm.
best play would be Jin through the eye of Vil, leaving the Q and three consonants. And that is just not quite good enough in Julian's estimation. I could see some players maybe try to play through it with Jin here, but I totally appreciate Julian's
Same.
decision to exchange as well.
Yeah, to get back in this game, Julian needs to find a bingo or some good tiles ASAP. So he's going into the back trying to get some. We also saw the bingo on Hazem's rack from last turn hand list in the chat. I don't
Mm.
know if that's someone who handles or a list in a hand or something, but weird, weird word, and absolutely can't fault anyone for not seeing that.
Yeah, for sure. That would have been a tough one. So Julian exchanges leaving RN. And again, it should be noted from his perspective, only the first S has just hit the board on Hazem's previous play of Hins. Still three more and both blanks to go. So even with the score looking lopsided, there is hope in the bag waiting for Julian,
Mhm.
but he has not drawn either of those blanks just yet. They're still lurking in there, and who's going to draw them is going to be a big deal in the game.
Yeah, I've had games with the blanks are the last two tiles in the bag, so they can really swing how a game goes.
Yeah, that is always crazy when that happens, when those, blanks that we at this level, players really, really covet that tile because it is so useful for playing those all important bingos. Here we're going to see Hazem with three A's on his rack and the T that he kept on his previous turn. That's really nice, 1-2 punch thinking, keeping
Mhm.
that T so that he can use it as a hook now. I like that idea, Cooper.
I really like that too, and this scores a lot more than if he just played the data through the T and played Thin's last turn. So untriplicating his A's and unduplicating his T's, this looks really strong to me, Will.
Yeah, I agree. Nicely played. This has been a really, really good game so far from Hazem playing his bingo. The only blemish is word that he had lined up on his rack and was about to maybe play of domains and just decided he didn't have that confidence level. But the fact that he saw it so quickly is such a good sign for him moving forward.
Absolutely. Uh, Here's a question. Do the players think that data takes an S?
That is a big deal. Of course, that is reasonable. Most nouns and verbs inflect with an S. Of course, data is the plural of datum, technically, but we don't really use it that way
Yeah,
anymore in English. We talk about the data is or the data are interchangeably. So
yeah,
you could easily see an S be played there, and maybe if it is, it won't get challenged by the opponent as well. So there's a
yeah,
lot going on. It's not a valid hook, just to be clear, but it is one we could easily see, especially, I would think, if Julian draws an S and needs it to be valid in order to play a
yeah,
bingo, I could see him try it.
absolutely. Me as well. It seems like Julian, though, on his rack has set aside HP, trying to keep his low point bingo tiles well balanced and in order. But where might HP fit on this board?
Yeah, he's probably thinking about that just to hope that he can spot something good. I mean, really, just there's no great obvious place to play just those two letters. Playing something like phi through the eye of Vil, it doesn't really score very well. It looks like, at this point, obviously, Julian wants to keep really good bingo tiles because he needs probably not one, but multiple bingos at this point if he wants to try to get back in this game, which it should be noted with those blanks coming is definitely still possible. But you also need to keep scoring enough so that your eventual bingos actually matter. And that is why I think I kind of like playing just phoned right here, going across, making the gene hook that would play for a very solid score. Yes, you are. Oh, and he has it set up right there. I didn't
Yeah,
even see it as I look back at the screen, Cooper. He has it set up there.
and as soon as he, drew his tiles, he set up phoned. So
Mm.
he's looking at this word, it's just up to the gene hook, and is he gonna put it down?
Ah, okay. So he's going back on that idea and just playing pho here and trying to keep more good bingo tiles together, which I understand that as an
Mhm.
impulse. He may also want to keep the gen hook alive so that he can extend it with a bingo hooking gene later. But yeah, a lot of points on offer for phoned there. I appreciate the logic of this, but yeah, let's hope that score stays close enough that even if he does draw a blank, is it going to actually make a dent in that big lead at this point?
Absolutely. Um, Looking over to Hazem's rack, he is one tile away from one of my favorite words in all of Scrabble. Um, it is the Danish cheese Jetost, Gjetost, but this is not playable here. I would not fish off the A, even though it's tempting.
That would be amazing. That's the sort of thing where Um, if
Oh, it
you
is.
were maybe just playing for fun, you might just play that A and try to go for that incredible bingo. But instead, this looks like an extremely strong play here from Hazem. Taj getting rid of that J, but also Taj does not hook with an S. So you're cutting off the Gen
Yeah,
hooks here. And the Gen is so much more hookable than anything else that's on the board.
yeah.
Hooks with an E, hooks with a T, hooks with all kinds of stuff, and you've blocked it here if you're Hazem. I love that play.
I love this as well. Between the scoring, the leave, the defense, and now if a bingo comes down hooking pet to make pets, it's going to give back a lot on the triple. So this is really, really good play.
Yeah, without question. So Hazem definitely making a statement in this game. I feel like he's played really, really well so far. In fact, I also don't think Julian has made any major mistakes here. He's hasn't missed a bingo. He's made some solid plays. I don't think this score is a referendum on any kind of massive gap in
Mhm.
skill between the players. This is just how Scrabble goes sometimes, Cooper. It's a little bit maddening, especially in a short event, that some of these games may not be winnable based on what you draw. But that's the nature of the beast here.
Absolutely. And as you said in your opening remarks, the best skill, the most important skill in Scrabble is to be able to enjoy the game regardless of wins and losses. Take your lumps and move on and just enjoy every single game that comes to you.
It is so much easier said than done, which is
Yes,
why I feel like at the age of these competitors, I was a very sore loser and I would have struggled quite a bit with that aspect of the
absolutely.
game. And I'm always impressed by the sportsmanship that we see here from the players. Pretty much each and every year, the level of play is improving, and it just, you see it with players like yourself, Cooper, who came through the school Scrabble scene and now are legitimately one of the best players in North America, winning big events on the circuit, the all ages circuit. Increasingly, we are seeing the masters and grandmasters of tomorrow competing in this event each year.
Yeah, this event is such an incubator of talent across the country, and it gets kids hooked.
Yeah. So Hazem, already a champion in the middle school division, moving up to the high school division, playing as a singleton for the first time without a partner and showing no issues whatsoever making that transition here. And yeah, it's going to be very difficult at this point for Julian to come back. But again, can he draw that first blank, get a bingo, and draw the second blank? It's definitely possible. And if he were to do that, things would be knotted up again in a hurry, potentially.
Looks like Julian has win set up on his rack here. Perhaps that will be an omen.
The self-descriptive play, we always like to see that one. Yeah, that play makes some sense here. I'm not 100% sure where he wants to play that. One place to play it, which would be very, very dangerous, but potentially that's okay given his deficit, is if he wants to play here, that would just open up a huge, huge part of the board
Mhm.
on the, leftmost column. But of course, you are giving a lot of counterplay back to your opponent when you do that, and you're basically hoping that your opponent has really weak tiles with a play like that. So I think if he's able to, I mean, it almost forces you to know some kind of weird words. Oh my gosh, pun
Weird.
intended. Pun intended. Playing weird right here is an interesting way to at least score a lot of points, and you're drawing a lot of tiles towards maybe snagging one of those blanks. So that's a tough one to find that overlap.
Mhm.
This is just a tough turn, Cooper.
Yeah, I agree. That is a weird place to look for a word, but we'll see what Julian comes up with here. I agree with this board. It's hard to think of where exactly you want to play.
Yeah, not has not been the debut on the stream that Julian would have wanted, but again, I just don't feel like he has quote unquote earned this score line by anything that he's done flagrantly wrong. Haven't seen him miss a bingo, haven't seen him play a phony. Well, I guess he played Vil, but it wasn't challenged. So there you
Yeah,
go. Sometimes
even
it's
better.
good to, yeah, good to play a phony when it's not challenged sometimes. So yeah, just the way it's broken down for him in this game, and we'll see. I would love to see him make it interesting by making a play, drawing one of those blanks, and getting some at least Goober. Maybe we should talk about the spread, the point spread. What's the importance of that in an event like this?
Yeah, absolutely. So it seems like he's coming down with wild here, putting the W on the letter score. Looks fairly strong to get rid of the W, score some points. But Will, as you're saying, with the point spread, this being an 8 game event or 10 games in the high school division, there are going to be a lot of people with the same record of wins and losses at the end. And in Scrabble, the way we decide the placement between two people who have the same record, let's say 7 and 3, they the difference between them is the amount of spread, which is to say the total amount that they have scored minus the total amount that their opponents have scored. So that really does end up being a deciding factor in who goes to the finals, who goes to the top 2 finals in an event like this.
Yeah, totally. Very well said. Well explained. Nice play here of Glees here
Mhm.
by Hazem. Nice overlaps in that spot. Uh, that also continues to, I don't know how much it shuts the board down. Actually, the play of Wild by Julian, as much as it's nice to get that W off, it does somewhat make it more difficult to bingo through some of those letters of clef that he may have wanted to leave open. Now, after drawing 5 tiles, you could easily see Hazem being the one to snag one of those blanks that have been so slow to come out of the bag. But just to continue your point, Cooper, that cumulative point margin, it really does give every player incentive to try to win their games by as much as they can and cut those losses as much as they can, which is, that one is maybe the tougher of the two because you're losing a game. It doesn't feel good. You've drawn bad tiles, but you
Yeah.
still have this imperative that I have to try to cut this deficit, even if I'm not going to win the game, which feels like a downer, but it's very important in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the wisdom of keeping every turn as something to enjoy. Every turn is an opportunity, but it is so hard in this sort of setting.
Yeah, easy to say. It's easy to say, enjoy the game. It's easy to hear me go down, talk to the players before the event starts, as I did, and tell them that it's a really amazingly underrated and important Scrabble skill to try to enjoy each game no matter what. Very easy to say, much easier to live it when you're in Julian's shoes right now. And it's just been a slog
It
of a
has been.
game. And is how in what universe could this be an enjoyable game for
Yeah.
Julian? But you know what? You're still playing Scrabble. You've still got blanks to draw. You've still got puzzles to solve and try to come up
Mhm.
with the best move. There's still opportunities for him to make really interesting and fun strategic moves here. Yeah, the score is a downer, but if there is, I think, almost always a framing that you can put on something that lets you enjoy being over the board and playing Scrabble.
Absolutely, and we know Julian wants to be here. He was ready to fly all the way from Dubai. Julian coming down with mine, making WE. Um, and we are over to Hazem with Sonuant. What are you
the,
looking at with this
the
rack?
cue comes back.
Oh
You
man,
just look at these racks for Julian.
and all the
Absolutely
consonants.
insane. Two racks in one game where you've got the Q and all consonants, depending on how you want to label that Y. It doesn't really help him here to use that Q any better. It's just been a really tough one for Julian. But the beauty of it is he's got a whole bunch more games to bounce back from after this. So, yeah, tough one for him to start. But for Hazem, he is still, unbeknownst to him, he's got a chance to keep his S, which does still play. So a lot of the board has been blocked off, but you've still got the pets hook
Mhm.
potentially if he draws into a 7 letter word right there. And unbeknownst to him, both blanks are still waiting in the bag to pair with some of his other letters. So if he's able to kind of balance his rack in a lucrative way, not open too much back to Julian, he could snag a blank and be bingoing again for a second time in this game.
Yeah, and I saw him. I don't know that this plays, but I saw him set up Tauons earlier, which is just really impressive word knowledge. I
Mm.
thought Tauons, but uh, yeah, it looks like he's figuring out what to do with these 1 point tiles. Sometimes these are the toughest racks in Scrabble, where there isn't an obvious tile or group of tiles where you want to get rid of or score well with them.
I totally agree. These racks with no bingo available, but all low point tiles can be so, so difficult because you have this tension between, do I try to score as many points as I can, even if that raw number of points isn't that impressive? So, for example, he could play something like noun right here. Oh, it looks like he's going to play tuna, a similar variation of that, which looks like a very, very solid option for him. In fact, he's going to play tuna. Was it better to play fewer tiles and try to keep that bingo leave together more? I don't think so here. I think
Yeah.
Hazem's instinct to just go ahead and use up more of his letters. 18 points is the score for that play, which you wouldn't think would be that attractive, but actually, he hardly had any better scoring plays than that here. So I really like this choice from him.
Yeah, and especially one's keeping the S. And this keeps ONS, which is really nice. It doesn't open up anything new. In fact, it maybe shuts down some opportunities through both eyes or some scoring. So I really, really like this here. But now we're over to Julian with all consonants, or maybe a Y. And we'll see if he can try to do something with this.
Yeah, it's just brutal. There's basically, once again, as was the case earlier in the game when Julian exchanged, there is basically nothing worth putting on the board at all here for him. The rule in Scrabble is that you can exchange tiles until there are fewer than 7 tiles in the bag. Right now, there are many more tiles than that still to come. So Julian can exchange. Cooper, I feel like sometimes when you've exchanged already in a game, you start to feel like, oh my God, it can't possibly be right to exchange again. But sometimes it is correct to exchange multiple times in a game. You can't let those past decisions weigh too much on you. It looks like, is he going to consider he's going to keep that Q? And there are 2 U's, 2 blanks, and some A's for Trank to potentially draw here. So he could be thinking about that here. It is a unusual situation to keep the Q, but there is some upside to keeping it here for him.
Yeah, well, as you were saying earlier, after 2 exchanges, the 3rd one, it's like, "Am I exchanging too much? How many more consonants can possibly be in this bag?" Uh, and it seems like he's picked up 2 heavy consonants, the K and the X,
Oh my god.
which I don't know how well they'll be able to play on this board.
Just brutal. I mean, that is so brutal.
Yeah.
It's been really tough for Julian. Definitely want to emphasize that regardless of any decision making on his part, one way or another, his draws have been completely cursed in this
Yeah.
game. So hopefully, if he's rewatching this back or any Julian fans out there, you just know that he has not earned this result by any means. It's been just a really, really instructive for us as viewers, a reminder that Scrabble can be very cruel sometimes.
Yeah,
So, yeah, that's all I would say, Cooper.
absolutely. Uh, the tile bag will do what the tile bag wants to do sometimes.
Yeah. So over to Hazem again. He's got an imperative to maximize his spread gain from this round one. Very likely at this point victory. He's had a couple of O's on his rack, and in a vacuum, you might be looking at playing overlaps alongside the J. So if you're newer to the game, you might not realize that JO is a valid word, and you could play something going down, potentially overlapping even more. But at this game state, you just wouldn't want to make a play in that spot, opening up triple lanes back to your opponent. I think it would be more reasonable, and I'm sure that this is what Hazem is considering, playing something in this row, making overlaps here is going to be a pretty productive way for him to score. The only issue with that is he's probably really wanting to play something with pets, and this does get in the way of that a little bit, but he is winning by a lot. He's looking into an unseen tile pool that has a bunch of blanks in it. You could
Yeah,
easily want to block the pets hook, even with an S in hand, because it really is maybe the only good bingo spot available. And you're also blocking the sea of clef
I
with this
was
play,
gonna
Cooper.
mention that. Well, we were talking yesterday about the value of the sea and how it is. You were saying it's one of the most underappreciated tiles in Scrabble.
Yeah,
You want to talk
I
about that?
was. Yeah, I have a great affinity for the sea as a Scrabble tile because it is so often disparaged and derided as a tile that is lumped in with the V and other of the weakest tiles in the game. And that is such a disservice to the C, which is such a better tile than the V. It appears in so many more 7 and 8 letter words than the V. It's just a better letter. It meshes really well with other high scoring letters, which is a rarity among tiles that score 3 or 4 or more points. Very few of those letters play well with others. The
Mhm.
C plays very well with the H, with the K, other high point tiles. You rarely see that in a tile that scores more than 1 point. So the C has so much going for it, but admittedly, no 2 letter words in the lexicon we're using here in North America. That hurts. A lot of people find it difficult to use on that basis, but it is such a better tile than the V. So if you're out there and thinking to yourself, yeah, I hate the C, I hate the V, please respect the C a little bit more for my
Absolutely.
sake.
And for the sake of the first letter in my name. So,
That's right.
yeah, always got to respect it. But Julian, it seems, has set up Kex, getting rid of the K and the X he just drew, which looks pretty strong here. Hazem's play of Toit just gave him a very nice place for Kex. Uh,
Yeah. Kex alongside making Gox. I would expect Julian to know those, though. Again, Gox not a word that at least I'm using in everyday
for
conversation,
sure.
but you would see it a lot in high level Scrabble play just because it is a hook, not just an X hook to go, but also a G hook to ox. So you would
Hmm.
see that word be played a lot. Let's see if Julian comes up with it here. He had Kex lined up, but it's been a tough game for him. It's probably a little bit tough. You see his clock now down. Talk a
Yeah.
little bit about what happens when the clock hits 0, Cooper.
Yeah, so, players are given a time limit in Scrabble to play all their turns, and once that time limit's up, the game is not over, but, uh, every additional minute you go over is 10 points taken off your score at the end, and when you see your clock dwindling down, it's so, so hard to think clearly as well. So, it's both the points and the mental that are negatives of having a low clock, but we see Julian a little bit below 0 right now, just looking for any sort of play on this pretty closed board.
Looked like he was about to play Mixer. He's gone ahead and just played Mix by itself. Maybe thinking he can hook that with a T in the future, or maybe
Mhm.
just trying to get that X off the rack at all cost and try to draw a U, try to draw a blank. That will help him use his Q more productively. But yeah, it's when your clock is down like that, your mind plays tricks on you. You start to make mistakes that you wouldn't make, even using like similar amounts of time, as we see a very aggressive play. Look at that new. So Hazem is deciding my tiles are good enough that I'm going to press my advantage here and set up my Nans hook in a very, very dangerous way. That puts a lot of pressure on Julian to try to come up with a blocking move. If if he can, he's drawn the S though, so he can play something with Nook or something with Nans or something with Noon. There's a lot of options
Yeah,
here, and he doesn't have a lot of time to think it through.
yeah, Julian will definitely be looking at these triple word opportunities that Hasm just opened. So maybe he's looking at Nook. Is that T gonna come over for maybe Trex or something like that? Uh, and we do see a blank has finally come out of the bag for Hazem. So, uh, yeah, that's going on. Julian, low on time. Yeah, your head just starts pounding in these sorts of scenarios.
Yeah, he's gonna play. Is he gonna play Tex? Yeah. So this is not valid. Let's see what Hazem does in response to
Looks like
this.
clock is held.
Wow. Getting an incredible update, Cooper, from our producers that Cam
Oh,
Siegel, the runner up in the finals of the high school division, scored 888 points in a game in round one. We're going to get
that
more
is
information about that, but that would
unbelievable.
potentially be a record high score. We're going to see Tex be correctly challenged. Nice word knowledge here by Hazem to challenge this off. But oh my gosh, we're going to get as much information as
888.
on that as we can. 888 points for Cam Siegel in a no phony game. Absolutely insane. We'll let you know as we learn more about that.
888, such a catchy number as well for this incredibly high scoring game. Is this the highest in I guess this is a rated game.
Yeah, that would be the highest that I've ever heard of. So comment in the chat. I bet Cam was playing Mad Phonies, but again, we're stipulating that there were no phonies played in the game. No phonies.
Speaking of good words, Hazem putting down by roads here, I believe,
Oh
if we can
my
get that blank
god,
cam,
that is incredible play here by Hazem.
especially
Wow.
with that Y, thinking to put it in any place other than the last spot. Like, this is really, really high level Scrabble we're seeing here.
What a play by Hazem here. Jeez, that is an incredibly high level find by
Mhm.
him. I'm wondering, was that the only bingo available in that rack,
I
making the
wasn't seeing
blank a
anything.
B? That is absolutely insane. Yeah, that and its anagram with the B. That is astoundingly well spotted
Wow.
on his part. I'm impressed.
I am so, so impressed as well. And that isn't like a stem or anything like that. That's just straight up word knowledge.
Yeah, very impressive, Julian, thinking about challenging this. Again, you mentioned Cooper. The challenge rule here, I believe, as you said, the 10-point challenge rule, not the double challenge rule that you may have seen in other tournaments where you lose your turn if you're wrong about a word being valid. In 10-point challenge, you simply add 10 points to your opponent's score if the word is valid. So it does make it a lot gentler to challenge words you're not sure of. You're not going to lose your turn if you're wrong and your opponent was right. Ooh,
Oh, the other blank
another
coming out of the
blank.
bag.
So that was fantastic. I think we're seeing the game continuing here for Julian. It's just been a tough one for him. Hopefully, he will realize that this is just one game and he's got a whole bunch more to go. And he didn't even, of course, playing Tex in that spot. That was his first bigger mistake of the game, but the game was well out of reach before that. It wasn't a game losing mistake or anything. So, hopefully, he'll keep his head held high and continue on. But I've been so impressed by Hazem Khan. No issues whatsoever transitioning into the high school division as the middle school champion.
Not at all, and we'll see if we can get the scores updated, but we have 434 points for Hazem right now after this bingo. And we have almost Abuado set up on his rack.
He's clearly spotted it based on the way
Yeah,
his letters are arranged. So this is definitely a message that Hazem is sending to certainly us here in the booth and to everybody watching that his word knowledge is really good. He's played two excellent bingos. He's spotting great plays. I definitely consider him to be a major threat moving forward to contend in the high school division based on what we've seen right here.
I really agree, and only his first year there too. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see the rest of this tournament and more years from him as well.
Yeah,
Uh,
so let's see here. We're gonna just see. Oh, look at that. Just Nook going down, just getting rid of the K. So yeah, this is just sort of a rough game here for Julian, trying to draw some help for that Q if he possibly can. Those U's are eluding him. Normally, Cooper, we don't love to see the U come onto our
that
rack, but when we have a Q without one, sometimes even the worst letter can become desirable.
it would be a lifesaver for him right now, that or an I. But as has been the case, we've seen another consonant for Julian, the C, make its way onto his rack.
So that K out in space is definitely it's going to be where Hazem is looking. I can't imagine that he'll play anywhere else here. Have to at least honor the possibility of a triple triple through that K, spanning the two triple word scores here. Something going all the
I
way
I
across.
was looking at this. I was wondering if there's any chance we see auto bike come down. It's a word that I've heard. It's not acceptable in Scrabble, but it does seem very understandable to play.
Wow. That would not be valid in the Scrabble dictionary, but I am still so impressed at the anagramming ability on
Yeah,
display to find that word. It's almost a fluke that auto bike is not valid. And look at Hazem, he spotted it, and I feel like there's not a lot of reason for him not to try that if he's at all unsure. Is it a word or not? We should point out that I believe in the early rounds of the divisions at the School Scrabble Championship, we were talking about the importance of tiebreakers and the margin of victory. But I believe in the early rounds, you can see the scoring update there in your upper right corner for Cam Siegel, by the way, 888. That is an absolutely record breaking, insane score that we're
that
seeing
is
there.
unbelievable.
But it's relevant to that too, where there are actually caps in place where even if you win by 500 points or whatever it is, you're
Mm.
only going to get credit in your cumulative margin of victory for something like 200 there. And we're going to see Nex played very quickly through that triple. blocking things off before Hazem can play there. So we continue on to the end of the game. Hazem actually exchanging there, which is an
Yeah,
interesting choice.
maybe looking for another bingo before this game's over.
Right. Um, I felt like he was very likely to play auto bike, which he clearly spotted, but
Yeah.
he correctly did not play it there. So that's kind of impressive restraint on his part.
Um, yeah. Okay. So Hazem drawing those vowels that are coming out of the bag now. But this game, Julian finally draws an I for his Q, so it seems like he'll have a spot for that, which is good to see.
Yeah, his
Uh,
long nightmare will potentially his long queue nightmare will end if he's able to just play Chi on top of the N of next, which I feel like he's quite likely to still have available on his next turn. So
yeah. Wow. Um, just in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about this 888 point game. I can't wait to see it. I mean, most games you don't get 888 points between two people in expert level play.
yeah,
So, wow. Uh,
absolutely crazy.
not to distract from this game, but
Yeah, I'm sure all of us now seeing that number are going to want to learn a little bit more about that game. So I feel like was I Cam last year, Cam Siegel, who put up that incredible score, said something like, at least I get to be on your YouTube channel, Will. Maybe he was inspired by wanting a repeat appearance because I'm pretty sure there's no way to turn that one down. But we'll see how the game went. We'll see. We know there is a wide range of disparities in the experience levels of the players, as we do see that Q spot get blocked. And Julian's going to go to a backup spot here. But of course, Hazem with an eye on his rack is going to be able to block it some way, somehow, maybe burning his blank in the
yeah,
process.
some like info we might see come down or just hitting the triple on the bottom. But as you said, with these spread caps, the end of the game, uh, we just trying to play it out. We're seeing Ilya maybe blank as
Yeah.
an L, scoring a lot of points for Hazem. Another nice play in this well played game for him.
Yeah, that's a great play. Also, yeah, you have to burn your blank to do it. Info, as you suggested, Cooper, would have been a nice way to get the F off the rack as well. But this is a really, really nice play just because, if you're tracking tiles, as players often are doing at this level, you know that your opponent has an eye and they can play it in that corner as well that you need to block. So you're going to burn your blank to get their first great play again by Hazem. And Tribe on the rack here would play at the top of the board. Julian
Seeing it coming
spots it.
down.
Biter also at the bottom. But again, just I'm sure happy for this game to be over is Julian. But great performance by Hazem, who looks like the final score is going to be a little bit higher for him when we get that updated. But yeah, really great job by him on the stream to kick things off.
Yeah, this was a great first game to watch. We got By Roads come down, over Bear, some really great play.
Yeah, and the story of the game for Julian, those two Q
Oh
racks
my
with no
gosh.
vowels on them. Nobody can really overcome something like that, no matter how experienced you are. So
Yeah.
yeah, we've got a great opening round performance by Hazem. We've got an 888-point game played by one of the top contenders in the high school division, Cam Siegel. What more could you ask for to kick things off, Cooper?
Absolutely. I mean, we saw Hazem scored 488 points in this game. That is a lot of points. There is a game where somebody scored 400 more points than that. Um, yes.
Yeah, it's just astounding. So this is just round one.
Yes.
As a reminder, so we're going to be here for pretty much all of today and tomorrow. We've got something like 10 games in the main event because I think they're actually going to stagger it somehow. It's going to be something like 9 or 10 games in the main event. The middle schoolers play 8, the high schoolers play 10, and then both of those divisions we will watch the championship game one after the other in the finals. So we've got Scrabble coming at you all weekend here, Cooper. It's very, very exciting. And again, as I said, some craziness in already round one here today.
Absolutely, and it's gonna get even more intense, even more crazy as we go. And we got a whole weekend of Scrabble for you. Stay glued to your screens this weekend on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel.
Yeah, so not sure if it's probably a little early to do our run through of the standings and other, of our procedural issues here. Maybe we're just going to take the quickest little break to get reset with our second round. And yeah, we'll be right back in that case with round two at the North American School Scrabble Championship.
Thank you for watching.
All right, folks, we are back from break and ready to dive into round two here at the North American School Scrabble Championship from Planet Word in downtown Washington, D.C. Cooper Komatsu and I, Will Anderson, just saw an amazing performance by our defending middle school champion, Hazem Khan, but we are about to see his former partner, Nathan Lurlop, go up against the defending high school champion and one of the most decorated players in the history of this event, Gideon Brasowski. Very excited for that matchup, Cooper.
Absolutely. We've got a champion match coming up, and I can't think of any higher level of Scrabble than that.
Yeah, two former champions. We got another champion alongside me to help me make sense of the action. So let's cut to our preview of our two players over the board, getting set to play. There we see both players with very decisive opening round wins against their opponents. So one of these two front runners in the event is very likely. I guess there could be a tie, but in most cases, one of these two is going to have to lose a game. Not ideal this early on in the event, Cooper.
Yeah, but a longer event with 10 games, so there's always room to rebound from a loss, but we are going to see two very strong players with their capped 100 spread points going into this second round game.
Yeah, we were talking about it going into our first break there of the cap on the spread is to sort of acknowledge the very wide disparity as we see a little wave for the camera from Nathan there. Love to see that.
Hey, Nathan.
Yep. Hey, hello everybody. Hey, hi Nathan. Hi Gideon. Two really, really engaging and personable players. I've gotten a chance to talk to both at length, and yeah, just really great kids here. Hard to pick. Of course, we're trying to be unbiased in the booth, Cooper. But even if I tried to pick who I want to win this game, hard to say right now. Both great kids.
Absolutely. So Gideon, with his opening rack, has drawn the S and the E, which look very nice, but also IIUY, and he is going to quickly make the executive decision to exchange those tiles.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. It would have maybe been worth considering playing yum there, but doing so would have kept three vowels and only one consonant. I think he definitely works out really, really well in terms of getting a bingo down in a hurry by exchanging. So I really like that choice. I think a lot of players would have played a move there, but Gideon showing that ability to plan for the future, his ability to go for those bingos, that is something that we've seen in a number of years as he sets up
Geocache.
geocache. uh,
Scrabble history shout out there.
Oh yeah, there's a video about that somewhere. That goofy competition where the geocachers voted for their word to be added, and we all had to wait a little longer in Scrabble to get words like "we" or rather "ew" and "zen" added. But it's all good. All of those words are valid now.
And
As Nathan playing Fry to open up here.
yeah, that looked like a great way to unload some of the clunky consonants and start thinking toward using his blank soon. And he's drawing a U for his Q. So that is the sort of thing you might want.
Yeah, great patience by Nathan to say, all right, I don't have a U right now for this cube, but I've got a nice defensive opening play that I can make after Gideon's exchange. Note too that the positioning of Fry here is definitely intentional by Nathan. I think this positioning makes it a little bit more difficult for Gideon to slot those 7-letter bingos onto the board. Imagine if Fry were moved a little bit over on the board. Maybe I can illustrate this for you watching. Imagine for a second if Fry had been played here. Oh, it's way off. Sorry. Hold on. I'll get that fixed. That's on my end. We'll fix this now. But if Fry had been played instead one slot over right here, there we go. That's correct. Now, any 7-letter word, for example, ending in E is going to fit on the board right here, making FE or EF. By slotting Fry over, you've restricted options like that away from Gideon's sort of arsenal on his next play. So these tiny little nuances, Cooper, at this level with players with this natural ability that we're seeing, it all matters.
Yeah, and that defensive merit, we're seeing it come into play here. Gideon with a strong rack by all measures, having to settle for Fog for only 11 points, keeping a very strong lead at that. But when your best play, and it did look like his best play, scores only 11 points, you know that your opponent has done a good job defensively.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And, Fog could easily be the sort of play where if he had a seven ending in an A, E, or O, maybe that was going to go down. And instead, he's forced to play that. Gideon didn't have a seven available on his rack, I don't believe. And Fog actually is really one of the best plays that I spotted there. He hardly had any way of scoring on this very constricted board. But by playing Fog, he kept the really, really good leave of Aches or Chase, however you want to say it, on his rack. But he drew UE to go with it, which is, yeah,
Could
not,
be better.
yeah, could have been better. Lots of different consonants instead of that. If you replace that U with another consonant, he's sitting on all sorts of other bingos, but it's not to be for him in the early going. So over to Nathan. He's got the QU combination, but also the X. And I'm wondering, it looks like he's thinking maybe correctly. I'm going to play this X first and deal with the Q subsequently. I like this idea.
Yeah, without getting rid of the blank, I don't even think there was a place to play the Q. So Ox looks like a really good idea here. Potential for high scoring if he can pull into just one or two vowels to help that Q that goes so well with the U.
Yeah, worth noting for those who are maybe less experienced in the world of tournament Scrabble. If you play enough, you probably know that ox actually takes an O hook. Oxo is a valid word. So that's something to look for, as well as oxy with the Y, but one of those Ys is already on the board. So the O is much more salient here. So if I'm Gideon, I'm definitely thinking to myself, uh-oh, does my opponent have an O with other good letters that they're trying to set up with this play? What
Yeah.
can I do that obstructs that? And the answer might just be the very simple. Maybe you're confused, Cooper, of how to block it, and you say to yourself,
Uh,
and that looks pretty good to me.
that looks like a very, very black down board after that because UH will not take an S hook or any hook. So it scores not that many points, but a lot for this board. And that looks like a good play to me.
Yeah, only issue with that, of course, is a little bit of a vowel heavy leave. After
Mhm.
that, by playing just UH, you would be leaving three vowels to just two consonants. But Gideon gonna go ahead and grab a little bit more on the scoreboard here by playing Ache. This is also a defensible play, scoring well. Although also scores deceptively well, just UH under the X scores 22, whereas this only scores 21. So you're actually doing pretty well on the scoreboard as well, just by playing but you got more chances to maybe draw some tiles like the R, other low point letters that combine really well with the E and the S. I just worry about that U. Let's hope he can avoid a V or a W here.
Yeah, GPIO. Okay, again, could
Wow.
be better, but a nice benefit of that play of Ache was that it set up a line where his S could go in the seventh position of a seven-letter word. And Will's drawing that right now, but that could be a big, big uh, asset going forward, keeping that S.
That's a really good point. I'm sure that was weighing on Gideon's mind there was the fact that he had an S in hand and he just does not have as maybe that's slightly off the screen, but he's got this S right here and there was no if you imagine on the board instead of ache, the best S hook still on the board was going to be just fogs, which doesn't let you end a seven-letter word in an S. That's where the S loves to go, the last letter of a seven-letter word. After ache, you've at least got the option. If you draw a 7, it's going to fit there every time that that spot stays unobstructed. So that's a good observation, Cooper. I'm sure that was part of his thinking, is let's get that nice S hook on the board with one in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. So that looks nice. He set up groupies if he has an R. It doesn't look like he's gonna get one. But over to Nathan, he has had this blank the whole game, but clunky, clunky tiles to go with it that he has not even been really close to a bingo. So we'll see what he does now. He has the QU set off to the side, potentially for Quag. That looks, you know, yeah,
That
these are
says
just
that's like as good as he's got with the
right,
Q.
right. I'm seeing in this analyzer we have Jehu getting rid of the UQ combination. I mean, HIJ though is deceptively quite bad, but I mean that's hard.
Are we about to see Gideon
I
just make an absolutely insane play on the stream?
It seems like we are, especially with that play of Quag. I saw it when it came down, but I didn't want to jinx it. Epigeus through or to the E of Ake.
Oh,
That is an amazing, amazing potential find, but he's rearranged it to equip.
which is also
Maybe,
solid, but
yeah.
man, he clearly is thinking about Epigeus, Cooper. Oh my God.
Oh, wow. We'll see if he might be able to pull this trigger, but we said earlier, stream, it's even tougher to be able to pull the trigger on words that you're maybe 60, 70, 80% sure of. So we're going to see Equip come down, but flex from Gideon to show that he was at least thinking of Epigeus.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely insane to see him play that, and he had it lined up very meaningfully. That was not an accident, but
Yeah.
equip, certainly a word that you can have 100% confidence in. And remember, the penalty if you're wrong, if you're hallucinating a word and your opponent challenges, is you lose your turn. Whereas, so let's say you play Epigeus and you're wrong and you get a big fat 0. Equip gets you a solid 34 points and keeps your S for next turn. A lot of nice things about it. It's just so much of a sure thing that I totally get why he would play that. And now we're seeing the battle of the blanks. This is in
Yeah.
stark contrast to our first game, Cooper.
They are not afraid to come out this game. But just as in previous turn, Nathan still has W, V, H, J. Can he finally get the tile bag to stop giving him all these letters that are stopping him from bingoing? But we'll see how he plays out of this. It seems really tough to get rid of a meaningful number of these tiles. What are you looking at, Will?
Yeah, what are you even supposed to play here? It says a lot that potentially the computer engine, before doing any kind of simulation, wants you to burn your blank and play jivey. So burn your blank right here, playing
I
jivey.
think it's with Oxy.
Oh, is it with Oxy? Oh, yeah. That's right. Very, yeah. Thank you for that. That's definitely true. So that's a little bit more sane, but it's still quite insane. And I think exchanging made sense. I am interested though that Nathan kept the J on the exchange. Now I understand
Yeah.
that we like the J and that high point value, but it does sort of clash a little bit with that blank
Yeah,
that he has.
I agree. And picking up IV after exchanging IV is not really going to help things here.
Oh, no. Oh my gosh, yeah. That's
uh,
brutal. That's just very bad luck. We're seeing some tough draws here in the early going.
I think the bag might want Nathan to burn his blank with Jivey, as you were mentioning earlier, after giving him back the IV. But over to Gideon, who drew ES and blank into his GOS sleeve. So we'll see what we see come down here. One nice thing of that play of Equip, even though Nathan's play of Quag blocked Gideon's S hook to play the bingos, he does keep the O for Oxo, which is going to be really important on this board if you want to play a bingo.
Yeah, great point. We're seeing that O come into play. Um, I think just looking at Nathan's really rough exchange, it seems pretty likely that Gideon's going to get a couple options at playing Oxo, or maybe he's just going to play Cog right now keeping ESS blank, which is going to give him great, great odds of hitting a bingo if he can draw one. Just looking at how that would fit on the board, just cog right here. That sets up if he can draw a seven, multiple, maybe multiple options of sevens, either starting with S or with an S in early position, he could be looking at for sure bingoing. He does have some other options too. He's got a sevens lane here, and maybe, just maybe, he will hit the holy grail of playing a word with SS going
Wow.
across here. That would be absolutely incredible, and it's not impossible. It could happen.
Wow. So looking at that, something like resist, desist, Sistina, very, very possible. Uh, yeah. One nice thing that I was thinking about with cogs, it sets up an S hook on the bottom of cogs, which you'd have to put the S in a pretty specific position. And with one S, that might be kind of limiting, but with two S's, you really might have a lot of stuff that could play there. So I do like that idea of cogs, but we're also seeing goes potentially, maybe with equips,
It's
score a
such
couple more
It's
points.
so interesting to figure out, do I play OXO now or do I keep my O to
Mhm.
try to play there later? So, yeah, he's decided to play there now, which makes a ton of sense to me. And maybe he's having some conflicted thoughts about, do I put that C of cog out in space where Nathan can potentially extend that to a
Yeah.
triple? But this is a solid play. He's going to go with it, and he's got great, great chances of hitting a bingo in short order while Nathan is still struggling
Wow.
here with
I
the.
mean, it's that mentality again that after you exchange once, you want to exchange again. But I just don't know if I see any viable plays at all for Nathan. I mean, what is going to come down here? It's so hard to think of a play that feels worth making, but it's also so hard to decide to exchange again.
Yeah. There is absolutely that feeling of, God, I just exchanged. It can't possibly be right. But you have to try to treat each turn as its own entity. Even if you just exchanged on a previous turn, it could easily be correct if you draw poorly enough, as Nathan has, to give it another go. The thing that I'm curious about here now, the H definitely is a great,
Mhm.
great tile to keep just because CH is such a common word form that if you
Yeah.
keep that H, you have a great, great chance of drawing into a six-letter play there. But I would add, though, Cooper, if there is a perceived negative to having the blank, it's
Mhm.
that it makes it a little bit tougher to have six-letter words in
Yes.
places because you really don't want to use your blank unless it's a bingo. But if one of your letters on your rack is a blank that you're just not going to use for any play that's not a bingo, it's going to make it much harder for you to have a six-letter word off of that sea of cog.
I was thinking about that just last week or something, but Nathan, with not being able to play a bingo, has practically been working with six letters this game until he's able to finally use that blank for some score.
Yeah. So that's going to be tricky. I just agree with you that it's really tough to even think of a word that I would want to put on the board. I think he's going to have to exchange again, which feels wrong, but actually isn't here. There's such Scrabble is all about making those plays that just don't feel
Yeah.
good sometimes, right? There are so many turns where you're happy, you're thrilled. I've got a bingo, I've got a great word to play, but there are a lot of turns where you just feel like, God, I'm playing this and it has to be wrong, but
Has
you
to be
got to
something
stick
better.
to your instincts sometimes that even though this might feel weird, it's actually the right way to go here. So, yeah, it looks like he might be getting set to exchange leaving H blank, which I feel like is actually a really clever option on his
That
part.
sounds really, really strong to me. Getting rid of these tiles that have been plaguing him, finally saying goodbye to the J, um, even though cajole might be a tempting option. But yeah, H blank, where if you draw a bingo, that's awesome. If you don't, then you might have a chance for like a 40, 50 point play from the CH. That looks really great to me here. So we'll see what he ends up doing yeah, he just has to be moving these tiles around, being like, there has to be a play I can make here that's reasonable. But
Yeah. Scrabble is all about challenging those assumptions. There are so many times where you say to yourself, there has to be a play here, or I couldn't possibly make a play leaving four T's here, or I couldn't, do this and that. Like there are all these rules of thumb that we try to abide by as Scrabble players, but Scrabble is all about knowing when to break those rules when it is appropriate. There is no ironclad rule of Scrabble that applies in each and every position, at least when it comes to strategy. Of course, the tiles need to be in a straight line and all the procedural stuff, but strategically, I do feel like there are examples of almost any strategic concept is going to be breakable in specific situations. So let's see.
yeah,
Let's see if he can exchange again. And if so, what he does. I wonder, he's got a couple tiles in his hand that he might be thinking of
18.
playing.
Interesting. Okay,
Exchanging. Yeah,
I
we
really
we
like
like
this.
it. We like it. We like this for him.
Yep. All right. And over to Gideon, who has drawn into tiles that are going to give him a bunch of different bingos, and it looks like he's found one. Maybe he's looking at rushers with cogs. That's a word, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got a couple different places to play. He can play on the bottom of the board with aches, but this is going to give counterplay back to Nathan in a big way. So if you're going to play something on this row, just look, you're giving back this triple area potentially plays to this triple and maybe even this one too. If well, I guess not if aches is played. So forget about that. But you're giving back two potentially huge triples back to Nathan, who's drawn pretty well. I'm not sure if he's gonna have any easy words to find in the chat. I'm sure some of you guys might be seeing some stuff that Nathan may have, but it's gonna be tough, but certainly a better looking set of tiles than Nathan previously had.
For
But
sure.
yeah, it's possible that Gideon playing with cogs is so much safer than playing on the bottom row. I feel like that's likely where he's going to go.
I agree. One fun option that, okay, he's got, what do we think this is? Cursors,
Yeah, could be.
cursors.
I'm going to guess it's a C, but we'll
Yeah.
find out. Not sure if we have access to our blank cam, but we're going to figure it out relatively quickly here.
This is one of those words that you're like, does it take an ER? Maybe the cursor with an OR could throw you off. So we could see a challenge from Nathan here, but uh, looks like he's accepting it, writing the word down potentially. Or no, maybe Gideon's on hold. He's not drawing tiles. Yeah, we'll see if we can get a blank cam to
Yeah.
see what this tile might be.
If we have it, or even just sort of, eyes and ears on the ground, if
That's
anyone's
true.
able to figure out whether that is a C or a P or a surprise letter that would make
Oh
this
yeah,
very, very phony. Like maybe you could see a B,
bursars.
right? You
Yeah,
might misspell the word that's actually spelled ARS,
true.
but I'm guessing it's a C. We'll figure that out in short order.
Gideon's drawn tiles. These might be courtesy tiles, so we're not sure quite yet. But yeah, Nathan writing some things down. Maybe he's accepted it. Moving on to this rack where, yeah,
Tough one.
tough one.
This is a tough one.
Yes.
So for those, yep, seeing a couple folks in the chat pointing out at least one seven-letter word does play a very, very tough one of hyenoid that would
Yeah,
actually play parallel to this E, but that is an extremely high level find and a difficult find. I could definitely see Nathan making a solid play, cashing in his H and his Y somewhere that isn't necessarily a bingo, that would still be very solid for him. He's down by 100, but he should be scoring decently on this
mhm.
turn and retaining a blank. So he has to still feel like his chances are very much alive here. Way too early for him to be too desperate, I would think.
I agree. And honestly, hyenoid wouldn't even score that many points. So high scoring plays with the H and the Y might be just as good as a play like that. But We're seeing him move around his letters. He might also be looking for plays from the C.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, Chine, as in Chine Ogwumike, legendary WNBA player,
that's right.
not acceptable in this lexicon.
ESPN analyst, I think.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, that's where obviously you would always want the blank in this situation if you're Nathan. But if you were to swap that blank out for a lot of other tiles, particularly consonants, you could easily see him be playing something really heavy hitting again off of
Mhm.
that sea of cogs. So he is going to have to improvise instead of playing there. He could, if he knows it, he could play Hosey through this S. Maybe he is a little bit worried that potentially Gideon can play off of this C, and playing Hosey would prevent that from going down. So that is an option. That's also not, I would say, an everyday word either. So
Certainly
it
not.
just so happens that not only is this a tough turn, but Nathan's had this blank for basically for literally the entire
Literally
game,
the entire
and
game.
the blank is a tile that really can slow you down sometimes. So look,
Yeah,
his clock is starting to get into some issue. Oh, it looks like he sees that he could play hoseying through that S if it were one square up the board.
maybe.
Brutal.
Wow. Yeah. Um, just moving around these tiles. HY in front? Are we seeing a hyenoid? Are we seeing the other
I
bingo?
don't know. Yeah, he's got the HY there. A couple people in chat also pointing out an insane additional 8 letter word that is playable. I see it's been pointed out in the chat of hyoscine. That would be absolutely insane. And as you say, Cooper, he's got the HY meaningfully sort of together at the beginning of the rack. Could we see that one? I don't know.
Maybe. Maybe he's looking at Hoy to the left of Equip, making HI and OP. Uh, Definitely introduces some volatility, but it does keep very nice bingo tiles.
Yeah, such a tough turn. The clock definitely going to become a factor at this
Oh,
point.
yeah.
Nathan down 100, has great letters. He probably feels like, God, could there possibly be a bingo here? And he's got that itch that he can't scratch. There actually is one, but the words that are available to find really are
Superfriend.
not naturally anagrammable, I think. And he's going to go ahead and play horny here, leaving EI blank. Good way to get rid of the H and the Y. Gideon has a T if he can come up with a good extension. I don't
Mhm.
know. Can he play thorny and also use his F? That's the big question here.
Yeah, it looks like that might not be possible. But if he does see the hook to Horny, that is Thorny, we might see 10 come down. But yeah, uh, we okay. We're looking at unfed potentially.
Mm.
Nice way to get rid of the F for sure, and keep the T for next turn potentially.
Yeah, keeping your D, putting your D in open space as well with an E in hand and other good bingo tiles. This looks like a very solid option for Gideon. And most importantly, he played it really fast. He's
Yes.
definitely attuned to that time difference between the two players. And we saw in our first game when the clock gets low, you start to see that it builds that pressure on your opponent.
Mhm.
It's totally an accepted strategy at this level. If you see your opponent's low on the clock, let's try to keep that pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, more than half the game still left to play. Nathan, though it looks, has drawn some tiles that will work out for him in terms of bingoing this turn.
Yeah, he's about to play. This is insane. I mean, this is just so impressive. It looks like he's about to play Tanioid to that D, which is
Wow.
such a good find. These are the sorts of words that are not in most people's normal vocabulary that you're going to see at this level of Scrabble because the players are preparing so diligently beforehand.
Yeah, and this play is so much better than plays that didn't hit the triple through the D, plays to the left of Equip. It scores a lot more and it's a lot more defensive. I think this is a great play from Nathan here. And less than a minute, I believe, that he took to play it. So that time is also going to come in big here.
Yeah, the speed with which Nathan identified that and played it is so impressive. No surprise, Nathan has been sort of wowing us for years in the middle school division. He and various partners, including again Hazem Khan, we saw in round one, playing at such a high level. It's no wonder that they've had so much success at the school championship in past years. So Nathan right back in this game. Both blanks now have been played. So it's gonna could either player. Oh, we
Ooh,
see Aviator work its way onto Nathan's rack. Is he going to see it? And if he does, he's got two places where that word will play.
wow.
One is going to play with overlaps alongside this H and O, and the other will be here. And there you see it. He has it lined up. So a potential huge comeback in the making here for Nathan Lerlop. Amazing to see this, Cooper.
Yeah, I was watching those tiles come onto his rack. I think it was the eye that was the last one. It's like if he gets the eye and he has two spots to play it, it's such a good feeling, Will, when you have that, huh?
It's tremendous when you can just get that from the bag after a bingo. We are trailing. You need a little bit of luck, but not only did Nathan get a little bit of luck, he had a huge amount of skill to see Tanioid and instantly spot his bingo find its way onto his rack. Looks like Gideon is getting set to play Till and Thorny. Great vision by him to spot this hook. I think this is perfectly reasonable. Another way he could have gone is to play tile here, but keeping the E makes sense. There are many times where you wish you would have just kept that E when you
Mhm.
use it and never draw another one. The E is so valuable to keep. I think this is perfectly reasonable. And now, do we just see Aviator come down in short order?
Yeah, I mean, I think the quicker Nathan plays this, the better for his future time situation, but he might be looking for bingos through that recently opened L,
Mm.
seeing if there's anything there, doing his due diligence, but looks like this is going to come down instantly. And Nathan, with this play, Sidlake, he's going to be in the lead by just a little bit, huh?
Yeah, this play does give back pretty big counterplay. You
Oh,
have to
wow.
play it if you are Nathan. There's no other way to bingo here. This is your only choice. But look at the counterplay that you're going to give back because of RE takes every vowel except the U can hook onto RE. So if you have any consonant that plays right in this spot and any vowel that's not a U, you could potentially hit back super hard in this spot. And that is exactly what Gideon is about to do. So even though we have seen two bingos come down in short order for Nathan, we're going to see Gideon still decisively ahead in this game when he plays something like Wield, which he has set up right now.
Wheeled looks really nice. I mean, that is going to be what, 60-ish points? High 50s? Oh, low 50s? All right,
50,
my bad.
51. That's yeah, that's
That's
pretty huge.
nothing to
So
sneeze at. He's looking at whaled now, maybe to get rid of an extra vowel. That looks really, really nice. Scores the same amount of points. Yeah, and that, despite Nathan's two bingos, is going to put him well ahead after this.
yeah, great decision here by Gideon. He saw Wield, which scored 51, and he had the patience to pause and think, could I possibly have something better? And you see in the top left of your screen as a resource for you as the viewers, you can see, look at all these A's and E's still to come. Had Gideon just played wild, leaving AE, he could easily draw another A and another E. He could be overloaded with those vowels. So by getting that extra vowel off the rack, now if he draws one of those A's that's in the bag, if he just draws one, it won't be a duplicate on his rack. Whereas had he played wild, it would have been. So great decision by him. Let's see what he draws and if he immediately reaps the benefits of that choice. But in a vacuum, it's definitely better. So I love that by him.
Really, really good point, Will. Knowledge of what's in the bag. And yeah, and he has drawn an A. So he might have regretted it if he'd kept that, but he has made a really smart decision. And now he has a balanced rack.
And right back, Nathan with decisively making what looks to be his best play of pack in the upper corner. looks fantastic. He had the P, the K, the V, the G on his rack, all
Yeah.
letters that don't mesh very well together. And he's done a great job, even though that V of aviator cuts off the parallel ability from going any further. And look at that. The J goes down immediately for Gideon. The
The
fireworks flying here,
bomb.
Cooper.
Yeah, even you might have thought after both blanks were gone early, the fireworks would be done. No, far from it. And Gideon has got down a second 50-plus point play, non-bingo. So this is going to put him in a good position despite Nathan's very strong play as well. So we'll see what Nathan does again with picking up a heavy tile in the Z, but maybe he's looking at Zaz with Kaz that would score really, really well.
Yeah, that's an interesting spot, of course, putting the Z right here by playing Zaz. The S normally a tile that you really, really want to hold on to. But if you look at this board, one good test that players at this level and you guys out there in the audience are going to want to try to do when you have an S, think to yourself, if I had a 7 letter word ending in S, where would I put it on the board? And the answer in this position is I don't know. It looks like the answer
Yeah.
is absolutely nowhere. So in those positions where the board is much less hospitable to the S, you can afford to part with it a little easier than you would otherwise if there was a great, great spot available. So that would just show incredible maturity on Nathan's part if he plays Zaz here to recognize that. But that being said, there are definitely other good options that he can make here. Potentially, he could just dump his Z by itself here, and he might be able to draw into a surprising number of bingos potentially through the L. There's at least one or two, maybe.
Yeah, I see an O would give him Viragos. I mean, yeah, surprising number of bingos given a little bit of a constricted board
Yeah,
with that
certainly, as
Z.
you say, Cooper, through this eye of aviators, there's more stuff like Viragos would fit there, Vorlages through the
Yeah,
L. So there's definitely stuff, but
I
Nathan makes, I like this
I
play on
really,
his
really like
part.
this as well. Scoring to keep in range. That Z, sometimes you get hit hard, but it's not particularly likely to hit a 6 starting with a Z to the triple word. I think that this scores better than any other play you could have made and uses that S that really wasn't that useful on this board.
Yeah, totally agree. So after that, Nathan's going to get
Ooh,
pretty close. And oh man,
nice.
that is so impressive by Gideon. You're seeing here why is Gideon Brusowski the defending champion of this event? Because he spotted the only word that he has playable that reaches the triple from the Z of Zibets for
Wow.
54 points. And then you can see Nathan's body language. He knows that is not good news for him as he does draw revenge on his rack. But is he going to have a place to play that word, or is he going to experience that classic Scrabble feeling, Cooper, having a 7 letter bingo
uh,
and nowhere to play it?
wrote about this in my college essays and revenge. You might want to get revenge about the Scrabble against the Scrabble bag for this. I mean, yeah, is it set up? But I just want to go back to Gideon's play. I mean, seeing that instantly, pretty much, putting the time pressure back on Nathan of Zibets, that was really awesome.
This has been a phenomenally played game by both
Yeah.
players. And, this is what we're accustomed to seeing at this point. These players have such good instincts, playing really, really well. I've been impressed, and I could wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm definitely not surprised watching
Mm.
either of these two players. It's just round one and two. We haven't even had time really for the cream to rise to the top the way it is going to in rounds 7, 8, 9, and 10, but we're already seeing legitimately such high level play here.
Absolutely. Yeah, you see why both these kids are champions in this event. Um, yeah,
Yeah, for
very
sure.
happy.
So it's brutal if you're Nathan here. You just are, it's tempting to just stare at the board until a location to play revenge reveals itself. But the sooner that you come to grips with the fact that you just aren't going to be playing that word here, the better. The question is, what do you do instead? You want to keep as much of the board open as possible. Um, or if you're going to block something, let's try to give something back. And that's what this play of given does do. It creates more lanes for Nathan to potentially get a bingo. He's got a lane here now on top as well as underneath. It could be somewhat difficult for Gideon to block both while also scoring a good number of points. So I see some of the logic behind this, Cooper. Did you see anything else you liked?
No, I think this is a really, really good play. I would have spent so long hoping for C-till or something to be a word, but he opens two really, really nice sevens lanes for himself with given. Gideon immediately coming back with Awa, scoring well again, giving back bingo lines, but untriplicating his A's and getting rid of that W is so, so important here. And also that time element, Nathan down to less than 3 minutes on the clock to analyze the rest of this game, which really might come down to the end.
Yeah, Nathan definitely has good chances of drawing something here. Ooh, he was close to having something like uttered or something, but it looks like he's drawn just one too many duplicate tile there. That he's going to have to spend another turn balancing the rack, which he really cannot afford. Not only that, if we look over on Gideon's rack, we're
Ooh,
seeing emailed, and there it comes
set up
together
immediately. Wow.
and benefiting from his own. So Gideon not really blocking much of the board, but I think it was a totally defensible choice by him to do that because he was going up by enough points that he could withstand a bingo. And moreover, his play of Awa actually left 7 tiles in the bag. So what that means is if Nathan were to have a bingo right now, he would empty the bag, giving Gideon perfect information about his holdings. It would be very difficult for Nathan to bingo twice after that because Gideon would be able to respond knowing exactly what Nathan's letters are.
Really, really good analysis, Will. Yeah, Awa, wonderful play. He's up over 100. It's really hard to see him losing, especially after this play draw where he has emailed on his rack and he's already set it up. So Nathan going for tenure here, really just hoping to get into the bag, draw something, and I believe leaving one tile in the bag, which could work out well.
Yep.
Shifting it a little bit down, still keeping those bingo lines open. This looks like as good a shot as he has to me, but emailed still going to play after this.
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting choice by Nathan because with those nice bingo tiles, your instinct might be, all right, I need to play a T, I need to play the U and one of my E's, but there isn't really a way to do that that also scores any reasonable number of
Mhm.
points. And playing 6 tiles there, even though it takes you further away from bingoing, if you're Nathan, he needed those points to even kind of be close enough to stay in it if he draws a bingo. So it makes total sense. But we see
Yeah,
Gideon with emailed here. This is going to put the game on ice, Cooper.
it is. It is. I agree. Tenure, a good shot, but emailed really just going to answer this. Put Gideon up at 489 points, and Nathan not quite drawing what he needed here. But overall, really a nicely played game from both. A treat to watch.
Yeah, great performance here by Gideon. Some really, really nice plays as well by Nathan, who I think also acquitted himself very well. Just ran into the defending champion playing extremely well in this game. And look at that. We're going to see the optimal end game play here by
Wow.
Nathan with 10 seconds on his clock. Morbid clearing as much junk off of the rack as he can, scoring what looks like 29 points here. That is the optimal play in this end game. Amazing again.
Under time pressure, finding morbid, which is not, I mean, it's a common word, but it's a six. We don't study the sixes. Yeah, that was really nice. Leaving 3 seconds on his clock, not taking any penalties. Gideon just gonna have 7.5 minutes to find a place for this remaining N, and that'll be the game.
Yeah, a really well played one. Definitely two players that I would not be surprised to see on the stream in the future. Of course, Gideon, the defending champion. When we do games in the high school division, there's a great chance that we're going to see him more. But Nathan, no stranger to the stream himself. We saw him last year and his partner Hazem come away with their first championship after being on the cusp a number of times
Yeah.
previously. So that was very, very exciting to see. So yeah, great players here. They gave us a great show. Of course, Gideon making things look a little more lopsided than they actually were, as Gideon looking for that last spot to put the N here. He only has a 4-pointer here, so not much to look. He's gonna, look around, see if he can do better. But yeah, 4 points, the best he can do.
He might be wishing that aviator instead of avogator was the one that took an N in front. But
Naviator,
yeah.
yes, that would be fantastic. But yeah, I think he'll settle for on or something.
Yes, that looks
Um,
more like the play here.
yeah, even national Scrabble champions play on sometimes for 4 points. It's usually in the end game though. So let's see.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. So he's going to play this. This is interesting because this is actually not valid, but I know that in the NWL dictionary, natches with an S at
Oh,
the end is, I believe, valid.
wow.
You just can't take that S off.
I
So
wonder if he's
Gideon's
seen
going
that.
for the gold. This obviously doesn't affect very much in the game, but yeah, nice job by Gideon to spot this. But I believe this is going to come back invalid. Yeah, surprisingly. So reasonable choice by him. And again, if Aches had just had an S at the end, that would have been a valid play.
Yeah, but our Merriam-Webster dictionary telling us that this is not good. Nathan gonna get one more play in the end game. Ta.
There we go.
Very
So it's
nice.
Nathan with the 4-pointer as an outplay. I'm pretty sure that's likely. Oh, actually, he could have played.
Oh, that's funny.
He could have played his T in the same spot. That would have been quite a flex because
Yeah.
Tatch is also valid. But yeah, as we're seeing in the chat, I'm just happy that Nathan was able to get that play out without going overtime. So there you go.
Yeah, 2 seconds on that play. Great splits for Nathan. He might not have expected to have one more play in that game, so good instincts to get that off in time.
So let's see if the players have any insights to share as we cut to their microphone overhead.
Yeah. Good game. Sorry, I mean, I sun ran after. I played horribly at the beginning.
I played horribly.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. There's a couple
When you
nice
change,
turns.
should I keep the J on my rack? Because
Wait,
I don't know.
wait, what do you mean when
I
I
would exchange for the first one. I kept HJ blank.
No.
Now keep the J.
I mean, you're scoring a lot.
Yeah.
I think HA blank is better, but I mean, we can ask Cousin. Josh Castellano would know.
He does like the value.
He does lead valuations.
I'm pretty sure J is negative, but
I know J's a negative tile by like 0.02 or something. It's really close. So it's not the worst.
Yeah.
Not the worst thing.
I don't know.
For sure.
I just saw that the board was pretty close.
Yeah.
If you like did anything, I could like use the J maybe. I'm not sure. Oh, I'm pretty sure ZAS was a mistake.
This is, I don't know if that's good. It's funny. Oh, I'll wait a second until. Yeah, cause HAJ blank or AHS?
HJ blank.
Oh, HJ. Oh, definitely not.
Definitely not.
HJ blank
Yeah,
for an
you-
exchange of 4.
It prefers keeping a vowel of the J.
Cause it's a phony.
No, that's good.
Okay, thank God. I had better things.
They
Right?
like keeping HIT blank or H blank or HIT.
Did I miss on the SSOCG?
Yes.
Well, yeah. What did I have?
Socrates.
I saw that.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
You also had Khashoggi when you played Equip.
Yeah.
You also had Epigeius is good.
God,
So,
I was actually.
Yeah.
I saw. I didn't bite the bullet.
Yeah.
Did they
It's
have
so
anything instead of horny?
Horny?
Yeah, did they have anything?
There were 2 bingos available, but they're kind of
What were they?
hyenoid.
I know that.
Like-
one.
I know that word.
And then you have hyacine. Yes. Not like obviously.
No, I was thinking like hyoid,
Coyotean.
something.
Hyoidian, it was if you had an A to play 2, that would have been available.
So, cause I've never. It's so weird. This is my probably 10th game on stream. I've never been so nervous to start off a game.
First-
I
I
was
mean,
tweaking out
What
for the
you had?
entire
You had,
start.
Who's your rack?
I mean, this was definitely wrong. This was definitely wrong.
no,
this
Fog
was
correct.
was this right? Cog? Definitely
Well,
not. Oh, I
the other thing,
sausages.
That was the best without that was your third best point.
What? This was not my
You
best
should've
non
made it.
bingo. I saw
No,
it.
that was
I
your
couldn't
best
do it.
non-bingo.
What, this?
Yes.
Okay. So did I play that badly? I mean, I missed two.
Well,
bingos.
you missed
So
two
yes,
bingos,
yes.
So I would say.
And then I mean, I just had the easiest decisions the entire time after that, right? I think this is. I didn't see anything
You had
better.
some tough racks.
I had really easy
Till
racks
was a
the whole
good.
time.
Yes, that was correct.
Wailed.
That was correct.
I mean, yeah, I could play wheeled, but why would I
Everything
do
was
that?
correct after.
Yeah, after I missed two
It's
bingos at the start.
Nachos or something.
What?
It's Yiddish.
Nachos?
Sticky S. Sticky S.
It's funny. Yeah, I decided to. I said I wanted to score 500, so I tried it.
It's like appropriate word because I don't have that for you when you play that.
You didn't like it? Did the commentators like it? They said, "Oh, Gideon's
Well,
try."
they knew you knew it was good with an S. That doesn't
Yes,
mean
the
it means
commentators
It is.
liked
Not
it
this
as
is-
well.
it's not-
So we're gonna bring it back to the booth as they're going play by play there granularly. Gideon fretting, saying he's nervous as he's ever been. This play wasn't good. This play wasn't good. In fact, Cooper, he played a fantastic game here.
Absolutely. Yeah, both players saying they made mistakes, but really we saw some great play for them in this game, and the bingos that they didn't play, they found, just weren't sure of. So, yes, very, very impressive, and we are excited perhaps to see them some more.
Yeah, no question. I don't think anybody's going to be surprised if we see more of them. So we saw a number of great plays in that game, but we got our special segment brought to you by Word Game Players Organization. Oh, okay. Looks like we are going to skip that for this time. And maybe instead we can cut to our report card if we have that. That's going to be our standings potentially. Still a little bit early in the event here after just the one game. Not sure if we're ready for that. But yeah, it is still a little bit early to be scoreboard watching here, but we want to see how those standings are shaking up if we can. Okay, so we're going to be ready for that. Out there,
Yeah.
but this is our report card brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble, the amazing organizing team behind not just the North American School Scrabble Championship, but so many huge events across North America and even the world coming soon. So thank you very much to Let's Play Scrabble. There's our standings. You can see those spread caps coming into play at that top level where the players are limited in the amount of margin of victory they can earn in these early rounds. But man, we're seeing a lot of the top contenders right there at the top in the early going, Cooper.
We saw Gideon, last year's champion, Noah Goldstein, very, very, very strong player from New York. Milo Anderson, also a champion.
Yeah. No
of this
relation.
event.
No relation, by the
No.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Uh,
so there you go. Gideon already on top of the standings, but of course, Noah Goldstein, potentially the top seeded player coming in. No surprise to
yeah.
see him up there too. So, okay, this is we will get you the standings later on as we move into our elementary school division where the teams play in pairs. Don't have that ready right now, but we will in just a little bit. So, not sure if we have this ready, but we potentially have. Oh, I guess cutting back to Gideon holding court with a whole bunch of other players talking about this great game that we just saw. This is very cool. Of course, it is a big honor and exciting thing to go on the stream and play a game. Gideon saying he was nervous, Cooper. You have
Yeah.
some experience with that as well. What is that like at the school level to be on the stream?
Yeah, it is, the board is different, the, entire atmosphere is different. It's not just you're sitting down and playing against another player, the whole world is watching. So you're really thinking, uh, about all those plays, but, Gideon, it seems like despite his nerves, locked in this game and came out with a big win.
Yeah, when the nerves kick in, you just need to rely on your preparation and your instincts, really, and just hope that they override that level of jitters that you feel. And that is definitely what we saw from Gideon Brusowski, our defending high school champion there. Many excellent plays there by his opponent, Nathan Lurlop, moving up into the high school division for the first time, which is definitely a big switch from what he is used to, but I would not be surprised to see him toward the top of the standings. Not sure if we have it ready for those of you curious. We had an incredible, just to catch everyone up, an amazing result in round one from another one of our front runners, Cam Siegel, scoring 888. What a beautifully round number. We just those eights in a row.
Absolutely, it's
Not sure if we have that board ready. Here it
here it
is.
is.
Here's the board for all of you. Wow. This,
So we see Angeries, Violator, Elodias, Bromates, presumably a triple triple,
yeah.
Jeweler as a double
Wow.
double.
Oh my God. Could Jeweler have been a bingo or is it just a non
I
bingo
could
double double?
imagine Quid and then hooking it for
Yeah.
Jeweler. That
That would
would
just score
so many points.
massively. So I can only assume that all the big plays on this board are cams. So an unprecedented score that we're seeing here from him, one of the favorites. And this is really potentially Scrabble history that we're seeing. I've never heard of a score that high in an official tournament game, Cooper.
Yeah, 5 bingos for Cam Siegel, triple triple, 113-point double double, 888 points. No matter what level you're playing at, that is an unbelievable score in a game.
And he lost 10 points from going overtime by 1 minute. That's what we're
Oh,
hearing.
really?
So he should have had 898, but because he went overtime
Wow.
by 1 minute, working his way to an all-time high score, he got docked by 10 points, which is hilarious. So yeah, pretty amazing board there. Just plays that are mind-bogglingly impressive. So yeah, we'll see if we have Cam on the stream or if we get a chance to learn any more about that game. We'll be sure to let you know. But yeah, that is just round one of the event. We've already had these incredible things happening. Cooper, I'm very excited for what's to come.
Me too. For round 3 and beyond. I believe we have one more game this morning.
That's right, we do. So we're going to cut to a little break here as we get set with our first game from the middle school division. Again, teams playing in pairs there. And one more game in our morning session before we take a quick lunch break. And then we'll be back in the afternoon. Two of us as well on the call all the way with 3 more games in the afternoon session. So break, round 3, lunchtime, and then even more Scrabble here at the North American School Scrabble Championship. Excited for that, Cooper.
Excited for that. See you later, chat.
Welcome back, everybody. We are 2 rounds in the books, and we are about to kick off round 3 from the 2026 North American School Scrabble Championship. We're going to be hopping back from our high school division into our middle school division, and we have 2 amazing teams to show you. Will Anderson here alongside me again, Cooper Komatsu, former champion of this event, who won his championship playing with a partner in the middle school division. So it's going to be interesting to see the communication and the different roles. It's a little bit different than what we saw in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, I'm excited to see these 2 middle school teams. It seems like we have Team Crayon Lads, Dylan and Oscar, clever anagram, versus Team G Squared, Gavin and Grayson.
Yeah, let's go ahead and cut to our streaming board where our kids are standing by. We can preview that matchup with a little bit more detail here. There we go. And just want to say a quick shout out on our preview screen brought to you by Hasbro, a huge supporter and sponsor of this event. We could not run this without the support of Hasbro. Thank you so much to Hasbro for supporting the School Scrabble event. You see Oscar and Dylan on the left. They'll have the first move in the game. Gavin and Grayson on the right. So Gavin is actually the younger brother of Nathan Lurlop, who we just saw put forth a very commendable performance, although in a losing effort on stream in round 2. And on your left, Oscar and Dylan. Oscar, both of those players are local DC area players, starting off with a loss in round 2, but still very, very early for the 2 of them. And just want to share that both extremely well-rounded kids. In fact, Dylan, I've heard, is going to be leaving the tournament immediately after it's over tomorrow to participate in a classical guitar competition. So crazy, Cooper, how well-rounded some of these kids are.
Yeah, not just Scrabble, all sorts of interests, all sorts of passions in these kids' lives. So that is very cool that we've got a classical guitarist playing.
Yeah. Yes, certainly I feel like a one-trick pony by comparison, but let's let the players kick things off here. Again, Oscar and Dylan with the first move of the game. They do have a loss, and in a tournament this short, that is a little bit dangerous. It's hard to make that 2-team finals with too many more losses on your record, Cooper.
That is true. In order to make the finals, they're probably hoping to win out from here on out, but maybe one more loss could be handleable. But what did they got on their first draw? They got PTAE.
Good start. Really good start.
T.
Okay, so a lot of good stuff there. It seemed like a lot of 7th letters instead of that duplicated T would give them a potential bingo to start. Looks like Pilate. Can you have a singular Pilate?
When you're drinking your latte while doing Pilates, it seems kind of difficult with all the movement required, but they're trying to set up some moves that might leave well for them. Looking at pedal that would score.
Speaking of lattes, what if you really don't like what you did with your coffee? What could you do about it?
Well, Will, you might want to unbrew that coffee.
Could we possibly see unbrews be played? Now, that is not a valid word, but they have it set up. And if you could brew a coffee, maybe you can unbrew a coffee. So
it's possible. Take all the grounds out, put them back, dehydrate it. Yeah.
It is possible. So that first move, so good bingo tiles for Oscar and Dylan, but they do well to put the P on the double letter square, attach that to the center star, getting a solid 20 points to open the game. I'm sure the idea of maybe do we have a bingo crossed their mind, and the answer is they did not have one. So they did well to get away from that idea quickly and move on to their next turn. And meanwhile, now I think Gavin and Grayson rightly is thinking, I don't think we should go ahead and play unbrews here.
Yeah, shifting over to web, using those double letter scores quite well. Hold on, we have brew again. We're going to get back to unbrews.
Tempting.
Very tempting.
Yeah.
But Yeah, we see that sort of collaboration, both teammates talking to each other really nicely, probably whispering so that their opponents can't hear, but uh, discussing their moves, putting their minds together. It creates a good product when put
And
together.
yeah, you were in that situation yourself,
Yeah, I
Cooper. I mean, were
was.
you having to really did you ever have to shush your partners and say, "Shh, keep it down. They're going to hear what we have to say."
No, we had a system. Often we actually wrote on paper rather than saying anything out loud. Ooh, ooh, is it hitting the board?
Here it comes. They've decided to go for it. I think this is a lock to get challenged here. I would be very, very surprised if Oscar and Dylan don't give this a second look at the challenge machine. Very ambitious, very good natural anagramming ability to use your
Mhm.
prefixes and suffixes. It just so happens that this is not in the dictionary. So we're going to see. Is it going to? It looks like they're
Holding
yeah,
and
we're seeing a
challenging.
challenge. So over we go to the challenge computer brought to you by Merriam-Webster, our dictionary provider for this event. Thank you very much to Merriam. And it's so cool to see the challenge computer. You're going to see on the right side of your screen when they enter in that word and judge the play. Is it going to come back green or red? And we're about to find out the answer. There is the
No.
red that we hate to see, Cooper, if we played that word.
Yeah. So I think they'll have to take Unbruise off the board. Uh, it was a valiant attempt to try to get a bingo down in the early going, but they still have some nice tiles, and this game is very, very early.
Yeah,
Uh,
there's some conventional wisdom that if you're going to play a phony, often a good time to do it is at the beginning of the game. Do you think there's any truth to that?
yeah, I think so. There's still a lot that is left to play, and there probably aren't that many big spots that you're trying to not let your opponent have on the next turn that you'd try to shut down. So, Unbruise lost a turn, but still lots of opportunity left in this game. And Oscar and Dylan still have a tough decision with no obvious scoring spots on this board.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a great point you make, though, Cooper, about the fact that in the early going, it's not going to be that easy to hit a triple or to hit those really high scoring combo
Mhm.
spots on the board. The game hasn't worked its way out yet to the outer edges of the board where all of those high scoring bonuses live. So playing that phony in the early going is maybe a little bit less downside risk than later on when you could maybe there's some huge spots open and you're going to leave those for your opponent to use. So this is a tough turn here for Oscar and Dylan. They've got two I's, the U, the Y. These tiles do not mesh very well together. They're going to try their best to solve some of those problems in one go, but there isn't a play that I feel like stands out as, oh yeah, that's got to be it here.
Definitely not. And putting the tiles over to the side that they might want to use. Putting the tiles on the board so both can see it, visualize it. Maybe they're looking at Yip to get rid of that IY. I on its own, Y on its own, not too bad. IY,
Starts to get rough for
yeah.
sure. Yep. They're setting aside that ITY suffix. That's
Mm,
a good idea. Potentially the ILY suffix as well could be useful. In fact, it seems like if they spot it, we'll try
this
to
would be really nice.
yeah, there is one. Oh, let's see what they're going to do. They're just going to play lid. So this does a few nice things. It makes things a little bit more closed. Remember that
Mhm.
Oscar and Dylan are the ones with the lead. So it makes sense to try to block a little bit of the board off from their opponents. This board is now nice and constricted for them, but it also uses one of the two eyes, which you like to see here.
And normally you might be worried about a Z play coming in under the TI, but you know exactly what their rack is, so that's not a worry. But Webb gonna come down for Gavin and Grayson really quickly. Sort of the play they were thinking about last turn, but on the perhaps on the other side or a little bit further down. But this looks really strong to score some points, and they are right back in it.
Yeah, definitely a nice play. Now they have durings. So during is a regular word during the broadcast. We've been talking about a lot of words, but it does not take an S hook. So you see, they've set ing aside, Grayson and Gavin. Um, are they? Oh, it looks like they have ungrids
Okay.
lined up.
How many things can you undo?
Right. That's the tricky thing about that is that ungirds is actually valid. And I feel
That's the
like that
one.
one is much more obscure sounding than ungrids. There they have durings set up. So we could see any number of plays be attempted by Gavin and Grayson here. But there, even though there is a valid 7 in the rack, I don't
Yeah.
think it's the one that I would guess first.
Yes, I remember at this point in my Scrabble career, GIRD was just a word that I knew, not a word that I knew the definition of. So, yes. Anyway, we're seeing Oscar and Dylan exchange that IUY that had been
Mm.
plaguing them. This looks like a nice idea to try to get some new letters out of the bag.
Yeah, makes sense. It was going to be tough to find a play to put on the board that was going to make him feel very good. So exchanging does make some sense. And yeah, very even game in the early going. I'm just curious. Gavin and Grayson already having lost a challenge by playing unbruise. I feel like that would make me much less likely to play ungrids, even let alone
Yeah.
ungirds.
Me too. Definitely some other prefix or suffix, I might feel more confident, but at this point, I might be questioning whether the un prefix actually does anything at all.
Seems like we lost our board here for a moment, which I'm sure we're going to get back in
We'll get
a
back real soon.
GIF. Yeah, so we see it. I'm sure our producers see it as well. So as we can see, Gavin and Grayson courteously slowing down for us right now as they continue to look for bingos and try to find something good. Uh-oh. So
Doug
they're going to
coming
play
down.
Doug, which
I assume this is above pedal.
yeah, looks like a very solid play. If that's their
Yeah.
play, that's probably the best play available outside of the very tricky ungirds. We're going to get the board back in a GIF, I'm sure.
Very nice. Drew TOK. Still probably not a bingo, but some scoring potential with the K. And over to Oscar and Dylan. BETTGIU. What are you looking at here, Will?
Yeah, not sure if we
Thinking about.
we're thinking, yeah, we're gonna try to figure out from the tiles that were played. It looks like the
Oh,
B,
bag,
the
okay.
E, and the G were played.
Not sure where that might be.
Yeah, I wonder. We will have to check that out. It's not. Maybe they're playing with Gup. Is that possible?
It's possible, and they've drawn tiles, so it seems like whatever play this is, it will stay on the board.
Yeah, if I think that feels like the logical place to play the tiles of BEG. I think our producer is on the case now to get this board back for everybody to see. We don't have too many moves to catch up on, so that's good.
Yeah, we have RONS or KIT set off to the side, maybe looking at some overlapping plays, but it seems like the kids are handling this with grace.
So we're cutting back. They were going to pause the game for just a second as our producers are going to work on getting our board shot back, which is somewhat important to the stream. So yeah, it's an early sort of knotted up match, which sort of lends credence to the idea that maybe playing that, go for the gusto and play that early bingo, even if it's a phony, you can really recover from that in a lot of cases, which we're sort of seeing here with this even game.
Yeah, this is not a board that has lots of opportunities, so you can still dink and dunk until hopefully you get an opportunity to play a bingo that you do know.
Yeah, for sure. Although, I mean, we were talking about the Pilate to start the
Oh,
game,
yeah.
the Pilate. I think there's too much like inversion during Pilates to have a cup of coffee that you're drinking while you're doing that. Aren't you like, turning upside down and stuff like that?
Maybe you need like
So,
a sphere of coffee carrying in your hand, like a
yes,
straw
a
into your
straw.
mouth that could
This
work pretty
sounds like
well.
a Shark Tank. We got to get on Shark Tank
Yeah, I
with
think we can
this.
do
The
that.
a circular Pilates coffee object, which you can unbrew
The-
your coffee.
Yeah, that is very, very important. There's some sort of machinery in there. I think we need to go on with a Pilate.
Yes, I love it. Scrabble definitely gives you lots of funny ideas for weird, invalid words that aren't quite in the dictionary. And there are a lot of weird words that are in the dictionary too. So, yeah, I feel like when you have a word that's a potential bingo that you see on your rack that has the W, the U, the B in it, you almost want that word to be good so
Yeah.
bad, so much more than usual than when you have good tiles
Oh, for sure.
and you just probably are going to know that if you don't have a bingo now, you're going to get one soon. Whereas with that rack, you're going to have to work through some clunky tiles to eventually get there. That could have been some of the motivation for that play.
Absolutely. Have you ever
So,
played a game where you just play words that aren't words, but you have
oh,
to make up
yes.
definitions for them and it's just hilarity ensues?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the most enjoyable sort of after hours pastimes. Of course, when you're at one of these Scrabble tournaments, you're done for the day, you've played all of your games, you've eaten dinner. What's next to do? Well, you go straight back to the playing room and you play variants and other word games with all the other players that are in attendance. And one of those that's a lot of fun is deliberately not playing any valid words, phonies, as it's sometimes called. You can just play anything you set your mind to, and it's just got to be. I find when I'm playing that the house rule is it's got to be funny. It don't,
Yeah. Yeah,
don't
you can't
just
just play a string of letters.
yeah, do something humorous, and that can be a lot of fun. I have
Yeah.
every expectation that these kids are very talented at that variant.
Yes. Sometimes it's fun after being encumbered by the validity of words in the dictionary to let go a little
Yes,
bit. But it looks like we are back with our board cam.
nice.
Gavin and Grayson on turn. ROTSINK is their rack. Maybe they were looking at something with that Wadi hook. We'll see what's going down. Webs, the play, perhaps putting the K on the triple letter score. That'll,
Rinks.
yeah.
So there were a number of other options there. You could have taken that R and played oinks instead, which would have been kind of funny to see that noise be played. Any of these plays, you have to be thinking about what hooks are you giving back to your opponent. But actually, with rinks, you're giving back no B hook because the two B's are already on the board. So mostly you're giving back the D hook for the regular word drinks, but also the P is a sneaky hook there, which
Yeah.
I wonder if either of these teams will be aware of. Either way, a nice way to get some points by cashing in that S. And now another word, Cooper, with potentially the hooks are everywhere all
The
of a sudden.
Oscar and Dylan like this D, want to keep it and set it up so bad. They've played itched with holding the D for drinks or ditched. This could be a high-powered D tile in this game. It's also worth mentioning a nice extension from the ED to see that possibility on this board. Gavin and Grayson over to their turn. INEOIT and an L, I believe. I'm not sure where that tile is, but
Probably in one of the hands there,
yes,
waiting to be shown on the
there it
board.
is.
So there you go. There's that L. So no hooks playable. I don't think you could put a
Yeah,
T in front of
I
itched.
don't believe so.
So they're going to be struggling to use either of those nice hooks available. This is a really, really tough rack. This is the classic situation you mentioned in our previous game, Cooper. These racks with low point letters, and there is actually a playable bingo, but it's really, really tough to
That's so
spot.
tough.
So these low point racks where the bingos either just aren't there or are really difficult to spot are some of the toughest racks in Scrabble.
Yeah, you're gonna be scoring somewhere in the mid-teens, and it just doesn't feel good. But it seems like that's what they're up to. They've set up maybe linen through the N. Would
Sure.
score some. Keep IoT not too bad.
I think their top priority is certainly going to be to use at least one eye. That I would be
Yes.
shocked if they made a play. If they do, it's likely that it's going to score very, very well. If they don't play, if they keep those two eyes, which it looks like they are considering potentially playing lone here, not sure yet where that might go. But if they do that, it's likely because they think they can get a really solid score. There we go. They've
Yeah.
pivoted away from maybe playing clone and they've played cine or whatever. I think it's like a cinema
Mm-hmm.
here. So wow, look how quickly the D hook
Ooh.
comes down from Rinks Cooper.
Dusty and Drinks. That's nice. That's going to score a lot of points. Really not too many options with Ditched, but that will loom large in the future as well. But that had to have been less than 10 seconds for a turn, maybe less than 5. Uh, Putting the time pressure on for sure and using that lucrative D hook onto Rinks. Um, Gavin and Grayson, it's good that they got rid of an I because they drew another. So we have Z, that big Z that'll loom large in addition to INITLO.
You mentioned it earlier. Look at that. Look at them
Oh,
point out. You mentioned earlier, Cooper, lid was a good play by Oscar and Dylan because
oh,
so Tiz goes down. Great job by them to see that Z spot, but clearly they were not familiar with the fact that you can actually put an I at the end of WAD and play Waddy here. That would have been absolutely incredible to see them play Zin in that spot instead, but that's okay. They're still going to get a very solid score there. Let me
yeah,
see. Let me just try
32,
this
very
one more
nice.
time. Nope, I made it worse. I want to try to realign this while we're talking about it for later. That's a little better. We'll live with that. So yeah, 70 points on offer in that spot, but they had to know Wadi. I'm pretty sure that's the issue
Tricky.
there.
Oscar and Dylan also using a power tile to great effect with their XI and XU bomb right there. Getting rid of the U, using their X well, and this game is very close as it heads back to Gavin and Grayson.
Yeah, nice way to use that X. Very, very well spotted. Oscar and Dylan continuing to take a solid lead, widening that lead by finding that really ideal spot. The best thing about playing that X in the corner is that it just doesn't give back anything new. That triple in the upper corner is completely walled off here. You can't really do much. The X cuts it off in both directions. So we're going to see Ion be played in the upper corner there. Seems reasonable. There isn't really another way to score very well on this tough board.
Yeah.
But I do worry a little bit that Gavin and Grayson could get into that situation where they draw into good bingo tiles, but the board is really inhospitable to them right now.
Yeah, there's very, very little space on this board to play a bingo. Maybe through the N of Drinks, down from the S of Dusty, but it does not look promising for playing a bingo at this moment in time. It seems like their clock is still running. They've drawn tiles, so maybe
Oh,
this is just them not
yeah.
hitting their clock right now. Time will run down, but it seems like Oscar and Dylan are getting ready to make a play of some sort.
Yeah, might become a moot point very quickly as Oscar and Dylan seem like, oh man, this is really impressive. If they play
Wow,
Mongo
that would be
through the
amazing.
N of drinks, that is a really, really obscure word and a great play. So this is a good play. I'm curious, how deep does their knowledge go with this word? Do they
Yeah.
know all the hooks that it takes? It actually takes an E hook, Cooper.
Yes, that would be very impressive to see come down. But Mongo in itself, knowing that 5, it's not even a word that is a hook of another word, but well, drawing that E hook on Mongo right now could be a bingo line going forward. Who knows?
The interesting thing about this play is that Oscar and Dylan do have the lead right now, and I do feel like Mongo actually does a decent job of blocking
Mhm.
some bingo threats. And we're going to see Totem go down. But just to finish my point about Mongo, it gives back a triple, as we're seeing here with Totem, and it gives back another good scoring spot on top of the O. So it's not a play that really locks the board down in every way. It does, block a little bit, but gives back some stuff to Gavin and Grayson that they might be able to use as we see Totem come down for them. I'm not sure if they had any higher scoring plays than that. That's pretty solid by them there.
Yeah, especially finding a 5 ending in an M. It's usually not a word you think to end words with, so that was really quick and really nice. Um, so Oscar and Dylan, it seems like they've drawn a blank.
Mm.
That may help them going forward.
They are going to get to use one of the big spots they created. So often
Yeah.
there is an axiom in Scrabble that if you can't find a play that avoids making a big spot for your opponent, sometimes it's actually good to make two at once. That way, if you draw decent tiles, you get a great shot at hitting one of the two spots that you opened. And that's exactly what we saw. So that play of Mongo, yeah, it opened some stuff back to Grayson and Gavin, but it opened some stuff for themselves as Oscar and Dylan as well, as we're going to see Leaf for 26 points, a very good score. As you said, Cooper, that first blank on the rack, but a little bit too many vowels for them right now.
Yeah, just real to your point, them scoring 26, Totem scoring 24, two big spots open, but kind of a wash in the end, and they'll take that being up 50-ish in this game.
For sure. So we're going to see Pay go down right here, getting their highest scoring letters, the Y on a triple letter score, the P in multiple directions. Looks good, though it does just look at how much of this board is on the
Yeah,
upper half of the board, Cooper. I feel like this is a really tough board to be trailing on right now.
I really agree. I think that Gavin and Grayson are gonna need to do something about the shape of this board real soon, but it is hard, especially the Tiz, Wad, Gel, those sorts of corners, the diagonal corners. It's so hard to work your way out of those in any way. So if somebody wants to get to the lower left of the board, let's say, use those triples,
Yeah.
those bonus squares there, it just seems like it's not going to happen unless they work their way around the whole board.
Yeah, totally agree. It's really tough to see any action making its way down to that bottom left. Oop, there we go. So
This might be a path.
this is a nice play to get some extra points for that Z. Of course, they're using their lone consonant in the process, but that's okay. They're getting a solid score with this. This oddly is maybe the way that some of those bottom parts of the board get opened long term. You could easily, I mean, it's not easily, but it's possible that you could see a play now down like this that completely reopens the board. And look at that. Nice
That
hook,
is
Cooper.
nice. I feel like that part of the board was ignored for a good bit, but Gavin and Grayson able to see that hook onto hitched, making Hive, getting rid of their highest scoring, clunkiest tiles, and that was a really nice play. I gotta say, I wasn't even looking at that option anymore, but I really like that on this closed board.
Yeah, they found a way to get 27 points without opening anything new back to their opponents, and they drew an S, which is going to be a big deal now, thanks to the Pays hook as well as the Zines hook. Even though it's going to be very difficult to bingo in those spots, you can get good scores by attaching your S to those high-scoring letters that are already on the board. So, yeah, Oscar and Dylan still have to be feeling good, though. They're up by 19 with the J on their rack. They're going to be able to play off that J for a decent score somewhere or other. Maybe they're going to play with Jut. That looks like where they're going. I
That
really like
looks
this.
like a great idea.
Very
Keeping A,
similar
C,
theme
D,
to
E blank. Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
it's a similar theme to Hive as well. Just not opening, sort of cagey. They're both neither wants to open too much to their opponent. They're finding ways to score even though the board is closed. Yeah, I like it, Cooper.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'd be doing in this situation. So good job to Oscar and Dylan finding that. And very quickly, Gavin and Grayson going to use one of their vowel dumps in Aloe, keeping very nice ESA leave. Uh, perhaps opening up some more of the board. So I like this idea as well.
Yeah, this is sort of now it's not every hook goes after NA, but enough is available. And look at
Ooh,
that. Awakens. They're
very quickly.
thinking, what can I play here? And look at that. Declare. Beautiful play.
Wow.
That, well, I guess it could be an I as well. I wonder.
Dossier.
I think the normal word is declare here, and I'm pretty sure that's what they're going to say. But you actually could make that blank an I, and it would still be a valid word here. So, whichever one of those two it is, we're going to find that out in a hurry. But yeah, great play. That's a big, big play in the game for Oscar and Dylan. It's going to help them a lot here to keep control of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, this is a really board controlling type of play and a play that they made really quickly, uh, which is very, very impressive.
So Awakens on the rack. Clearly, Gavin and Grayson are seeing that. Nowhere to play that word. The only available options here are very
Word.
obscure, tricky words that would just be incredible to see. Are they actually? I thought he
They
was
looked
about
about to
to.
put
Yeah.
out
So the
Seawans.
very obscure word of Seawans, Seawans or T. You can play that off of pay going down for a good score, but that would be, I mean, these are sixth graders. I have been studying the dictionary for probably twice as long as these players have been alive, and I barely think I'd be able to find that word. So let's see what they do. There's still lots of good options, Cooper, that they have, even if they don't spot those really obscure bingos here.
Yeah, it's hard to go too wrong when you have S blank on your rack. They still have that pays hook available. Uh, and they might be looking to play off their W to score a couple points and move closer to a bingo. I saw them line up Wayne, maybe making EW on the right hand side of the board. What do you think about that?
That's absolutely reasonable here. You're down by just over 100 if you're Gavin and Grayson. You've got that blank, which is your pathway back into the game, but time is running out a little bit. There's not that many tiles in the bag, so you may have to make your move now, trying to make an aggressive opening of the board right now while you have that option. Looks like, are they considering playing
Oh,
law or caw? Okay, so here
this is
they
nice.
are absolutely going for it here, setting up their S in another spot on the board. They've got great chances of drawing a bingo next turn. All right, they drew UI, which is going to be a little tough. I'm just looking. Oh, I guess Sinuate, if they
Yeah.
see that, is going to play with Pays, and they have a few options with Cause. So let's see what they can find as Oscar and Dylan quickly play Roof. This does a good job of obstructing the Cause hook, but you do
Mhm.
risk even bigger bingos off of the F sometimes.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Gavin and Grayson can come up with. But Caw was a clever play to open a bit of the board that Oscar and Dylan knew they had to deal with, I guess to them, two S's and a blank still lurking in the bag.
Yeah, there's definitely still plenty of good stuff lurking
Yeah,
that they had to address. So yeah, this is going to be tricky. Looks like they have. I wonder if they're thinking about unraise. Not sure where that would play as they get the F back in position there. Fauniest, are they thinking about?
funniest.
Who knows? There's actually deceptively few playable bingos here. It's not going to be that easy for Gavin and Grayson to find one. And if you look at the unseen letters from their perspective in the top left of your screen, at any point you can see what are the letters that the players are looking at from their POV. You could see some scary stuff. Four R's
Wow,
and a Q and a V
that
still
is
lurking.
hard to.
Only three vowels as well, Cooper. Doesn't look great, but maybe your opponent has all those letters.
That's true. I mean, that's what Gavin and Grayson have to hope for, that Oscar and Dylan don't have too good of a rack. I mean, they do have those three R's, but they do also have the remaining vowels, as we see.
Oh, they have all three
Aunties.
of them. So even if Gavin and Grayson spot one of their playable bingos here, they will draw all consonants from the bag that include A, Q, and V. So tough situation for them. First of all, you got to spot these tough bingos, which include sinuate, hooking pay. That would go
Ooh, I
down.
think they're setting it up right now.
Fantastic. What a good find by them. So they're going to play this if they see it off of that spot, but they are going to need some serious help from the tile bag. Nice play by them to
Very
spot their
nice.
best bingo here. But yeah, we know what they are soon about to know, which is there's not a lot of hope waiting for them in the tile bag here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a rough pull when they realize what they have. Will they even be able to play their cue? I honestly don't see a spot for it.
Oh, really good point. They may simply not have a spot for that cue at all, which is going to give Oscar and Dylan a chance to basically do as they please in this end game, knowing that their opponents will not be able to go out and end the game. So that would be a really high level maneuver. It's also not necessarily the best. Oh, look at the reaction there.
uh,
Yeah, that's a tough one from Gavin and
mhm,
Grayson. They have to know that things are not looking good with that cue.
not at all. The V as well, really just going to bog them down. And Oscar and Dylan have 14 minutes, so plenty of time to figure all this out. Um, but this game, we've seen bingos from both players, from both teams, and some cool hooks that we saw both players find.
Yeah, seeing Rinks be hooked with Dusty for 41 points, seeing Itched be hooked to Hitched for another 27-ish points. As you said, Cooper, both two blank bingos, tricky to find by both teams. Again, have to emphasize how impressive it is that players this young are able to do these things at such a high level.
I really, really agree there. Only in sixth grade, so they'll have two more shots even at this middle school division, and that's not even counting high school. So I feel like the level of play here has been quite high. They're looking at Tiara potentially playing. Oh, does that play to the left of Sinuate, making a bunch of overlaps? That's quite nice.
Yeah, that would be really, really snazzy to play Tiara with those overlaps there. Got to be careful with those two R's
But
before you make this play. Do we have spots for it? And the answer is yeah, there are a lot of spots for it all over. You can play
yeah,
your R all over the place. Doesn't give back anything new for the Q. Nice play, nice overlap.
yeah, two spots for ERR to go out if they've spotted that. Usually not wanting to keep RR in an endgame, but this is a situation where it plays very nicely. So now it's on to Gavin and Grayson, who have a tough
Yeah.
move.
I mean, the V also is notoriously difficult to use in a lot of end games. So even if they're already pretty aware that that Q is not coming off the rack, they do have to try to make sure they get the V played while they have a chance to do it. So yeah, tough one, tough draw there. They really, really needed. And if you think about it, if Oscar and Dylan had the exact type of rack that Gavin and Grayson had, they could have found a way
Yeah,
to win this game by catching Oscar and Dylan with an unplayable cue. But the evidence that, like, what is the likelihood of them having a rack like that after some of their previous plays that used some of the vowels? Yeah, it's unlikely to say the least. So
unlikely for sure, but they could have drawn the Q for sure. And yeah, you never know. But having those vowels in the end made their rack a lot more flexible in this game.
yeah, so all right, let's see what they're able to do. Ooh, are they thinking about playing SCAW? That is not valid in this dictionary. That is a good way to score points if you are confident in it, but I'm pretty sure that one would get challenged. So we'll see. Yeah, are we looking at just Rev or something? I mean,
Yeah, that seems like it's what it's coming to at
yeah,
this point.
it seems uninspiring, but potentially that's what we're looking at here, just to get the V off while you have a chance to do so.
Yeah.
Oh, also, let's keep in mind with the 2 R's, the only outplay, maybe you said this, Cooper, and I'm repeating you, but the only outplay is just ERR off of the E of aloe, so you need to play in that spot to prevent. Oh, is there
There
another
is
one?
an E from Cine that
Oh, if
allows
it's
you to
there
play
too.
ERR
Yeah, my
too.
mistake. You're totally right. So 2 spots. 2 spots for both R's to play. 100% right. So if that's true, then maybe you want to play Revs because you know you're not going to get another turn in the game. And there
Yeah,
we
that's what they
go.
got. Very nice
Nice.
move.
Very clever. That's great recognition on their part, realizing something that I missed in the heat of the moment, that you're not going to get another turn in this game. If Oscar and Dylan want to just end it, they're going to play air in one of the 2 spots. So you might as well play your S now so that you don't give it to them in unplayed tiles when the game ends.
Yeah, it's so tempting to want to keep your S like you do in every other stage of the game, but good recognition to get rid of that now.
Yep. So they maybe haven't committed the play of Revs yet as they're thinking about it. You see Gavin and Grayson's clock still running. But either way, very nice performance by both teams, but certainly Oscar and Dylan, the Crayon Lads, which, just to make clear, a lot of these teams, if you're out there in the audience and wondering why are these teams named the way they are, the first thing you should look at is anagram their names, and you will see Oscar and Dylan anagram to Crayon Lads, which is a really great anagram, Cooper.
I agree. I had an anagram name for my team in this, and it was not nearly as good as Crayon Lads. So props to them for coming up with that. Very creative, whimsical, and they will go out with that ERR in that spot from Cine and wrap this game up.
So let's see if the players have anything to say about the game, but back into the booth.
It's the last turn. Why not? In case the calculator malfunctions.
So I think the players are going to go ahead actually and challenge the play of ERR here, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Oh, there we go. We see it. So the play is a valid word. So Cooper, it's okay to challenge that last play of the game sometimes. There's really no great penalty for it.
Yeah, just if you're unsure about it, ERR, just making sure.
Keeping like the
Courtesy
U
of
and
Merriam
stuff.
Webster, it is a word. But now we have our per head mic, it seems, for recap and such.
Like an interesting idea was like keeping the U and like trying to get a Q play like down here, like a bingo.
I know. I knew
like,
the Q was last, but
Like you could have played like SUQ.
No, like a Q bingo. Like
Oh, like
S
a
or
Q.
something.
I don't know. I mean SUQ.
Yeah, but like
I could have probably.
if we drew better, we might have won. Like in the last play. But just we drew all big clunky consonants. Yeah, like we made itch because we had the D for ditched, and there was only like the P and the H and stuff that would go. So
Then why don't you put the D there for ditch?
We just didn't want to open
because
it.
like it opened a triple for you, but you might not necessarily have anything here like normally. But then we just ended up using
Where
it.
are the slips for the ends?
I don't know. They're over there. Wait,
Do we
where
still
are
need to do a slip? They're like here. I just got one.
Let's see. If I
Round
jump like
three,
the Ivy A,
win is round.
Wait, team number 3. Wait.
All right.
Oh,
I
wait,
think
no,
we've
wait.
got our players doing their bookkeeping.
played something and then tried to play.
We will cut back to our booth here. They're just getting that score entered in, but some good insight being exchanged between the players there post game, Cooper.
Yeah, I really wanted to note what they said there. Some very advanced ideas. For one, the Crayon Lads setting up itched for their D ditched, which they didn't actually get to use, but was a really nice setup to the triple. Do you want to explain what they were thinking with drawing the Q maybe, or hitting a higher scoring bingo there?
Yeah, well, it seemed like they were talking about at that deficit in the scoreboard, they were actually hoping to draw that Q along with their S and U because they were down by so much that an SQU play, hooking pays, would have been an actually realistic ticket back into the game, which they were talking about playing Souk if they didn't hit a bingo in that spot as a consolation prize. So this is really advanced thinking by Grayson and Gavin when you're trailing by that much to try to come up with a winning scenario that is still realistic. Often you need to get really creative in those situations in a way that only experience can really get you there. But their instincts are so good that they were able to come up with a pretty realistic way back into the game anyway.
Yeah, that was a really interesting idea. Usually the Q is something you want to avoid, but there with the opportunity potentially for 100+ point bingo, that would have been their ticket. That's really good thinking.
Yeah, really impressive. So we're going to now a lot of great plays to look at in this game, but let's cut to our honor roll, which is the play that our producers are selecting as our play of the game. Brought to you by Word Game Players Organization, WGPO. If you are curious at all about all things competitive Scrabble, clubs, tournaments, other resources, and places near you can play, wordgameplayers.org is a great place to go. And you can see, no surprise here, Cooper, the play that's been selected as our honor roll play of the game. Oops, we lost it there for just a moment. And it was Sinuate. So I guess we got a good look at it. It definitely was the turning point in the game. Well, actually, it wasn't a turning point in the game. It was just a great find that gave Gavin and Grayson a shot with a better draw.
Yeah, and I think that was the highest scoring play they could have made. The only bingo in that rack that began with an S. So in a rack with so many options, being able to see that, really impressive.
Cool. So, yeah, it was a great game. So, what we're going to do now, one little note. We were mentioning before that we had an incredible, unprecedented even score in round one of this tournament. Cam Siegel, potentially, we had reported scoring 888 points. Actually, a scoring error was detected in that game. And instead of 888, he apparently scored a measly 788 points. There was something lost in the translation there about that score. But man, now I'm really not impressed. Only 788 points. Cooper.
Yeah, we do that every single day, score 788 points.
Yeah, I've never even scored 700 points in a game, let alone get close enough where my score could be mistaken for 800. So just wanted to note, regardless of that, phenomenal effort by Cam Siegel. But yeah, just wanting to make clear about that note. And with that, we're through our morning session. Any final thoughts from you on the games we've seen in rounds 1, 2, and 3, Cooper?
Yeah, even in rounds 1, 2, and 3, the early rounds, we have seen some really, really nice plays from our players on display here. So I'm excited to see more in the afternoon. What about you, Will?
I am so excited. It's only going to get better from here, and it's already been amazing from the 2026 North American School Scrabble Championship here in downtown Washington, D.C. at the Planet Word Museum. And we're going to take our lunch break and be back with 3 more games this afternoon. We hope to see you there in about an hour and 20 minutes, I believe. So we'll permit, I was going to say don't go anywhere, but you can go do a short errand, no longer than an hour-ish. We got to see you back here at 2:15 Eastern time for 3 more rounds here at the School Scrabble Championship.
Toodles.
6 North American School Scrabble Championship from Planet Word. I am Stefan Fatsis, the author of Word Freak, Heartbreak, Triumph, Genius, and Obsession in the World of Competitive Scrabble Players, which turns 25 this year. I cannot believe that. That is a little scary. I'm also one of the co-organizers and directors of this tournament. We are having a great time here at Planet Word. We are psyched for the afternoon. We've got some special programming right now. I am psyched to be back on the stream, and I am joined by Natan Last. Natan is a crossword puzzle constructor and editor for The New Yorker and other places where he constructs crosswords. He's also the author of the new book, Across the Universe, The Past, Present, and Future of the Crossword Puzzle. Natan, welcome.
Thanks so much for having me, Steph.
So glad you are here in the other game that I am obsessed with. Well, crosswords are the other thing I'm obsessed with. Scrabble is the main one. Natan is going to be speaking this afternoon at the tournament. I did a presentation this morning, and Natan is our featured speaker this afternoon. And Natan, let's jump right into the relationship between Scrabble and crosswords. There is overlap intellectually and formally.
Yeah, there's a ton of overlap just in the communities. So there are constructors of crosswords like Andy Kravis, Josh Knapp, who are finding their way into the Scrabble world. There's longtime stalwarts like Trip Payne, Andrea Carla Michaels, Jem Birch, Jason Keller, and many more who, see speed solving and competitive Scrabble as two sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
You're at the highest level of solving a crossword. You're solving the grid more than you're solving the clues. You're treating it like a logic game more than a trivia test. And I think the best Scrabble players often do that too, right? But they're much more strategists and almost numerically minded than the thing we think of. We think of, word people, literary
Words,
people.
right?
Exactly.
Yeah, words. This is not a word game, but there is tremendous overlap. You mentioned a bunch of people. I'm going to throw in Jared Capel, Evans Clinchy, Ricky Soroy. There's a lot of Scrabble players who not only dabble in making crosswords. I've had one published in the LA Times. I went on a little jag a few years ago and made a bunch of crosswords. But there are dedicated solvers. You mentioned Jem Birch. Jem is a 3-time school Scrabble champion, twice in elementary, middle school, once in high school. So there is that nexus, but I tend to view them as sort of, they're almost like an inverse. The crossword puzzle is the opposite of what we do. I mean, they're both typically 15 by 15 grids that you are filling with letters. You can talk about the sort of the trivia-based knowledge versus anagramming knowledge, but there is a sort of, there's a reason that so many of us do what you do and so many of you do what we do.
Definitely. Constructing a crossword, I think, is very similar to playing Scrabble in the sense that you're acquainting yourself with the arithmetic of words. In crossword construction, we have this metric called Scrabble value, where we kind of take the average of what each letter in the grid, the finished grid, would be worth in Scrabble. And of course, the higher that average, the likelier you are to see an answer like acid jazz rather than restlessnesses or something.
You should get deducted 10 for the acid jazz because only one Z in Scrabble,
no,
of course.
100%. And these are all, this is a sneak peek of one of the things I'll talk about later, which is the way that crosswords kind of wrap around Scrabble. And there's a great theme by Peter Gordon, whose theme answers, the long marquee entries in the grid, are all words that are legal Scrabble plays but could never be formed with a standard Scrabble tile.
For instance,
I think pizzazzes is one of them, which we all say all the time.
And pizzazzy, right?
Yeah, pizzazzy. Yeah, all the pizzazz variants.
Yeah. So again, that idea of like taking the blank grid and turning it into something is something that I find really intellectually wonderful. Because one of the things I love about Scrabble is the way boards look after a game when they are done. I think that's like an art to the finished Scrabble board, particularly at the highest levels, of course, where boards are jammed with interesting, obscure words that Scrabble players have memorized. And we're sort of, like I always argue, we're liberating words and giving them a chance to exist somewhere else on the Scrabble board. With the crossword grid, how do you sort of view the aesthetics of it?
There's two parts. That liberation is extremely part and parcel of making a crossword grid. You sort of defamiliarize yourself from language. So, if I put Dua Lipa in a crossword for a while, I think it looks like dual IPA, like a doubly hoppy beer, right? And so words kind of cease to mean or cease to have the word breaks where they tend to. And I think Scrabble has that same look at these beautiful words that happen to go together
Yeah.
because of the rules of the game. There's also the thing you're talking about, which is looking at a wonderful Scrabble board doesn't just have the chance mashup of interesting words that wouldn't have fit together if not for the Scrabble standards, but also you kind of get a hint of what led to this finale. You get a hint of the agency of the players.
Right.
And I think a finished crossword grid can kind of look like that too. When you're watching, say, at a competitive crossword tournament, three speed solvers attack the same crossword. They do it in really different ways. You see their built narratives, right? Going through, meandering through the grid, some people getting the three-letter words first, others understanding the theme. And so you have a narrative at the end of a Scrabble board, and you have the narrative in the midst of solving a crossword.
I love thinking about it that way, because there is this sort of, it's the idea of like designing something out of nothing. I mean, like you said, Scrabble's a little more happenstance. It depends on the luck of our draws,
Right.
what we've got on our racks, how we decide mid-game to on every turn to deploy the tiles, the letters that are in front of us. Crossword, the grid building is a much more deliberative act. Of course, you have to make it fit. We don't have to make it fit. You can decide where to put the black squares. The black squares, when we're done with a game, are based on what we've created.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, crossword constructors end up being really interested in, the phonotactics of English. And so it turns out that something like 80% of words in English begin with consonants. And because of the Germanic background, you're going to have words that are basically 80% consonants themselves. So a word like block or start at the top of a crossword grid is going to necessitate, aioli or Oreo underneath it, right? That crosswordese, that's vowel heavy and has consonants that blend. And so understanding how English looks under the hood is really similar to understanding why, AA fits so neatly in a certain part of a Scrabble board.
The one thing, I want to talk about competitive crossword solving, speed solving.
Yeah.
A lot of Scrabble players are also Jeopardy fans, and you may recall from this past season, Paolo Pasco won 7 times and then won the Tournament of Champions. He's a 2-time back-to-back crossword puzzle solving champion at Will Schwartz's annual American Crossword Puzzle Tournament in Connecticut. What skill does Paolo have that you think sort of dovetails or overlaps with what you see at the very highest levels of Scrabble?
Yeah, it's a similar thing of solving the grid and not the clues. So even though, of course, this is true of Paolo, people who are really good at crosswords know a ton of stuff. They're really well read. They've plugged any gaps in their knowledge, but they also are master decoders. And there was a comment maybe 10 or 15 years ago that you actually end up seeing a lot of math and computer science and otherwise technically minded people be really good at solving crosswords, not because their wealth of knowledge is deeper or broader, but because they're quite used to effectively sight reading, taking in a lot of information and quickly producing the uncoded.
Which is exactly what we do in Scrabble.
Yeah.
I mean, and the Scrabble brain, chess brain, crossword brain, the overlap is enormous in the skill sets. I mean, it's same in Scrabble. As you know, the very top players are all math brain.
Yeah.
It's a lot of programmers. There's been an actuary near the top of the game and people that work on Wall Street. But it is a math game. And I think crosswords we tend to think of as much more directly word based. Like it's trivia, yes, and world knowledge, yes, but at the same time, we don't tend to think of it as something that requires a sort of visualization, spatialization, geometric calculation the way we do in Scrabble.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things I write about in the book is that crosswords have these 3 radically dissimilar tasks. You have to come up with a theme, which is kind of like planning a scavenger hunt. You're noticing correspondences among words, or you're adding letters to phrases to make them punny and silly. Building a grid is very technical, feels like constructing. People who make crosswords who like or prefer that second part tend to identify as crossword constructors. And writing clues feels like writing. You're being deceptive, you're being playful, you're being elusive, right? Both in the sense of giving people references and also meandering in and out of language. And so I think crosswords are capacious enough to have attracted at the highest levels of speed solving that math brain. and put that to use in constructing these ornate and wonderful and interesting and innovative grids. But one of the interesting and fun things about crosswords is it's also a magnet for the literary types or the playful types or
Right.
the artsy types. And so I love that about crosswords, that we can kind of withstand all those different energies.
Yeah, and it's similar to Scrabble in that, like, at the very top levels of the game, you have to have a distinctive skill set to make you great, but the game is welcoming enough so that the rest of them, we contain multitudes. We contain artists and writers like me who, aren't math brained people necessarily, at least not in the same way as a computer science major. That we can accommodate all of those. And then crossword puzzle solving isn't that much different. I mean, there are gradations in ability at this tournament. You play in divisions, and the very best players are, Paolo is kind of the Nigel Richards of crossword puzzle solving. Like tell us about Paolo a little bit, just like how his brain works that is different from everybody else's.
I mean, to watch a speed solver do their thing is to watch something superhuman. So there are videos of speed
Totally
solvers.
watch them. They're great.
They're amazing. Solving a puzzle, and then you'll have the person who made that puzzle next to them, and they'll be slower. The speed solver will decode the person's own puzzle before they can. There was a stunt where someone was just writing their own name in the cells as quickly as they could, and a speed solver like Paolo still outran them. And so that just sense of quickly decoding something. There are some fun, I think, heuristics and tricks, right? So we all know the one of, if something's a plural, maybe jot down an S at the end of it, and so on. At the level of high competitive speed solving, they're doing things like a lowercase e instead of an uppercase e
Right.
because you're saving on strokes, right? So there are all of these ways that the speed solvers, that's the fun thing, is that solving at these tournaments is tactile. Your eyes are darting across the clues, you're writing as fast as you can, even though the game and the way people interact with the game of crosswords has become largely, if not mostly, digital. Still, at these big tournaments,
You got to solve on a board with pencil and paper, yeah, or at a big board
Right.
with a dry erase board. Let's wrap it up, Tom. This has been amazing. Tell us a little bit about what you're going to talk about this afternoon in front of our Scrabble audience here at the North American School Scrabble Championship, and feel free to plug your book, man.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about Across the Universe, the history of crosswords, the way innovations in it have changed it today, and where I think it's going. But I'm going to focus a lot on the overlap between Scrabble and crosswords, both themes that directly hint at Scrabble, and also the way that clues can reference Scrabbliness. And so, yeah, come through if you're around.
Natan's book is amazing. Across the Universe, the past, present, and future of the crossword puzzle. It has been my honor to get to know him these last few months. I blurbed the book. We did an awesome event here in DC a couple of months ago, and he accepted my invitation to come down and talk at the School Scrabble Championship. Wonderful to have you join us, Natan. Buy his book, and we'll be back very shortly with the start of round 4. Will Anderson and Cooper Komatsu back on the mic. Thanks for watching.
All right, folks, welcome back to the North American School Scrabble Championship here in downtown Washington, D.C. at the Planet Word Museum. I am Will Anderson, joined as I was this morning once again by former School Scrabble champion Cooper Komatsu. Cooper, we saw 3 absolutely amazing games this morning.
Yeah, and the action is only picking up. These kids and us as well have gotten a chance to fuel up, hydrate, and hopefully we'll see some more great games this afternoon. I was also able to check out the Planet Word Museum. I saw some of the exhibits, some of the letters lighting up. That was very, very cool.
It is an incredible place. Really couldn't imagine a better location to have a Scrabble tournament with all these other exhibits and areas of the museum devoted to a love of words. You would be hard pressed to find a more on task, location to have an event like this. And we are ready to hop back into our high school division. But before we do that, we should be able to take a look at our standings after the morning session. So if we cut to that screen in just a moment here, you're going to see that, okay, it looks like I think we're only 3 games in the books. So I'm going to guess that it's Gideon in first place, our defending champion, and then a bit of a unknown relatively compared to Noah Goldstein and Cam Siegel in fourth and fifth place, Maximilian Fentress, an unrated player but a student of Mac Mellors, and Mac speaking very highly of his ability. A bit of an X factor moving forward here, Cooper.
Literally, with that X in third position in his name. Yeah, no, I'm very excited to see him play. I don't know that we will this round, but it seems like we got some very strong players at the top here.
There we go. Looks like we fixed it up a bit. So you can see those 4 undefeated players. Gideon, our prior champion from last year. Noah, our top seeded player. And Cam Siegel, who we are about to see play upcoming on stream against the very strong recent graduate from the middle school division, Theo Diamond. That is going to be our next matchup. And Cam is the one that potentially made the biggest headlines of the tournament so far. You see it there, Cooper, in his previous games played.
Yeah, that 790-point game. We get a wave from Cam to the stream. Appreciate that. In round 1, that had us all wowed with just the sheer number. But Theo, we saw in round 3 with an over 500-point game. So he is capable of scoring might as well.
Yeah, Theo is a mainstay at this event. I believe he's a 9th grader moving up into the high school division for the first time, but he has been among the top teams with various partners in middle school for quite some time. So we're going to let the players get set. And once again, a huge thank you see in the middle of your screen there to Hasbro, a huge supporter of the School Scrabble Championship. We could not do it without Hasbro's support. Thank you very much to Hasbro. So Cam going first. We're going to see if he can do better than his 790-point score from round 1. Otherwise, he's going to be a disappointment to us all, Cooper.
Yeah, well, I think that, yeah, we're going to see some good play from Cam. Letters will tell whether we get another 700.
Yeah, of course, I'm just teasing. I'm sure we're going to see a great game.
Yeah.
Cam, a phenomenal player, and was basically a turn away, a move away last year from potentially being the defending champion himself. And he's going to go first here with the K and V on his rack. And very quickly, he spots Volta, which looks like a very solid way to get a 5-letter word with one of your high-scoring tiles here, Cooper.
I agree. That does look very strong. The other thing I'd consider here is Volk, V-O-L-K, but honestly, T-A-O, a little bit too many vowels and nothing especially good. So I think Volta, to put the V on the double, also looks quite nice.
Looks like we're definitely going to be done with the V's in short order in this game here, as we can see that Theo with another one on his rack, potentially setting up 5, which would be a good way of using both of his 4-point tiles. And to your point, Cooper, it looks like Cam may be pivoting to Volk in order to get some of those letters off. But I like Volta here. The K is very flexible tile. Something I discovered in talking to the players yesterday, interviewing a lot of players for our break footage, is that they really like the letter K. They think it's this nice, flexible combination between good scoring letter. Maybe you can bingo with it with like words and things like that. They're definitely liking that letter. So maybe we're seeing a little bit of that here.
And Will and I, we didn't grow up with okay being a word, but with okay being added to the dictionary, that might add a little bit of flexibility. Just having a 2-letter word ending in K. And yeah,
it's a really good point. And I really appreciate also Cooper lumping himself into a group with me in terms of age, the grizzled old. I don't even know what disparaging term I would use for myself. When Cooper only a few years removed from being a former School Scrabble champion, so I appreciate the youth by association there. But yeah, it's over to Theo, and he's just going to go ahead and dump his 2 weakest letters here, L-U-V. Hard to find too much fault with a play that gets the dreaded UV combination off the rack. But for Theo's sake, he's going to be hoping to draw some consonants in short order with those 4 vowels on his rack.
I will say this play of LUV, those 2 V's really are not going to allow any plays paralleling them to come down. So unless you have a bingo through the A or the V, or maybe to the O or T, like very low scoring possibility here. And I think Cam is going to use looking at vowel from that V, potentially scoring 22 points. That looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, this seems solid. This board, as you say, Cooper, so constricted with those 2 V's out in space. That's going to make overlapping plays next to impossible. As we know, no 2-letter words with a V in it. So you're very likely to have to play off of an existing letter as opposed to parallel to any words on the board. Cam doing just that with a play that I really like a lot as well. 22 points for vowel. And now Poofier comes down here. This is an interesting one, and it is going to be valid. A really nice spot. So to that leave of Oofy, Theo drew PR, and that is an absolutely amazing draw for him there and a great find.
That is exactly what you would want to pick into that draw. You can think of kind of a finite set of 2-tile draws that'll give you a bingo there.
Let me just see. Is this one of those words, Cooper?
I think this might. Yes. So this is one of those words. It is in common usage, but the intricacies of the School Scrabble dictionary, this I believe will not be valid. And it kind of looks like Theo is on hold here. He hasn't drawn tiles. Cameron's thinking something is up with this word, the set of words.
Yeah, this is potentially, we just had Stefan Vatsis on during the break talking with Natan last about crossword games and dictionaries. Stefan has written an article about a very similar play to this that actually happened against Cam Siegel, where a word was played that he felt for sure to be good, of an R hook on Jake, but it was not in the School Scrabble dictionary. So we've got these little nuances that can really decide games. And oh, look at that. He's got this huge J play.
Yeah.
That could have been a huge factor if Cam was dubious of this word, but he wasn't so sure of it to turn down this giant J play that he had.
And if you take it off the board, his options would have been so limited. So this really improved his score, even though he's keeping 3 T's. I mean, you cannot disagree with this many points.
Yeah, if you think there's any doubt at all that this word could be valid, and by challenging it, you're just giving Theo more points, you're turning down a 62-point J play there. as you say, Cooper, the three T's dampen the mood a little bit, but you're thrilled to get 62 points for your J. So, very interesting decision for Cam. I'll be so curious to hear how he deliberated about that very, very tricky decision on that turn.
Yeah. Theo, though, after his bingo, has a blank on his rack and some fairly flexible tiles to go with it. We'll see what he can come up with here.
Yeah, it certainly feels like there should be bingos that he can find at minimum brainier through the R. You're going to be thinking, if you're Theo with that blank in hand, how can I form some common prefixes and some common word forms? And the IER combination, he's already got that R of poofier to play to. So he may be thinking about that already. And that may lead him into playing his bingo of brainier. That being said, Cooper, that is going to give a fair bit back to Cam in the form of scoring plays.
Yeah, if we look at it on the board, it opens the triple word score next to the A. It opens potential opportunities down from the ER that could score a lot, as well as the top triple. So all three triples on the right-hand side of the board really open after Brainier.
Oh, yeah. I totally forgot that you can hit this one too with 6-letter words with that B there.
Yeah.
So 3 triple word scores open.
Now he's looking at binaries, though.
Interesting. Nice find. This is another really good bingo through here. It's possible that the triples that this gives back aren't quite as dangerous on balance as the ones that you get after Brainier. So this could be a sacrifice that will often work out well for Theo. That being said, I'm not sure if he saw Brainier and chose this or if he just spotted this. Either way, great find by Theo here.
Yeah, binaries, really, really good. And those eyes, you really think putting a vowel next to a triple word score could be dangerous or to a bonus square. But those eyes, the only high point tile they take next to them is the F. And there's already been one F played. So this is a fairly low risk move in terms of if you're going to open 3 triple word scores. This is sort of the low risk way to do it.
Yeah, totally agree with that analysis. And back to Cam, he's got those 3 T's. And look at Theo, he's drawn upended. I'm not sure if that fits. I wonder if he sees some good thing that he wants to play with unPE like that, but upended
Yeah.
is on his rack. And if Cam makes a false move at some point here, maybe he'll give Theo a chance to play his 3rd consecutive bingo of the game. I don't currently see a spot where that word will play, but sometimes that's one underrated way that luck can manifest itself, Cooper, when you get those beautiful spots that your opponent opens for you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You still have hope when you have a bingo that doesn't currently fit on the board, but it's your opponent's turn. You're just hoping that they do something. And it looks like he has U and then pended. Perhaps this is upended. Yes, but
Yeah, we'll
with
just
Cam behind on the scoreboard right now, he might be looking more to open things. We'll see. He has
Yeah. Where would he open up? So it's just tricky to imagine where he might play.
Yeah.
It seems like he's thinking about playing take, which is an aggressive looking option if he's going to play that in his highest scoring spot. The best place to play take right now is right here for a very respectable 32 points. But Cam does not have an S, and this creates a huge S hook in stake at the top of the board that he does not have. So he would have to be willing to assume not only that risk, but by placing an A here, Theo might have some good stuff. If he has an A for ABBA, maybe a Y for a buy, there's definitely some stuff that you can get hit with hard to the triple too. I would be more worried, Cooper, about the S hook that I don't have.
Yeah, that S hook, especially playing, well, Theo just drew 7 random tiles, so it's not like he would have kept an S last turn, but only playing 4, you have less chance to get to it. And I don't think Cam's necessarily in such a desperate position at this point. He's down 35 and on turn, so that's pretty much close to even. But I do see the value in the points that Take has. And he's also looking at Tatted. That also feels like it has its warts.
Yeah, at least with Tatted, you're using all 3 of your T's at once, which is certainly with 3 T's on the rack, you like to be rid of them. That being said, if you go down from 3 T's to 2 or certainly 1 T, it's okay to keep a T, right? Like, it looks like Dak, rather than play Take, setting up stake, he can avoid it by playing Dak at a pretty huge cost of keeping all 3 T's on his rack together.
Yeah, that's tricky
So
too.
tough plays here. Really tricky decision.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more it seems like this turn is so unclear as to what's the best. We're hearing that Take might stim best of all these plays, but we know that Cam's seen all of them. And I think any of them is super, super defensible in this sort of position.
Yeah. So do you go for the more aggressive option of Take and hope that you draw an S before your opponent? Or do you play Dak and try to keep things as closed as possible, bide your time, wait with those T's? Do you play Tatted and just get all that clunk off at once? These are really, really close plays.
Tatted keeps the all-important K as well.
Yeah, exactly. So if you really like that K on the rack, maybe you're going to feel good going into next turn. But objectively speaking, I feel like I would want to play that K here, but only if I can do so in a safe manner, which I'm not sure Take does. So this is just a really, really tough one. Cam is going to go with the defensive approach here of just Dak and leaving those T's. There are actually 2 more that he could draw. Are we going to see a 5 T rack for Cam Siegel here?
We'll see. It can't be that likely, but ooh, well, there's a blank. That could be a T. Wow, that is just about the best draw you could have there.
What
and
a draw.
This has turned from a 3T rack into a very likely bingo rack, I believe.
That is incredible. Tattier, definitely. Tatties or Tattier, both are valid. They're going to play potentially alongside of binaries along certainly the left side of binaries, and who knows what else may be lurking there. But yeah, crazy. Great draw for Cam, exactly when he needed it, as Theo was threatening to really go quite far ahead. He's got pended lined up on his rack. He can play that parallel to binaries for a very, very good score right here with the P going down. That's pretty good. Those same letters could potentially play depend alongside vowel as well. So a bunch of good scoring options for Theo if only he can think to look in those tricky spots. I like his chances. Having seen him in years past, Cooper, he has really, really good board vision.
That is really nice. Definitely all the action has been on the right for 4 turns in a row now. So thinking to look back over there, look at depend, that tricky overlap. That would take some nice board vision, but as you said, he definitely has it.
Yeah, so we shall see what Theo goes with here. Of course, both pended and depend do not.
Oh, and what are we seeing here?
This is going to be a big mistake, as Cam is going to waste no time challenging the E hook on AB. There we go. We see the clock press, and this is going to be an unforced error for Theo, thinking he can put an E for Abe, as in Lincoln. Not a valid word. Tough break here for Theo, Cooper.
I feel like that word comes up as a word you want to play more than you would expect. ABE could be so useful, but I think we're going to see the challenge come in, our word judge system presented by Merriam-Webster, and the play comes back invalid.
Yeah, that red color, not what Theo hoping to see. As Cooper said, thank you very much to Merriam-Webster, our dictionary provider for this event. And back they go, and the game is absolutely swinging in a huge way here. The game has been upended. I'm sorry.
Fittingly.
I'm so sorry. In Cam's favor. Cam had titrate lined up. That is his highest scoring bingo. That is the only bingo that plays to the triple to the right of binaries. Well done to Cam to spot that. But now he's gone back to TAT, T, either R or S. Either of those are valid. I think maybe he's just got to think for a brief moment about the tiles that Theo showed on that play and just say, well, okay, now I know that Theo at least has two E's, a D, and a P. Does that affect anything for me? At least take a moment to think about that here.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't open up a big T hook, but it looks like titrate being the only one that hits the triple is going to be the play. Very, very nicely spotted, having already seen Taddier, thinking to look again, find that play of titrate. Yeah, and we see that come down. So this game has underwent a big, big swing.
Yeah, and that is part of the fun of watching Scrabble at this level is you're going to see some crazy swings like this. 2 straight bingos for Theo to take a solid lead. Cam with 3 T's left on his rack after Dak, but squeezes his way out of a tight spot. And what is his reward? 2 S's from the bag straight away. Let's see what his other 2 letters are. All right, more consonants, but the S's, I just want to point out, are actually valuable. There were games this morning where we were questioning, is the S as valuable as usual? Is there a good S spot? On this board, there is a great S spot right here, hooking spa, where whoever can draw a bingo ending in S, as long as this doesn't get obstructed, that is a really, really great spot. So the S is actually a very valuable bingo tile on this board, to say nothing of the vowels hook. But we always like our hooks where the S is a terminal letter, Cooper.
That is very, very nice to have. We might see some sort of play under PA that changes it, but as of now, that spa hook is looking very secure and stable for bingos to come. So Theo here, coming back from a challenged play, what would be your mindset?
Yeah, I just feel like if I'm Theo, I still have good bingo tiles. The board is getting a little bit worse without that S in hand, but there are some decent options where you might be able to draw into a bingo here. And I would be thinking, as long as losing that previous challenge, oh, look at that. Has he
does he have it
spotted
lined up?
depend? Oh,
Nice.
beautiful. What a redemption arc here for Theo. This is an incredibly nice play. His best by far here, 40 points with these overlaps. This is, I'm sure he's thinking, man, I just wish I would have played this one turn ago. Although I guess he might get hit with something similar. Actually, would depends even have been usable? Satiate? No, it wouldn't have been. So
No.
he's wishing he probably played this one last turn.
Yeah, and depend absolutely the right play, especially now being at a deficit. But Cam is going to be able to hit back with that S he drew. We might see gosh, kosh, something like this, but that'll almost certainly be a focal point for Cam here.
Yeah, with those 2 S's on the rack, you don't even have to think that hard about, do I have to worry about using one of my S's and then being caught with none of them to use on a subsequent turn. He's got 2 of them, so he's already going to be more primed to part with one of them. And that is what makes gosh so good. And yeah, Cooper just breathing in. I'm saying to myself, what happened? I look over at Theo's rack and he's got 2 S's now. They all just came out at once.
All 4 S's on these racks.
User Mussier. Oh my God.
Are they going to come down after a play like this?
It's possible. So surmise and loves still does fit on the board, in fact. So with several 7-letter bingos on Theo's rack, he can, at least if he sees it, now play surmise right here. He's got one of the other of the 2 7-letter words on his rack, hoping that misuser stays open. And it is going to stay
Oh,
open. Wow,
wow.
surprising. Oh, this still
This
scores
is
very well.
and it keeps the S for depends, which from Cam's perspective is great.
Oh, this is a really good play. I didn't see this as an option, but yeah, keeping the depends
Oh,
hook open
wow.
is actually a great idea. And now is Theo going to play misuser, setting up the huge S hook, which Cam also has?
Wow, this could be huge, huge fireworks.
So yeah, let's just put misuser on the board on this triple lane. Absolutely huge play, valid play that Theo has lined up. This creates a massive S hook, which Cam has on his rack. Mussier, the anagram of this word, would not have that issue here if Theo is confident enough to play that one instead. So man, there is a lot going on here. Oh my
Oh,
God.
wow, we're seeing misuser. See, just one more thing. Wow, wow. This is wild.
Crazy swings here in this game for sure. Great play by Theo, I have to say, spotting this word.
Yeah, immediately too. But this creates chaos.
Yeah, this is so. Can you imagine if Cam did not have the last S? So here's the thing, right? If you're Theo, you've already committed this play. The clock is going. Cam is holding. He's considering whether to challenge this word, which I think in a 10-point challenge situation, you have a lot of incentive to challenge here to make absolutely sure before I pluralize this word, I need to know whether it's good because I could lose a challenge that way too, which would be doubly awful. But here's the
Wow.
thing I'm wondering, does the play of Hogs by Cam on his previous turn
Mm,
instead of gosh in the lower corner, does that tell you anything
I
here? Can you
kind of
read
think it
that?
does. Leaving the depends hook open when you could have closed it if you had only one S. I do want to say one more thing about Cam's play earlier, which is that even if this S hook on depends gets used, you still have he kept ST to go very nicely on the rightmost column hitting the triple. And I'm wondering, is there any world where he plays icy there, saving the S?
Oh, that is insane. That is brilliant. Cooper is suggesting that because Cam has the fourth and final S and both blanks have been used, this S hook is impossible for Theo to use, whereas Cam can keep this last S with complete impunity. He can play something like Icy and Gabby in the upper corner and keep a really good leave containing an S. And what can happen for him after that? Either he will get the big misusers play if Theo doesn't block it, or maybe he'll just draw into a 7-letter bingo hooking spot anyway. After Theo, maybe Theo will feel compelled to block it for a relatively low score. So many good things can still happen. And Cam, I think, is going to go ahead and I think he's asking about challenging this. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. Oh, they're asking a director for some help here, but that is a brilliant option, Cooper. You spotted icy here. I love it. It puts
I
so much
know.
pressure on.
And it doesn't really signify to me if I'm Theo that Cam has the last S unless he's still read into hogs. So
That's a tough read too. You could just say, well, yeah, Hogs scores 47 points, and maybe you don't even think that Gosh also scores 47 points, and you just say, yeah, he doesn't have to have another S there. I'm gonna play misuser and go for that S. I don't, Cam could easily not have it. It's 47
wow.
points, but yeah, not sure. I think Cam is still evaluating whether to challenge. Theo is well within his right to draw tiles. We call that a courtesy draw. When you've been on hold for quite a while, that is the way that players who are being held as their opponent is evaluating whether to challenge, they should be given the chance. Oh my God.
What a draw this is.
Insane draw, by the way. The Q, U, and Z together. This game has banger written all over it, Cooper.
So true. This is Wow, I'm in awe. So we'll see what Cam ends up doing. I mean, he can use this misuser's hook right now, but there isn't a particularly juicy way to do it. I think he was looking at ticks earlier, potentially. What would you, if you do use the S, is that how you do it?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to. I don't think there's a good play. You would love to use your Y or your C in this spot right here and play that down with an S, but it doesn't appear that there are any words with that pattern. So in a way, it feels maybe the uh inadequate feeling of that ticks play is going to lead Cam to reconsider using his S there now. That being said, it would be a shame, excuse me, if Theo found a way to block that hook in a
Hmm.
somewhat conclusive manner on his next turn. You would say to yourself, "Wow, geez, I had like 60 points on offer here, and yeah, I was greedy and waited for a bigger play there." Though, in fact, the actual greed is, can I actually draw a bingo with Spa or Loves?
Yeah.
Right, that's what he should really be thinking is the upside of playing Icy on this turn. So
Wow.
crazy situation here. Hope everybody is as on the edge of their seats as we are, trying to figure out what the heck should Cam do here. But Icy just puts so much pressure on Theo, and I have no idea how he's going to respond. That being said, ticks for 51. Tough to turn this one down. That's such a
Yeah.
good score in an even game. If you're Cam, you're trailing by 18. 51 points is fantastic to get.
Oh, for sure. Um, yes, 51 points. Can't argue with that. He jumps well into the lead now. I think Theo right now is hoping that that I was in a slightly different spot. Uh, there's a possibility of queasier pointed out in chat if the I were in the right position. But alas, not the case right now. Still so many opportunities for high scoring plays with this Q and Z. What are you seeing here, Will?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the nice thing about the Q is when you have the U with it and the board is at least a little bit flexible, you are not under a huge amount of pressure to play it immediately. You can keep your Q. Normally with the Q, you're looking to dump it ASAP. I could easily see just a very simple play like za in the lower corner here, our favorite pizza related word. Thank goodness somebody out there is referring to pizza as za, because as Scrabble players, we really like that word. That scores 37 and it leaves your QU combination together along with EER, which is very strong, very flexible. You should be able to at least do something that is palatable with your Q next turn. So yeah, I could easily see that being the choice here. It looks like Theo has the RAQUE set aside. I don't know exactly what he's going for with that, but yeah, it's going to be crazy because Q, we had the blanks come on to the rack, at a similar time for both players. Now we've got QZX all coming out at the same time. It's been a really fun game, Cooper.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just really had a blast watching this. The other option I see, if you really feel like getting rid of the Q. Oh, are we seeing racket without the C?
Oh, that's not valid either. Oh, it needs a. That's what it was. That's why
I
he had those
see.
letters. So Cam is going to be thinking, is this how this is spelled? And he is going to go to the challenge machine, and he is absolutely correct to do so. This is going to be a tough break for Theo here. This looks like it could be a word, but it is not, as we go to the challenge machine presented by Merriam-Webster. Oh man, Cooper, what another crazy swing.
So many swings. As soon as Theo drew upended, the game indeed was upended. Wow. Okay, so we see Racket coming back. Theo still maintaining a very strong rack that, especially if Cam opens something new, he could certainly pounce on. But um, Yeah, over to Cam now after using the misusers.
Yeah, he has used the misusers hook, not misusing it at all. With a very solid play. And now he is going to be able to have a very important bit of knowledge about Theo's rack, which is that he has QU together. So whatever Cam plays, he's going to do a quick check. Am I making some good option for Theo to play a QU word? That's going to help him a lot to make his next move more defensively than he might otherwise.
Yeah, that QUARE is quite strong in a lot of scenarios. Although, well, yes, he knows he has the QU. Earlier when we saw Cam challenge a word of Theo's off, and then he came back and saw the play of depend. Maybe there's a similar. It's in the back of Cam's mind. Like, does he have something that he hasn't seen yet? But comes down with yeah here. This looks very, very strong.
Yeah, great play. This doesn't give anything back. Also, I don't know if this is going to matter. It doesn't really work out for him right this minute, but in some universes, it's fun to play this and set up Apex for yourself. But
wow.
that doesn't actually work out very well for him here. As we're going to see Theo play quad, this is a very reasonable option for him. Yeah, it's a good play. And back to Cam, who's going to try to widen this lead. In fact, the more realistic X spot for him, Cooper, is just right here, which he leaves open.
Yeah, he left that for next turn. Even saved a 3-letter word there in Lux. That or X will play nicely there now. So yeah, overall looking really good. And Cam, after Theo's move of quad, going up by about 34.
Yeah,
And
it's still way too close for comfort. If Theo is able, and look at that, realizer once again tantalizingly close to fitting through that eye of ticks, just as Queasier was previously. That eye is tormenting Theo as he is himself a realizer that that play is not going to fit.
Oh no, do we see? Wait.
Oh, laser with the Z. That is not an acceptable spelling for Scrabble. Could be a tough man. These phonies that Theo has played are all very logical.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, that's just been totally normal. Plays on his part. Just tough that he's been presented with those situations. So we're gonna see what is Cam gonna do here. He's gonna go ahead and use that spot for his X. That makes a lot of sense to me, Cooper.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense for me as well. And usually you wouldn't want to keep the UW together, but Lux keeps the W in 3 vowels, which isn't too great either. So I think that X works out pretty well here.
Yeah, it's solid. I think in a vacuum, it's probably okay to keep. Well, the U, there are no other U's left. There are also no V's. So you're getting a little bit less danger, but you are keeping UW together. So potentially playing Lux would avoid that issue of keeping that dangerous UW combination. There is one play here. It's been pointed out in the chat. That is a really amazing choice. If Theo were to spot this, it would completely revitalize his chances in this game, but it is a very difficult spot, Cooper.
Hard. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's already been spoiled in the chat. We're looking at bizarre down from the BI. That is just an amazing, amazing possibility. It would do everything Theo wants, from scoring to keeping like a very reasonable LE leave. I think that this is not a standard that you can hold any person to, but it's an amazing, amazing possibility.
Yeah, if he were to spot this for that 56-point bomb here, we would just be going crazy here.
Yeah, I mean
in the chat.
That Z on the double letter and hitting just barely the double word. I didn't even realize when I first saw it pointed out, but Theo looking at rifle perhaps, also using a 2-letter sequence there.
The thing that's nice about this play is that it's deceptively good at opening a little bit of space for 7-letter bingo for him in spots where they're really on pretty much nowhere on this board, especially with no more S's to come. The
Yeah.
spa hook is just not there. There's nowhere to play a 7, but after rifle, there is. But yeah, the points of bizarre would have been too much to turn down, but that was a really tough one to spot. And now it's up to Cam to try to defend against that opening.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see a blocking play. That is such a sneaky way to set up some sevens lines. I really appreciate the vision of life rifle there. But yeah, what's he looking at? LEUD somewhere perhaps?
Yeah, maybe just try to. Oh, that's interesting. So
Yeah,
that
clever.
defends a little bit, but there still is that lane after this play on the other side of rifle. So this is going to sit there. And now, if I'm Theo, I'm going to work as hard as I can to try to open another spot of the board if I can, because then if I can get something going in this area of the board, now I've got that and this as a pair of threats, but maybe there just isn't a
It
great play
seems
that does that,
so
Cooper.
difficult, but you're right that in these sorts of situations, where you're down 50-ish, I guess 70-ish at this point, keeping yourself one step ahead of your opponent in terms of opening the board and not being that one step behind where every time it's your turn, you can't possibly play a bingo is so important.
Yeah, a play that's been pointed out, that's a really strong one
Yeah.
potentially on that play of lewd for Cam is to just play valued right here off of this
Oh,
V. Look at that, Cooper. That is so
that,
nice because that is one of the few plays I can imagine blocking both of the sides of rifle in one go.
yeah, yeah, that would be beautiful. Um, We're seeing, though, also in chat that Theo has the possibility off of the YA on the second column of Ayaya, and he has crazy on his rack. That would be a crazy possibility for sure.
That doesn't that makes yeah YEL unfortunately,
Oh, no,
but
no, no, no.
oh right
Just
up one
above. Yeah,
yeah
it
oh
opens
sure
space on the board if
oh
nothing
my
else.
god I would be incredible. That would be one of the goofier and more amazing opening plays I've seen. So yeah, Theo still now he can just be patient and play Za in the lower right. I worry that the score is a little bit like if I'm Theo, I can play Za for 37 right here, keeping the Y, and then I can come back and play Gabby for another solid score. But even after that, if I don't eventually get a bingo down, I'm still going to be in some trouble. And he is going to go ahead and play just a Y in right on top of misusers, keeping that Z to try to hit as big of a play as he can.
Yeah, this also scores pretty well, and if there is a place to play the Z for something like 50 or 60 that comes up again, that could be his ticket back into this game. ZACRE, very strong. But it seems like the clocks are paused right now. This is probably just a
Yeah,
recount score. Yeah.
confirmation, I'm sure. So if I'm Cam, I'm thinking to myself, man, I love the look of this board after I play something here.
Yeah.
Something here. There's no S's left for spa as we've been discussing. And let me get my stuff off the screen there. As you can see, exactly that sort of play hitting the board. I just feel like if I'm Cam, my lead is pretty unassailable from this point because bingos just don't fit anywhere.
Yeah. Theo has a rack that has a letter that could have given him a bingo if it was in space, but it's not. Like this seems as of the board right now, outside of opportunities where you're ending a bingo in an I or an O, this looks pretty locked down as far as boards go. But yeah, what opportunities do we have now? I also just want to point out for Cam last turn, playing Fawn instead of Waif. Usually GIE would be worse than GEN, but 3 N's, well, lurking in the bag at that point, that was a very smart adjustment to make.
Yeah, that is, is there a chance that he did that by accident? Yes, but at Cam's level, it's much likelier that that was an active choice on his part, that he looked at his tracking. Again, the players at this level, every time a word is played, either by you or your opponent, you're crossing off those letters and trying to figure out closer to the end of the game where we are now. You're looking at this information that you can see on the top left of your screen. The players are going to do their best to have that information available and change some of their decisions based on the letter patterns that are available, as we see Theo finally playing that spot, playing the Z rather, in the spot we've been talking about. That's going to get him closer on the scoreboard, but Cam is still up by a solid amount. And again, this board is death to bingos.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this scored well, brings him within 40, 35-ish points. But Cam can kind of sit back, and as long as he doesn't open up a new spot for bingos, this still looks tricky. I wonder if he's looking at very specific possible words in the bag that racks in the bag that could give a bingo. I guess he
Like
could have
ending in I under the Q, for
Yeah.
example. If you could come up with, I'm not
maybe
sure.
Norteño making Opa is a possibility.
Sure. Something ending in O with Opa, something into the O of Volta, some kind of
Tenorino type thing.
Tenorino. These are all theoretically possible, even if they're not likely. So for Cam, he has to know that bingos of that ilk are extremely unlikely, but you gotta envision as best you can, what are the ways I can lose this game? Oh, he's gonna go ahead and just play GHI. It's possible that that G out in space really doesn't open a great deal back. I would be reluctant to play there, if only because Theo might be able to make plays through that G that set up multiple threats that you can't address at once.
That is really true. We have a term called forking the board in Scrabble, where similarly to in chess, you put your opponent in a position where something's going to be a threat no matter what move they make. But in addition, this limits the number of tiles that Theo can possibly play here. There are only 3 tiles in the bag, I believe. And so Theo definitely can't play more than 3 if he wants to bingo. Something like Cager just isn't going to do it. But even playing 3 tiles could be tough. So what sort of move would you be looking to play here, Will?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking for a second, can you possibly play just cage in this spot, which gives you a little bit of upside in the form of you're keeping the R to hook and play cager. But what you really want to do is not only draw something that hooks cage, but you need something that also plays up here, which you kind of, to be able to play into that C, you might need the I. So maybe you want to play something like Rage or Rag or something that's a little bit tougher, gives you a better letter to work with on the top row, but also makes a hook that you can still use through that G. Plays like that could be deceptively difficult to block everything. So that's where
Yeah,
I'd be looking to
Cage
play.
actually sometimes wins, right? If he draws EIT, he has Genitor and Gerontic.
Gerontic, yeah. Is that gonna happen here?
Don't believe so. Not in this scenario, but
he's gonna draw M. He's 2 of the 3 tiles are there for him. He's gonna draw T. Sorry.
Oh, MOI, I think.
Oh, okay. So a little different. Yeah. Okay. Got it. So MOI. So mooring, rooming on the rack here. But that is just barely not going to fit with Cager. Rooming also, he's got lined up alongside Mooring. Don't think there's anything to the other letters on the board. So this is just a test for Cam. Figure out what letters Theo has and don't make a blunder. That being said, Cam's clock is low. And I can tell you that as much as we are sitting here knowing that Cam is in great shape in this game, he may have his tracking off. We don't know. And with 2 minutes left, there's no time to fix it. These are the moments where you have to rely on your tracking being good. And if it's off in any way, we could see a shocking finale here.
Absolutely. With less than 2 minutes left, there's really, you can't rule anything out with Scrabble players under time pressure. Although Cam, if anyone can do it, he's a very composed and capable player.
Yeah, he can definitely do it. I mean, the real, it's hard to see him make a play that would give Theo an option to play Mooring
Yeah.
or Rooming. So if, let's say I'm Cam and I'm my tracking is off and I don't know what Theo actually has here, I would be trying to play something blocking Cager. Is there even a play that he can make that hooks Cager that gives Mooring back as an option? I highly doubt it.
I can't imagine that it exists.
Yeah, so
The
I
only
think
thing-
he's
yeah.
gonna be fine unless he were to like, I mean, playing, I don't even know, something weird with Cager. There's no play that lets you
No.
play a G underneath here. So yeah, I think he
Yeah.
should be just fine.
Looks like turn is coming down with Cager. This looks like it does the job.
I think that should be good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not sure if it's optimal, but he just needs to absolutely make sure that my opponent cannot play something with Cager to overtake me in this game. And oh, nice spot there by Theo on the opposite side of the board, just playing MO. I'm curious what other letter, if any, he's going to play in that spot. He could play Mog, More, MON. I could play any of his consonants.
Yeah. Other than the O, anything, even the I works. But MO also a nice spot to double the M in both ways. And Cam's gonna have places for his NOR.
Yeah, at least, a couple places. So he should be all right. And that's going to do it for an absolutely crazy back and forth battle here. NOR for 11. That was Cam's best play. And man, these two are going to have some interesting stuff to talk about. So we will definitely want to cut to Overhead Mike as soon as they are finished up with their bookkeeping.
Yeah, both players well over 400 points in this game. Just
I got 12, so 482. Wait, so you had 413 before that?
I was at 413.
And then 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 22 for this?
Okay, yeah. I can't remember. I put it as 22.
That's 435. Oof. I saw here you have surmise. I don't know about misuser, but surmise doesn't give that one before the triple. I don't know if this is even good. Do you know if it's good or not?
I don't.
Yo, I probably pay. Is this good? I thought they took out of Poofy. Did they take out Poofy? Or they poofed or Poofy? They took out one of them. Fudge, bro. Did they take out Poofy? Or did they remove Poofed? Or is Poofy good? Or is it Poufy? I remember one of them they removed. I don't remember which one it was.
I'm pretty sure Poofed is good.
Maybe Poof. I think one of them they removed.
They added back.
Oh, they added back. Okay, so. Oof, thank God I didn't challenge that. And what about misuser? That's good?
Yeah, what's the anagram?
Okay. Surmise. I saw surmise. Mussier?
You held for a long time.
I did, because I was debating whether I put the S on it or challenge.
That's what I thought you were. I walked by and I was like, oh, he's holding to think about whether to challenge or not.
or I could put the.
I didn't see
Yeah.
Rusty.
Wow, I got lucky then. Wait. VOLK is a word, right? Volk is Volk a word? I don't know why. Like I was. Poofy is no good in School Scrabble? It's no good, right? Oh.
Racket sold me though.
Yeah, Raquette.
Yeah.
And ABE is not good.
Yeah.
Someone just played that. Is that why you played it? In the last round, someone challenged that on the computer. You got challenged.
I didn't see it.
That's unfortunate. I did, so I knew. It's so good. I knew it was something like that. I knew it.
I feel like I missed something that had it before. So I felt like
I luck box.
it's higher upside.
Yo,
if it
how
is
bad
good
was
than
that?
if it isn't.
Dak was bad. It was alright. I luck boxed the shit.
I could have blocked with Pendant too. That's what I was thinking over. I didn't see this the first time.
Depend. That's nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's better than this, probably.
I didn't
Chatted. It was same thing. The take is so scary. There's 4 S's on C.
Same thing as this, bro. I didn't see this until I played Racket. Yeah.
So back to the, OSPD versus.
Why is it always me? Why is it always me? OSPD.
You got away with it.
Croupier. And I low-key was about to, but it gave me back this. It gave me back Jib, so I was like, I'm not gonna challenge.
Wait, you have 471 or?
Yeah, you
482
You carried a challenge.
to 435.
Oh wait, I didn't.
All right. It sounds like the players are
What?
getting their bookkeeping in. So maybe we will cut it back to us here in the booth, or potentially we will cut straight to our honor roll play of the game. Yes, here we go. Cooper, hard to find fault with this as our choice for the honor roll play of the game, brought to you by Word Game Players Organization.
Yeah, Theo got this word on his rack and immediately set it up. Misuser came down for a boatload of points. I think it was 91, and it gave us a lot of content.
Yeah, this created a ton of interesting situations in the game, as we will just use this opportunity to say thank you so much to the Word Game Players Organization, one of our 2 big sponsors of the event. For anyone curious about information relating to Tournament Scrabble, wordgameplayers.org is a great place to visit. Yeah, this was crazy. You heard Cam asking Theo whether he considered surmise, I should say. We had that crazy situation where with Cam holding the 4th and final S, should he just let that spot sit open to torment his opponent, making no attempt to block, which basically does tell your opponent, if you're not even considering blocking the spot, that level of confidence really says to me, if I'm sitting across from you, Cooper, and you don't do a thing to block that S hook, I'm thinking you must have it at that point.
Yeah, but it ended up being Theo who got it in the end with Misusers. Well, yeah, so altogether a very entertaining, very high-level game from both players.
Yeah, no question. And tough one for Theo, but he is still very much in this thing. And yeah, Cam, one of the undefeateds. If we want to, well, it's back to us in the booth, but not sure if we want to give a look at the standings, if they're ready. We'll be on call with our production team to see if those are ready. But if not, yeah, that was just round 4. We have so much more Scrabble to come, Cooper, and all the games have been crazy. We are getting word that we do have standings that we can look at here, and brought to you by the production team behind the School Scrabble Championship. Let's Play Scrabble. So much effort behind the scenes by the LPS team. Definitely want to say, if you're enjoying the broadcast, how about a quick like and subscribe. We definitely want to get this great Scrabble content out to as many people as possible on that YouTube algorithm. So, and we even have another super friend to thank. Thank you so much for your support there on the channel. And you could see with Cam getting this win, it's not reflected in the standings just yet as they're still doing their bookkeeping. But it looks like Gideon Brasowski taking a loss in his previous round, meaning we've got 3 more undefeateds: Noah Goldstein, Maximilian Fentress, and Cam Siegel.
Yeah, still anyone's game, anyone's tournament. 4 games into it, Gideon also has them still with massive spreads, as well as Noah and Maximilian. But yeah, it seems like this last game from Cameron did a lot to keep him in the running in the very top.
Awesome. So, yeah, with that, I think we are just going to continue to roll right along, no break needed, potentially, into round 5, where we're going to go straight back into our middle school division, where we've got 2 of our top teams, the Big Cheese and the Scrabble Slayers. I'm pretty sure the Scrabble Slayers are, I think that's Leah Shin and Jonathan. Yep, there we go. So that my gut was correct. And then Ben and Calvin on the left going first at 3-1, another top team in the standings. I had the pleasure of interviewing those kids yesterday, and they are absolutely awesome. All 4 of these kids are great. And yeah, Jonathan and Leah in particular have been right on the cusp of winning this thing many years in a row. Definitely one of the front runners in this event, Cooper.
Yeah, living in New Orleans as I do now, I've had the pleasure of being able to play with Leah and the whole Shin family. And Leah is a very, very strong player. I've also seen some of Jonathan's games, and I am really excited to watch them all play in this high stakes round 5 matchup between Big Cheese and Scrabble Slayers.
I love the name Big Cheese, by the way.
Yeah,
That is
I
just
do.
so perfect for a Scrabble team name here at this event. So we love to see that. And here we are underway, round 5, getting started. Ben and Calvin going first. Seeing a lot of hand right now. Not that many tiles, but there we go. We're seeing some tiles there on their tile rack. Again, that K, the kids loving that letter. We're just going to have to see, are they going to be able to deploy it for big points? Looks like they're going to play twink for 34. If they are confident in that word, could be a great way to kick this off.
It does open extension possibilities, I believe.
Yeah. I think certainly twinkle stands out. I'm not sure if the food item of Twinkie is actually valid in this game. I can't actually remember.
I believe it is.
It's possible. Okay, you're right. It is Twinkie.
Yeah,
That is going to be, yeah, that is a fun one. So yeah, we're just going to see whether that gets extended and with what. That's going to be fun. So nice start. Really like that start, and they're rewarded with a blank.
Yeah, both teams, it seems, struggling with vowels, but we have Jonathan and Leah on turn right now, looking at something like via potentially, maybe to the left of twink. Yeah, and that's what comes down. AESE, a little bit vowel heavy, but still very, very strong. Could lead to a lot of bingos.
Yeah, so they had the letters required to extend with Twinkies right now, but certainly they could be very happy with their choice, as it looks like Ben and Calvin quickly exchanging their surplus of vowels there. I'm not sure, did they even have a consonant on their rack? I don't
think they had the L, and they are keeping the L in the end.
Got
it seems good for bingo possibilities. And to their 3 vowels, Jonathan and Leah have drawn a pretty balanced rack. Besides the X, all very low point, high bingo probability tiles, but we'll see what they might do here. The extension to twink, still open.
Yeah, twinkles is maybe a little bit more guessable or findable then other potential extensions here if they think of it. I don't feel like I feel like for me, Cooper, these are plays where if I'm not completely locked in, I could easily miss those extension plays to the triple.
Yeah, for sure, especially immediately after. It's not immediately after it's been played. Uh, yeah. I wonder if Jonathan and Leah via obviously a good play last turn, but if they hadn't blocked that eye, they might have had Alexine's alas.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Sometimes you make a play not realizing that the letters you're blocking would give you something incredible. Doesn't make the play of via, more regrettable. I mean, in this instance it does, but in the moment when you're deciding what to play, you just got to go with your instinct and make the play that feels right. And sometimes you're going to wish you played in a different spot. That's just Scrabble for you.
It looks like they're looking at annex through the N. That looks pretty strong to double the X, or maybe kex.
Ah, okay.
Kexes.
They're gonna go
Okay.
ahead and play kexes just to really max out on the score that they can get as long as they don't think of twinkles. Kex is definitely scoring a little bit better than some of the other options. Of course, the S is somewhat of a valuable tile on this board, and we're just gonna see what can Ben and Calvin come up with that blank on their rack. It's going to be tough. Their other letters are kind of uninspiring. So finding bingos here could be tricky. And they're going to quickly just play OY and gun for maybe a little bit more realistic of bingos on a subsequent turn. Seems
Mhm.
reasonable, Cooper, but this can be reparalleled, and it definitely is about to be here.
Yeah, immediately coming down, I believe, with bald, making box, tripling the B both ways. This is going to score very, very well, and keep AIN, which does have some bingo possibilities lurking. So, uh, yeah, approve of this play by Jonathan and Leah.
Yeah, very nice play, scoring on top there. I wonder, was there an argument to be made for playing fewer tiles just because the rest of your bingo tiles are good? The board isn't really great for bingoing. I guess you could just consider playing BA in this
Mm,
spot and keeping your L and D just because any 7 that you draw is pretty likely to hook as a hook onto BA. Your D, your L, your N all would play in that spot. To say nothing, maybe you draw an E and play bay, the somewhat newly added word. So yeah, we're gonna move on here. It looks like Ben and Calvin drew at least a U and some other vowels, if I'm not
yeah,
mistaken.
I think this is EEGLUN blank.
So not the easiest bingos to spot, but there are a few of them available for Ben
Mhm.
and Calvin if they're waiting to, get a more satisfying one. The ones that are available that might be findable, like engulfed into the D of ball, that's a tough find, Cooper, with a blank F.
Yeah, that is hard to think to make the blank an F. I might be looking at you unstarting words, but it's so hard to know if they're good. So, engulfed, certainly a word that I'm sure both of these players know, but over the board, it is tough to see that as a possibility, especially with a blank.
Yeah, definitely agreeing there. Those are tricky ones to spot. And it looks like Ben and Calvin are going to use okay, they're going to play glue. Nice overlaps here with
Yeah.
git and law, keeping en blank. Really nice combination. If they're able to draw an S, they might be able to pluralize bald, and they can easily draw an 8 ending in the D of bald with that E on their rack as well. So we'll see if they get a little bit of an easier one to find here on this draw for them.
Oh, the
Uh-oh.
Q coming in, being a spoiler once again. The Q and the blank, unless you have one of those few whacks that you can bingo with the Q, really might hold you back. So I don't even know if I see a single Q play on this board that doesn't use the blank. They might be looking to Jonathan and Leah for a little help here, but I don't know if they're going to get it.
Yeah, that help is unlikely to come, as I'm sure that Jonathan and Leah are thinking about playing something parallel to that E of glue, or it looks like they're pointing underneath. Maybe something ending in SH with
Yeah.
Twinks could be tempting. Either way, no real help is coming for that Q, which has come at the worst possible time for Ben and Calvin as they are working steadily towards a bingo with that blank in hand. The Q is going to set them back, whether it's by they're going to play Chi somewhere for not a lot of points, or whether they have to exchange the Q, or worst of all, Cooper, maybe they're just going to try to keep it and hope for the best. And if they don't draw really
Man.
well, it could be tough.
Yeah, and this play gonna score well. Oh, it looks like they have set up almost quotient
Yeah.
if they had an I, but sadly that is not coming for Big Cheese. We'll see what they opt to do here. They've immediately set off QT. Maybe they're holding it in their hands. I think they want to throw these across the room, not see them, get some new tiles.
Yeah, yes. If they could, if that was an option to throw them across the room instead of to put them back into the bag, I'm sure they would elect to do that, but they're going to have to. There we go. That's what they're going to do. Exchanging QT, and a much better draw for them. I fully expect them to find something like notates on a subsequent turn here, and that's going to play in a variety of spots. I give them a lot of credit for finding quotient on their rack, and I give
Yeah.
Jonathan and Leah a lot of credit for finding a really nice way to score 33 points with Ash on their previous turn. That was very creative on their part to think that they could play into that spot with SH.
I really agree there. It doesn't look like a scoring line. It looks maybe more like a bingo line if you're thinking of Twinks, but that was nice to score 32 on this board. But now looks like their S's that they'd had no longer there. Gonna play more potentially.
Yep, seems reasonable. This is a nice way. If I am Jonathan and Leah, if I'm on that team right now, I'm thinking to myself, I would really love to block this lane right here. This is the most flexible lane for bingos that exists on this board. It can end in ED with add, it can end in ER, it can end in everything. And if you just play more like this, you are blocking a ton of those options. Admittedly, a lot of those ER and ED combinations still do fit here, but you do get a little bit extra specificity with, it has to end in that exact combination. But we are going to see notates come down relatively quick. Whoa, so really no time wasted. A bunch of different places where you could play this. It's going to be notated, making DOE for sure. As long as they don't call it notator.
That's what I was
not.
thinking about.
Yeah.
We'll see what they do, but it seems like Jonathan and Leah have accepted this, and this would be well within the words they would know are good or not good. So notated, I think, is probably the play here. And Jonathan and Leah back on turn, still with quite a few vowels. They just keep getting them.
I think they left uni after more. So the good news is you got an S. That's great. The bad news is you drew 3 more vowels along with it, which is not what you wanted here. So they're going to have a tough turn. And the Q finding its way back. At least the J might be a little bit more flexible, Cooper, to use while you're waiting for some help for that Q.
Yeah, well, you would just hope to eventually draw U, maybe an I. Seems like Jonathan and Leah quickly playing uni. And despite the bingo, they are still well in this game and, in fact, leading after this play of uni.
It scores 14 points, and oddly, that is actually about as good as they can do here.
Yeah.
It's really, and they get a pretty nice draw there, leaving SEEI. They draw 2 consonants. I'm not sure if it's going to be quite enough to allow them to bingo, but they're definitely in the right direction with that draw.
Absolutely. And I know both of these players have studied their bingos pretty extensively. So we could see bingo or bingos coming down here. But over to Ben and Calvin, they have to be thinking, what am I going to do with this J or Q, which has come back after I just put it back 2 turns ago. Maybe they didn't shake the bag enough. There is one option with the J that seems to stand out, Will.
Yeah, it's possible that if they think of it, so they're going to play Jeer, which is actually a pretty good play. This has some things to recommend it, including the fact that they are keeping an O to
Yeah.
re-parallel this J. But another play they could have elected to play is just Gian right here for a pretty solid score without offering any kind of counterplay back, really, to Jonathan and Leah. So that could have been another interesting choice. But this is a pretty good consolation prize, I have to say.
Yeah, I agree. Keeping the O had a lot of potential there, but Jonathan and Leah have an O of their own, going to play core, which does not give anything immediately on the triple word score. And I believe there's a maxim in Scrabble that your opponent always has an O. Have you heard this?
Yeah, I have. And wow, look at
Oh, wow,
that.
very
Nice.
quickly.
Yeah, that the Q gets up there.
QI. Yeah, so this is gonna set up a big potential scoring spot under QI, but Jonathan and Leah with only 1-point tiles. I don't believe they're gonna be able to use it for very many points unless I'm missing something here.
Don't think you're missing anything. The only issue with Chi there is that if you don't have an I, you're definitely risking your opponent having one and playing something good. And I'm feeling a pattern here of Jonathan and Leah are really going after their highest scoring plays on these moves, and this could be potentially related to their coach, and of course the patriarch of the Shin family, Austin Shin, has that mantra of the scoring never stops. You're going for those big scores every turn, and you're going to find really creative ways to get those points if you have to. Taking after Austin here potentially is Leah and her partner Jonathan.
Yeah. So now over to Ben and Calvin. They are working on a board that after some scoring spots opened, you're having fewer now. Maybe they're looking at Pong or Hog with Nug up. Oh, GNU, a very nice hook to
Nice.
see here. So seeing Hog come down.
Yeah, nice play. There are a bunch of other options, not in other parts of the board. You could play something with SH, but pretty much every play in that spot opens up a really big counterplay. This play of Hog is one of the safer options that Ben and Calvin could have made. So they are playing it much more carefully, which makes sense. It's a really, really even game. There's no need for them to make a big gamble just yet. And playing something like Hong in that spot is very risky because it takes the T hook. And as we can see, Jonathan and Leah with 2 T's on the rack. Had Ben and Calvin played Hong instead of
Oh,
Hog, we
wow.
would be seeing big T hooking plays going across the top of the board. So yeah, like that defensive option. And that is going to be the response. This is basically ironclad.
Yeah.
This gives nothing back to Ben and Calvin.
What could you possibly hope to play in that region of the board after this? One thing that I do want to point out about this game so far, it feels like we've had maybe some slower paced games so far in the stream. This game, the players are making their plays and they're making them quick. We only have 36 unseen tiles left, so over half the game certainly played. And I feel like we haven't had moments. The players have been making their plays and making them decisively. That gets them out of potential time trouble.
That's a great point. I feel like maybe I'm more used to the players playing with that really quick pace at School
Yeah.
Scrabble. So you're seeing things a little bit more deliberate than in years past, which I think is a good thing. I think there's a youthful exuberance that goes into playing Scrabble where I see a good play and I'm going to play it. But a lot of these kids that we're seeing on the stream, and that's not to say these two teams aren't like this.
Wait, look at this play. This is
Un
very, very cool.
unplayed. Oh, that is really a great find, and it looks like they are excited by this play. Doesn't score a lot, but it definitely gets all that clunk off of the rack and helps them maybe draw into that last S. Are they going to get rewarded with that tile out of the bag? Not yet, but a really creative play by Ben and Calvin, the big cheese here. I like it.
And immediately, the blank that they had last turn is going to come in handy. It seems like they have praised lined up. It isn't obvious that Bald does take an S, so there might be some uncertainty there, perhaps. But Jonathan and Leah looking at Grime potentially next to Unplayed. That'll score well for them. Maybe even Rhyme to keep a hook, but not sure.
Looks like a
Okay.
great choice. Yeah. I mean, from their perspective, that spot seems like a very, very logical spot to use. And just to be clear, we are talking about putting the M right here, I believe, going down for very solid scores, 23 or 6, depending on whether you play Grim or Rhyme, or as you said, Cooper, potentially just Rhyme setting up your G hook. That would be very interesting. They're going to go ahead and play Prime. This does get in the way of the potential play that Ben and Calvin wanted
Yeah.
of playing Praised, but I think they're going to be able to come up with something else here.
And they already
Repaired,
have something on the board, potentially.
maybe repaired.
Yeah, I could see that happening. Okay, there it is.
So down comes a bingo. This is going to be a big swing, but Leah and Jonathan are not out of it yet. Even though this is a great bingo by Ben and Calvin, it doesn't hit a triple. It's not going to score so much that the Scrabble Slayers are immediately out of this game.
Yeah, this is still very much a game, I believe, after this play. We saw the option of Fire Damp last turn.
Yeah,
That's
crazy.
absurd.
Yeah, crazy. The highest scoring bingo. Not sure if it's been spotted in the chat, but yeah, Cooper just alluded to it. Fire damp through the M of prime. That would be absolutely insane for any player at any level. Repaired, a great play. And now we're look at that score. It's only a 28-point game. There's big stuff. Well, the Z, I was going to say, is still lurking, but it finds its way onto Ben and Calvin's rack here, Cooper. That's a big draw for them.
It is. I'm not sure if there are massive scoring spots right now for that Z, but it could come in handy. But Jonathan and Leah, despite having been out bingoed 2-0, are still well within this game and honestly might be ahead after this turn.
Yeah, depending on how many points they're able to get here, they could still be ahead. And there's still some good stuff lurking. I would say at this point, the fourth and final S at this juncture is still very valuable because of the gets hook. If you do draw a bingo ending in an S, there is this spot still available. It does seem likely that that spot is going to get closed, maybe even unintentionally. And then the S, that last S, is less valuable. Oh, I should say Ben and Calvin drew that too. So
True.
so they drew the last S and Z. Those are two big pulls for them here.
So Jonathan and Leah playing game, tripling that G both ways, always a good way to score some points. And now it's over to Ben and Calvin. I wouldn't describe their rack as woeful.
Yeah, I was about to make that exact joke. I was going to say they've got the S and the Z, but the rest of their rack is woeful.
That's a better way to put it.
There
I
you
think
go.
you win the woeful pun competition.
Oh, that's Scrabble players for you folks. But yeah, I mean, what are we looking at here? I feel like with that ammunition, you know, the S and Z are good, but even having the F and W is solid here, because if you're Ben and Calvin, you just want to keep putting some scoring pressure on if you're able to do so. I would just remember that, you know, it's an even game at this point. Yeah, you've got the S, and we always want to be thinking about trying to get that next bingo down. But as long as they continue to put scoring pressure on and just sort of outscore Jonathan and Leah as best they can on each turn from here on out, they might be able to come up with this one. So
Yeah, but outscoring Jonathan and Leah has proven difficult in this game.
that is their forte for sure. They are so good. They've got Fairer potentially lined
Yeah.
up in this upper part of the board here, going across. So that would be a good score. Of course, it would also give back a triple lane to Ben and Calvin. So that is definitely a risk as well. So we could have some interesting, you know what else I just saw? There's kind of a cool spot, Cooper, to just dump an E and get a whole bunch of points
Oh,
just playing
wow.
ED right here. I bet that's a play Jonathan and Leah maybe have already spotted.
That would be real interesting, especially in the end game. Even Boxer, they have lined up or set up possible on their rack, not set up yet. Pardon
Right.
me. But it looks like of for Ben and Calvin, and that will foil Jonathan and Leah's plans to play fairer. Now they're going to have to pivot, try to find some other play, some way to score some points on this board, try to catch up to Ben and Calvin.
It is easier said than done here. The board is rapidly getting tougher and tougher to operate on. There's just really not a lot going on. I guess it should be noted as well, if Jonathan and Leah want to try to gun for a bingo by playing off the F and the A somewhere, we should note that gite is also a valid word. So if you draw into a bingo ending in E and it doesn't get blocked, this could be a huge deal in this game. So look for that to be something that the players are considering, maybe trying to block one or the other. But yeah, this is really tough just because Jonathan and Leah just don't have good scoring options here at all.
Yeah, not at all. I wonder, I mean, are you hoping, is your plan to win this game based on bingoing with Gite or maybe some other place that you open up? Or is it based on just trying to score your way to victory? I feel like maybe, I don't know, this feels like a decisive point in this game where you kind of want to choose one or the other.
Yeah. Do you commit to getting a bingo down that's going to be the reason you win? Or do you really try to find some way to outscore, try to pin your hopes on drawing the S and Z, which unfortunately Ben and Calvin do already have? But if you are the Scrabble Slayers, you do not know that. And you definitely are thinking about that here as one of the ways you could potentially win this one. So do you play Boxer here in that spot where we
Yeah.
were talking about, try to draw that S in a way that greatly favors you, for example?
Wow, it looks like they might have Frater lined up, or is that just frat? To the R in prime
That would
is what I
be
was looking at.
that would be amazing if they play the play that Cooper is suggesting here of just Frater. Sorry for the chicken scratch. Hopefully this helps you all to see what we're talking about. But this would be a really interesting play, especially because, yeah, they're using up most of their consonants. In fact, all three of them. But there is a bit of a consonant overload coming in the unseen tiles. Almost all the tiles left in the bag are consonants. So if Leah and Jonathan are able to play all of their consonants, they're going to set themselves up very well to absorb all of the consonants coming in the bag.
And Will, if you look at that on the board, it puts the F next to the FE holding an I.
Oh my God, that is
But
crazy. So the play of Frater right here, setting up the I to insert in that spot to play Fife, which would be a very, very stylish follow-up play. That would be incredible. So we'll see if
yeah.
that is, I mean, they would, to put all of the pieces of that puzzle together, you need to see that word, see what you're creating with that word. That would just be insane vision there. I'm not even
Yeah.
sure it's the right play. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but it's a really interesting option for sure.
Yeah, I just brought it up since they had FRATE on their rack in that order, but it looks like they're looking at frat there instead. Maybe an interesting thing, if you look at the tiles
That
that
still
Ben and
sets up
Calvin
Fife.
have, yeah, it does. And if you look at what Ben and Calvin have, like, oh, are they looking at zits and news or something like that? Maybe feet, maybe instead, keeping a little more consonant vowel balance. Yeah, this is a tricky, tricky position.
Yeah, very tricky. You're suggesting also that Ben and Calvin do have this really, really nice safety valve of at any time they want it with that last S, they can play zits for a really good score. So that is available to them. And now I'm so curious if we see
Yeah,
a Fife follow-up play here, that is just going to be so beautiful.
it is. It is. And there was an eye left in unseen to them, but being behind, you have to think that that is the only one they have. Oh, wow. And look at that draw for Jonathan. And Ben and
Look at how
Calvin are the
quick.
one to find the Fife insertion
Look at
with
how
Till.
quick that came down. That is
Wow.
unbelievable. They had all of 2 seconds to scan the board to see that spot, and that is just amazing. But look at that. Bandier, that is a valid word, but the board is so, so constricted that I just don't see that fitting anywhere on this board, Cooper.
Yeah, I can't see it either. Unfortunately, it seems like that is not what they'll have. But that Fife insertion, that coming to fruition and then it being played, I cannot say enough about that being played here. And that puts Ben and Calvin, the big cheese, up by 40, heading into this end game, I believe. There
Yeah,
should be an O on their rack.
Yeah, I think they need to draw. Maybe they're not aware, but there is one more tile, at least what we're seeing in the bag, that being an O. So the bag should be empty at this moment.
Wait,
Um,
Will, like, how many places do they have to play the Z on this board?
oh, wow. Are they in some serious trouble if Za gets blocked? Where else are they? Oh, man. The Z could be a bit of an albatross here. Oh, that is crazy. Holy crap. If
Right?
you block, so with even though you've got a vowel, you've got an S, you've got all this other stuff, is it possible that the Z, if you just block this spot for za right here, is it possible that the big cheese have no way to use their Z?
If they have drawn the O, they do have Ausel to the EL, but that's all I see here. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but that ZA, I mean, the Z, we were talking about how maybe it was nice they drew the Z. It has become an impediment on this board.
Wow, that is crazy. This is like a hyper complicated endgame for anyone. This is one of those that's like Nigel Richards territory potentially to solve this correctly to execute the Z stick.
I
Oh, Dozy.
Oh, Dozy. Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't see that since they didn't have the O on their rack. That is a big deal. They've set up Cozy right now. I wonder if that means they are on the path to seeing Dozy. Oh, and they have set it up. So Jonathan and Leah have to be looking at their tracking, looking at what's possible. Yeah, Dozy I didn't even see, but you
Are
definitely want to take
you?
care of that now.
Yeah, I just like it. Do Ben and Calvin? Yeah, of course. Now, actually, that Dozy is available. Now, that play that I mentioned before of just playing boxed actually blocks that big
Oh,
Z
wow.
play.
That would be incredible, but it seems like the Scrabble Slayers have come down with Brain, and
Yeah,
Ben and Calvin are ready to respond with Dozy. They did
Brain
indeed
looks
have that O.
Brain is a solid looking play. It sets you up to go out quickly. It puts you down by 20, leaving DE, which maybe they're thinking we can win this game
Oh,
if they miss Dozy and we play boxed.
maybe.
That could be very possible. If for some reason Ben and Calvin don't just go ahead and play Dozy here, I wonder if that could be it. That might be, is that their only
I
winning
bet it
option here?
is.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, and yowza.
I guess it seems that now after Brain, there is one other play that could give Ben and Calvin the win. The very funny looking Yowza into the A of Brain. But if Ben and Calvin do not play either Yowza or Dozy, they could be absolutely shocked by boxed and ashed, which is going to
Oh
win the
my
game.
gosh.
This is, if they have any doubt in the validity of Dozy, the game is hanging in the balance right here.
I remember I've always had confusion with Daisy or Dozy, which one of those is good.
We should
So
note that Jonathan and Leah didn't commit that play
Oh,
either.
wow,
So
I
they're
didn't see
thinking
that.
about it. I thought they were about
Oh,
to commit it. So
maybe they've seen
now,
Dozy
yeah, I
because
wonder.
this could. I mean, I haven't fully analyzed it, but I wonder if boxed first wins. Are they looking at B? Trying to save some sort of out here.
There's no, at this point, you know, if both teams are tracking tiles, you don't have to worry that much about showing your opponent what letters you have. It's, you know, it's okay. So, yeah, this is completely crazy to, yeah, see, look, they're thinking about how do we block this?
Yeah, their fingers being on the board. uh, Looking at that gives me hope that they are really considering this. I wonder if wanting to play brain and keep ED, that'll clue them into ashed and boxed.
That's true. That's a common theme when you're trying to figure out endgame sequences, which are some of the toughest. We're going to get the camera straightened out here, I believe. But some of the toughest end game sequences and some of the trickiest decisions in Scrabble in the end game. Sometimes the sequence you find that you think is optimal, you actually just have to reverse the order, right? So if Jonathan and Leah are thinking we're going to play brain and then follow up with boxed and ashed, it happens so often, Cooper. Just reversing those can sometimes actually be the right way.
Yeah, that is a big deal. They've set down brain again after the pause, and I don't know if seems like they're about to commit it, and they've committed it. So now it's up to Ben and Calvin. And Dozy comes down immediately.
Coming down quick. That is one of the two winning plays for Ben and Calvin. I don't think they're going to spend too much time. Let's look at their clock. That's going to be the sign. They have committed it, you see, and that is going to do it for the Scrabble Slayers. A great play by the big cheese there to come up with one of their two winners, Cooper.
Yeah, and Ben leaving the table, I don't know if this signifies a challenge or maybe just heading toward the end of the game. Yeah, seeing Dozy, seeing all these right plays at the right time has been big for the big cheese.
Some crazy plays by both teams in this game. Really awesome.
Yeah.
Couple of really nice bingos by Ben and Calvin. A bunch of really nice scoring plays by Jonathan and Leah. All boiling down to an insane end game. Getting word that it's just a bathroom break for Ben. He's doing his pee-pee dance there. But yeah,
it is important to get that taken care of, especially when all the business has been handled in this game seemingly, unless there's some sort of CUW trouble that Ben and Calvin might have, but
they're just up by too much at this point. So there we go. We're going to see die as the outplay through the Y of Dozy. 14 points for Leah and Jonathan. Amazing game here. Not sure if the players are going to talk about this one, but there's no shortage of stuff that they could be breaking down about this game.
Yeah, I am excited to hear if we have any overhead mic thoughts. Good sportsmanship between the players, as always.
Yeah, are we hearing, if we're hearing any deliberation from the players, we can turn overhead mic on. Otherwise,
I'm so happy.
I honestly thought we would lose by 250 points. My hands are shaking.
Yeah, we missed Dozy.
I don't know. Remind me of
Don't see what's the word. Let me go.
Oh no,
check.
they had zinc. Yeah, we had lost.
Oh.
I
So
don't feel as
either
bad
either way,
anymore.
okay.
All right, not too much deliberation there.
It's not that bad. We can come back.
We can cut back to the booth at any time here. So yeah, still hearing the sounds of the room. There we go. So yes, that was we heard the one little tidbit there of Scrabble Slayer saying we missed Dozy. Could have been factored in a little bit. I think potentially they were feeling good about keeping that ED combination to play boxed as a follow-up.
Maybe.
But Dozy was the one fly in the ointment for that one.
Yeah, no, very complicated end game to try to work out for both sides there. And in the end, Big Cheese pulling out the win. I don't know if we can call this an upset, but Leah and Jonathan were looking very strong coming into this event. I also got to meet Ben and Calvin yesterday, also very, very strong players.
Yeah, for sure. I did as well. Really engaging, fun kids on both sides of the table there. But I had not met Ben and Calvin until yesterday, getting some of that B-roll footage to run during breaks and things like that. And they are both awesome kids. So that was great. But Leah and Jonathan have a ton of experience at the top end of the standings in the School Scrabble events here. So we should definitely expect that even with a loss, that was their first loss of the event, they still have great chances to make the finals moving forward. So there we go. That was 5 games in the books, but we probably have our honor roll play of the game ready. I don't know which one it's going to be, Cooper. That was a really action-packed game.
Looks like, oh wow, it is this unplayed play by Big Cheese. Being able to look through that AYE will and see that that is even a possibility in this game.
That was so cool. Yeah. I mean, it looks like a stylish play, first and foremost. Is it also a good play? Yeah, it actually was a very solid play for them at that point in time because they're turning 5 tiles to try to get that all important final S in order to pair it with the blank that they held on this turn and get a surefire bingo down. They didn't actually draw the S, but they drew well enough that they were able to get that subsequent bingo down. I don't think a lot of players of any age level are finding this play, Cooper.
Yeah, absolutely. This was really cool and gave the board a little bit of life when it was rapidly closing down, gave them some bingo opportunities, and unplayed was played.
Yeah, that's right. It was not left unplayed, ironically. No,
you got me.
I'm sorry.
I should just let you do this.
I don't mean to one up you with the puns. I'm trying
No,
to
you
chime
got it.
in
You got it.
with your puns. But in any case, let's bring it back to the booth here. I think after a short break here, we will show you some of the standings heading into round 6. But just to recap the action so far, we are 5 games in here at the 2026 North American School Scrabble Championship. It is still anybody's game at the top tables. We've seen a 790-point game. We've seen amazing games on the stream in both divisions. And if my memory serves, I believe we're going to be dipping back into the high school division for our 6th and final game of the day to close out day 1. And then we do it all again tomorrow, including the climactic finals matches. So Cooper, I am pretty excited for all that's to come.
Yeah, I am hyped. Chat, stay exactly where you are. We'll be back soon.
All right, folks, we are back with our sixth and final round of the day here at the 2026 North American School Scrabble Championship from the beautiful Planet Word Museum in downtown Washington, D.C. And we have a great matchup coming at you in just a couple of moments here between one of our leaders in the high school division of the tournament, Noah Goldstein, top seeded player coming into the event, against perennial contender Nathan Lurlop. We saw him earlier on the stream with a very credible performance, I believe, against Gideon Brasowski. We're going to see him reprise on the stream here. Just checking out the standings here, you can see Nathan at 3-2, desperately needing to continue to win to keep his finals hopes alive. But Noah Goldstein and Cam Siegel, the two remaining undefeateds. Cooper, no surprise to see those two at the top.
Not at all. Two very experienced tournament players and good friends. And I'm excited that we'll get to see Noah this round.
So here we go. We've got our players set to begin. Nathan's going to have the first move. The only two losses on his docket,
Wow.
defending champion Gideon Brasowski and 790-point scorer Cam Siegel. And he's going to be facing another one of the three strongest players in the field in Noah Goldstein, who just wrapped up an important win for him against defending champion Gideon in the previous round. So thank you once again. You see right in the center of your screen to Hasbro, very, very generous supporter of the School Scrabble Championship. We could not do any of this without Hasbro's support. Thank you very much to Hasbro. And with that, there's no reason to delay any further. Let's let the players get started here. Nathan with the first move. Let's see if he can set the tone against the very, very tough opponent in Noah Goldstein.
Yeah, and just a reminder to those in chat, if you're enjoying, please like and subscribe. Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel, great Scrabble content all the time as we see Nathan draw his first letters in this game.
Yep. Out come those first 7 tiles. We like the E. We like the R. Oh my gosh. We got some good stuff. Both blanks too, Cooper. So
Will, you think we're going to see a bingo?
I think there is an 100% chance that we're going to see a bingo here. The funny thing is, there are times in Scrabble where ideally you would rather just have the one blank with all those other great letters on his rack. Pretty much any other tile outside of the Q or maybe the X or J is going to give you a bingo here, but better for Nathan to get them than for Noah. So the blanks are going to be gone in a hurry. And neither player is going to have to worry about them from here on out, as Nathan will start with a nice big lead in this game.
And he has all sorts of opportunities to control the shape of this board with this opening play. So many possible bingos here. Probably want to avoid putting your vowels below or above the double letter scores to minimize comeback play. To minimize plays that Noah could have. Looks like he's just playing around with his tiles, seeing what the best bingos are. It seems like you can put the tiles in any order and there'll be a bingo there. So
yeah,
maybe twirled, swirled. That looks pretty solid.
Yeah, this is going to be a really nice option. This does a lot of good things for Nathan. It avoids placing any vowels next to bonus squares on the board. It's going to make it really, really difficult for Noah to fit any 7-letter words onto the board. It's going to require very, very specific overlaps if he's going to play a 7-letter bingo after this play. Only drawback, and this is going to be a drawback of any option that he picks pretty much, is you're putting a whole bunch of great bingo tiles on the board for Noah in the I, R, L, E, and D. That's going to give Noah some 8s a lot of the time, but certainly not with these 3 I's that he has on his rack right now.
Certainly not, and no if-I'd possibilities, it seems, coming down. We will check to see what those blanks might be. But I think that this word not taking an S, this word making 7s really hard, having the I in the middle column being hard to play to or from to the triple word scores, this is just about the best you can get. Love this. Taking a moment to think about which of your many bingos you'll play.
Yeah, what do you even do with the 3 eyes on the
Oh,
rack
yeah.
here? I mean, it's just brutal. Are
It's
you exchanging? Are you playing, I mean, gifted
He
here,
had
leaving
gifted
I,
lined up.
I. Yeah, it's tough. So yeah, we'll see um, what Noah will do. I feel like I would probably put a word on the board rather than exchange here. I think there's, good enough options. But oh, maybe something like digit that is really uninspiring, but at least that does get rid of 2 of the 3 A's. He's gonna go ahead with gifted, which scores quite a bit better than digit, getting the F onto the board here. Seems reasonable. You gotta hope, Cooper, for no more I's.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem to have gifted Nathan anything big back. So
Nice. I have no one-upping punting there.
no, we're getting word that the blanks are TW, so the word is twirled.
As we, I think, probably expected, which
Yeah.
makes sense. If you're going to pick between twirled or swirled, definitely don't want to put an S on the board if you can avoid it.
Absolutely. Limits some bingos always. But Noah has drawn the 3rd eye again, another 3-eye rack with ZU. We'll see what sort of opportunities he has there. I think Nathan set up maybe ruining the blocking of Lydites.
Wow. That's true. Blocking Lydites and yielding very little in return. What do you even do here? It's crazy because the word giftedly looks like it shouldn't be good, but actually in this position, leaving the very nice edits leave, you could potentially see just the ly get added. Let me check it's way too big here. Let me just see if this is in the right spot.
Further
Nope,
down.
it sure isn't. Okay. We'll fix that another time. But yeah, that's actually kind of a strangely compelling play here, even though it hits absolutely no bonus squares, just because of the value of the tiles left behind.
Yeah, I wonder what plays could even start to block here. Maybe something like Dilly through the L of twirled. Doesn't take a hook, but there are going to be bingo options no matter where Nathan plays potentially, but we know that Noah is very, very far from this.
Yeah, no question. So defy, nice way to get rid of the Y and also play through the 4-point F. Also, this blocks ZD, which
Yeah.
Noah really must have wanted so
That is
badly
the runaway best
to
option.
get rid of the two of the 3 eyes that he had. Now he will have a much tougher situation on his hands. Oh no, he doesn't.
Oh,
He's got
the
the
T's
other.
still there.
Yeah, I had blank blindness there. So he had 2 options of T's. Never mind. Totally disregard everything I just said. He had 2 great options to play ZD, and he's just picked the one that scores 1 fewer point thanks to the blank T instead. There we go. Just what the doctor ordered. If he can just get some consonants here, he'll be in much better shape. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. 3 consonants. So a little bit weird with that U and double R combination, but we'll see what he can do with it. Sugarier, I guess, is not likely to come open anywhere as Nathan does not have an E. But what does he have here, Cooper? 2 I's, but some other good stuff.
Yeah, it seems like he's trying to find a play, maybe looking at the G. I wonder if you know that Bilstead is a word. Are you tempted to play Bilsting? But maybe
Oh,
unlikely to see that come down. Yeah, you'd want to unduplicate your eyes for sure and get rid of probably 2 consonants. Playing off something like LIB. He has LIN set off to the side. I'm not sure exactly where that's going to go. Oh, Liney. That is nice. That's especially nice to set up the B hook potentially.
yeah. Oh my God. Okay. Blitz is also a very solid option here. But man, if you knew the weird spelling of Bleeny, let me see what happens when I try to put this on the board. Yeah, it's pretty good. Bleeny right here. You could either just play that. Yes, that it's not quite right. You could play that there into the Y. Or you could leave off the B, as you were saying,
Yeah.
Cooper, and set up that big bleeny hook by just playing liney. That would be super creative. Blitz is a very, very solid option for Nathan as well. And we'll see both players with an S on the rack. Not a great board for an S, but maybe that ZD's hook, if you can get an S in just early enough position, could still work out for you.
Yeah. And also keeping the IN for the G might work out quite well for Nathan. Although I don't believe he's drawn anything that I've seen yet. Regardless, Noah on turn, trying to get close to a bingo to get out of this deficit. What do you see here?
Well, it's tough because really the only way for him to score points with these mostly low point tiles would be to try to cash that S here and get the extra ZD points by playing something like Guars for 27 points here. Not that appealing, but maybe that's the way to go here, just because, again, the S doesn't have a perfect hook available, where I've talked about it a few times. Ideally, you would love to look at the board holding an S and see a spot where it will fit with the S in terminal position. There is a good bingo lane. I think I should be able to show columns here for the most part. Let me just see. Yeah, okay. So I can show columns and rows, but this lane here is pretty good. If you draw a 7 ending in an S, you are going to be able to fit it there some of the time if you have the right letter to play alongside that I. That being said, there's plenty of letters that don't fit there. So maybe you just cash your S here, Cooper.
Yeah, maybe you do that. I mean, I don't know where you're scoring otherwise, and it's still early in the game. You don't need to bingo right now to the point where you need to keep the best sleeve possible. So ZD is getting the 10 for that Z and scoring just about as well as you're going to score on this turn. Looks pretty good.
I mean, as much as the maybe computer engine likes that, as much as we're sitting here and saying that, it's really tough if you're in Noah's shoes, down early in this game, sitting on that S, which is your best tile. It's tough to play that for only
Yeah.
27 points. I feel like I would be desperate to find something, anything that I could do that scores a little bit better and keeps that S in reserve, but it just does not feel like there is a play like that available right here. So, yeah, we'll have to see. This is a tough one. Noah's spending a good amount of time on it, and I think it's warranted with the challenging nature of the position.
Yeah, it's hard to convince yourself, as you said, that something burning your S is going to be right. But what else could we see? Like Rugal, or like, I don't know. RUG is what you want to get rid of.
So, yeah, for
Or-
sure. Rugal setting up the F hook that you don't have. There's one on the
Yeah.
board. It's not that big a deal. I know it feels a little scary if we're thinking about playing Rugal right here. Let me see if I can figure this out. Yeah, it's a little high. So Rugal right here.
Looks like sugar's coming down.
Okay,
though.
similar theme. You could get a little bit more points than this by playing to the other side with GUARS or GAURS. But this is the same theme, and Noah has essentially made the same determination that we have, which is that there just is no palatable play that keeps the S. And I really like that decision for him here. It shows a great maturity on his part.
Yeah, I agree. I guess we go over to Nathan now. I was looking, there's RLT all over this board, but not quite in the right spot, it seems, for bingos. For Amarinos, which he had set up, he had Moon Sail earlier. I don't know about Emotions, but
Yeah, nothing
seemed
fitting.
to go down.
All those things just barely not fitting, even though the letters are available. I do think Amarino, even though he may know that as a 7, it actually does not take an S. So
Oh,
that could
I'm
have been
so sorry.
a huge word knowledge check for Noah. But of course, if you know the 7, Amorino, very, very tricky. That feels like a word that could easily take an S hook. So who knows if that word would have been challenged. Either way, it was not playable. The R of twirled just barely in the wrong spot. even before sugar was played. After sugar, that R is completely obstructed anyway. So yeah, tough situation here. You can continue. Looks like he has. Oh, look at that. He might have seen that moon sail would be an amazing
Yeah.
play available to him through an L in a different spot. But yeah, the L's are obstructed here, unfortunately for Nathan.
Yeah, I wonder if he's looking at Mooney, maybe to the Y and Defy that does a great job of scoring. You wonder about that M in the triple line, but maybe not the biggest threat.
Yeah, could we see another Mongo play? We saw that earlier. That was a really fun play. Yeah, Mooney, this is a very logical option here. It scores quite well. It does open the triple, of course, which is concerning, but it does a lot of other good things for Nathan's rack. I just think we're going to see Hummer be played extremely fast here by Noah through that open M. He has two 7-letter words on his rack. It doesn't look like they play, though, Cooper.
Yeah, that's frustrating. I do love this pair of Inhumer and Rhenium, but it just does not seem to really go down.
Yeah, it's Hummer or nothing here, and Noah saw it really quickly. There is a thought, of course, that is it just a car brand or is it a real word? I feel like Hummer sounds so much like a word, one who
Yeah.
hums, right? But you at least have to stop and think, am I getting this mixed up with just the car? But he's going to go ahead and play it. It is a valid word, scoring a whole lot of points while he's at it. So he's going to get very close on the scoreboard to Nathan with that big scoring play.
Yeah, he might not even need to go for that bingo after taking the points of the sugar and then Hummer. Yeah, we're seeing the benefits of that sort of decision pay off.
Yeah, so there he is. He pops back up. He's only trailing by 11 points now, despite the fact that he got hit with the bingo to start the game. So nicely done on his part to keep that scoring pressure on. And it's back over to Nathan, whose tiles are a mixture. He's got some good low point bingo tiles in the A and the S, and maybe you could lump the I and the L in there, but he definitely wants to use his F and Y if at all possible here. So we'll just have to see. Is he going to be able to do that in a productive fashion here? Oh, there's one tough play available, Cooper. But does he have any
Yeah.
simple plays that use the F and Y here?
Yeah, something like Folly or Philly, that L in Blitz is going to be his best friend, and he has it lined up right now, I believe.
That's great. Folly through the L of Blitz right here. I'll just draw. Oops, let me try again to draw that right here. Folly through this L, making a Y on the double. That's going to be a really nice play for him, leaving AIS. Oh, this is, oh my gosh. I hesitate to say this is a folly of a play. I think Noah is extremely likely to challenge this word. I was sure that Nathan was going to play folly. Foily, for the record, it sounds very word-like to
Yeah.
me. Something is like covered in foil. It happens to not be in the dictionary, and Noah is clearly holding Nathan here, and is potentially, there we go, the
Yes.
telltale sign. He's getting set to challenge. Tough break here for Nathan, playing a word that looks pretty good, Cooper, but it's going to come off.
And it's so confusable with royally, noily. But no, putting it in, great word knowledge on his part to know that something's off about it.
Yeah, there you see the red on the challenge screen, brought to you by Merriam-Webster, our dictionary provider for this event. Thank you very much to Merriam-Webster for their support of the School Scrabble Championship. As always, tough break for Nathan. And now the funny thing is Noah is not in great position to do anything devastating. Oh man, he could play Gage in though. I just saw that down from the G of sugar if he sees it. Right?
I don't believe that's in this.
Well, it's he has two eyes, so he could potentially. Oh, is it not in this dictionary?
Oh yeah, it is. It is.
Oh,
It's new.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's just
I
right.
didn't see it.
So that would be a crazy play, but it looks like he's thinking about playing Ginny, which would go down on top, or rather under, I should say, the H of Hummer. That looks pretty good. And you just got to be thinking, what are the letters that I just saw my opponent play? FOLY. Is that something I'm worried about when I play Ginny? And really, none of those letters go on top of the I of Ginny. So you're not going to get
Yeah.
hit with an easy 2 tile scoring play up there. And really, those letters don't combine that well. I guess you're
You-
giving up only.
You're not too worried about that though.
Yeah, it's probably all right. So this play, giving back, the worst that you can see is only leaving an F on Nathan's rack. I think you can live with that as a response to this play.
Absolutely. And it gets rid of 2 of his duplicates, still leaving 1 duplicate, but AA not too bad from kind of a tricky rack he was dealing with.
Yeah, so let's see what he can draw. He was going to want some consonants. And meanwhile, Nathan gets another chance to either play folly or to go a totally different direction here. He could just play only, as we discussed. That scores pretty well, covers up the triple, and prevents Noah from doing it, even though the tempo advantage is now back to Noah in this game as he takes his first lead of the game. Nathan is still in a good spot with some good scoring tiles and an S in hand. Still has very solid chances here to keep the pressure on. He's going to play of. Has some things to recommend it. Now the Y gets much stronger for the joy hook as well as the sugary hook that was already there. So there are some advantages to this play.
That is clever that the Y has even a bigger role now on this board. Usually keeping the Y when maybe you have other bingo tiles not as great, but especially with the LY, ILY, this could be quite nice.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's some synergy there in that leave with that
Yeah.
S as well as the LILY combination. So interesting play that is actually kind of deceptively strong, but oof, the AU draw is not exactly what Nathan
Oh, no.
wanted. So we're gonna see, Noah with a very logical play here. JO. Not only does it take a Y for joy, but Jow also a valid word, and Noah undoubling his ends as well here.
Yeah, keeping NEDA, that's almost exactly what he would have chosen, probably if he had to exchange. So we'll see what he can draw into this.
2 A's, and the B is not the best bingo tile, but certainly a good nucleus here. Noah getting closer and closer to having a bingo available on his rack. But again, the board's not very good for bingoing, especially after sugar. It's going to take very, very precise fits on the board for a bingo to actually go down here. So yeah, what are we looking at, right? We're looking at a 7-letter word with an E in just the right spot under this R. We're looking at plays through the B, through the L of blitz. These are not easy lanes to hit, so you got to be careful of falling too much in love with a good bingo leave unless you're making a good spot for yourself to use.
Yeah. So Nathan, perhaps at the tricky turn now, wants to get rid of a lot of these vowels. Probably, maybe he's looking at the sugary hook, playing YA at the moment.
Yeah, that seems pretty solid, actually. Just trying, I mean, you have to be careful of what hooks you can actually use after a play like that. But yeah, should be actually a solid way to maybe open up a deceptive like S hook, and maybe you can dodge all the other hooks. A lot of the other hooks to YA are somewhat uncommon letters. So maybe you can dodge your opponent
Yeah.
having some of those and get a bingo before, but there is significant risk in getting hit with some of the hooks to YA after playing sugary here. I'll just put that on the board to show you what I'm talking about here. That would just be sugary right here and YA going down. This makes a really, really nice bingo lane to potentially hit subsequently, but it's a risk. Noah can hit it too.
Yeah. But looks like he's just picking up the tiles, debating it, seeing if maybe there's something somewhere else on the board, but it looks fairly strong to us, I think.
Oh, An interesting thought of maybe playing the Y in between the R and A of
Oh,
sugary.
but
That would be really cool. Oh no, Blitzy. This is definitely going to get challenged. There's no way Noah's not challenging this
and
one.
there the tiles come down, not even with a look at the sky this time.
Yeah. Yeah, Blitzy. It would be so nice if that were valid. You're getting so many extra points for those high point letters in Blitz. But back to the challenge machine we go. Thank you, Miriam. And this is another unforced error here for Nathan. He's
Yeah,
looks like he's a little slow heading on over to the computer. Yep, off it comes.
darn. Yeah, I feel like you could convince yourself of this with, I don't know, glitzy, klutzy,
Yeah,
the
glitzy, right?
ritzy, things like that being a word, but this one just not valid in our lexicon.
Yeah, so this gives Noah a great opportunity to potentially play off his B and A somewhere. If he can find a spot that opens something up for his nice bingo leaf, he will do that. He 100% does not have to. He can definitely just continue to play things closed on the interior of the board and just wait for Nathan to potentially open. Maybe he can even guess that Nathan will play Sugary and YA next turn, and that will give him an option to play whatever bingo he draws. So a lot
Yeah,
of options for him here.
if he knows that these are the tiles he wants to play, yeah, it seems like he's coming down with the Da right now, hitting the triple. Also, very strong, keeping a good rack, unduplicating the A, scoring, and Nathan doing what he was thinking about last turn, playing Sugary, getting that rack over with.
Yeah. And AE, the draw for Noah, not what he's wanting. He has not connected on anything, I don't believe. So he's going to have to dump those vowels and try again. Maybe he can find a way to use the B as well, which is sort of a mediocre bingo tile, I would say. I don't know. How do you feel about the B, Cooper?
Yeah, I mean, it has its place, but I'm never going to intentionally keep it unless there's a hook or a reason for me to have it. And especially with a B already as one of the bingo lines on the board, I don't know if another B is always going to help you here. So, what do you think about the B though?
Yeah, I think I concur with everything you've said. And I feel like if I had the option to play it or keep it, I would pretty much always try to play it unless there were really compelling reasons to keep it. For example, when you have the B and the A and the E, if you also have an L with it, that leaf starts to actually get really good because of the extra able suffixes and just the overall synergy between the B and the L. As we see Bay go down for Noah, he is electing to go ahead and play that B while he has a chance. Makes sense. I feel like it's just one of those tiles that's closer to mediocre than a positive anytime you have it.
Yeah, I can't say I ever feel that passionate about, wow, I'm so glad I have a B on my rack right now.
Yeah.
Nathan, it looks like, has drawn another U. Uh, yeah, along with the X. XU, which maybe he's lined up, maybe he just put on his rack, forming Axe. Looks like perhaps the place to play it now. Unfortunately, it does deprive the board of X hooks, but sorry, of S hooks, but I don't know if you would sacrifice a bunch of points to play it with UN, would you?
Yeah, I mean the game is so close that when the game is close like that, you got to worry about sacrificing points. So playing XU right here scores pretty well. It scores better than the alternative of playing it up here. So playing XU here would get you many fewer points than playing it doubling the X in multiple directions. So I think that's probably too many points to sacrifice here if you're Nathan in such a close game. Seven is a
Yeah.
lot in a game like this. If your opponent exchanges or plays a low scoring play, which is easily possible, you could be right back in this game. But as we see, Noah with a very nice play, ready to
Yeah.
come down here, Cooper.
She found it immediately. Vina making Axe and Un. This is just a killer play. Keeping AS, which looks quite strong. I mean, you can't. This is one of those plays that you see it, and you can't imagine that there's anything better.
Yeah, beautiful play here by Noah, so the S hook after Ya was after X was played, I should say, was crippled there. Very difficult to imagine a good S hook with Yas. But now after Vina, you get all these points and you replenish that good S hook on the board in Vina's with an S in hand. Of course, you don't know that Nathan also has an S in hand, but you can only go with what you know. And that play also scored so well. It just had to be best. Look at this. Oh my gosh. This is a
Wow.
really
That is
awesome potential play here that Nathan has spotted. Nathan, if I'm Nathan, I can't tell anything about whether Noah has an S after
yeah.
Vina. You're going to play Vina with anything, but I know that I've got an S, and now I'm setting it
Wow.
up in two directions. This is a phenomenal play by Nathan Lurlop here. He's got the bottom row of the board with this big spot, and now he's got axles, and it's basically impossible, maybe literally
I
impossible.
can't imagine any play that would block both of those. I
Yeah, to
mean,
block both. So if Nathan is to draw a bingo ending in S, it will play on this next turn. So Noah with vlogs and axles lined up, that's going to hit really hard. But if Nathan's able to draw a 7-letter bingo on the bottom row of the board, the game is going to be pretty close to even anyway.
wow. Yeah, and being able to see those overlaps in the IEU is just, yeah, that's great board vision, play vision. Noah coming down to the vlogs.
This is a great play. I feel like this word is easy to miss too, Cooper. That
Yeah.
VL starting combo.
Nobody's ever looking at VL to start a word, but vlogs, very good find. And with Nathan here, there is a benefit to keeping not just the S, but also the H last turn. Even if you don't bingo, SH words fit very, very nicely with lose.
Yeah, that's true. So did vlogs score enough that you have to cash in the lose hook to stay
Oh,
close in the game, or do you have the ability to let it sit and leave it open, try to find some points somewhere else on the board? Not sure you have that luxury. You may have to go ahead here and play wash or a wash on the bottom part of the board and lose. And look at that. Noah with the Q draw. That Q is going to be really difficult to play productively here.
yeah. I feel like we have seen a lot of cues that have not been very helpful to their owners this today.
Yeah.
These rounds.
Hopefully, anybody out there that's more of a casual Scrabble player, are you seeing how often the queue is just a kiss of death for these players? Think about that in your own games. Yes, it is worth 10 points. We'd love to get those big 10-point scores with it. But if you do not surround it with exactly the right supporting cast, it just drags your rack down into just terrible shape. It's basically complete dead weight, a tile that you cannot use productively. And that's going to be the situation here for Noah without a U to go with it. He's really just looking at, dumping his Q right here alongside the eye of
Yeah.
ZD's.
I mean,
Yeah.
not only does he not have a U, there are no more U's. There's only one more I.
Yeah.
This is not a good position. But Nathan, it seems like leaving open the lose hook, looking for a bingo. I think at this score, actually, that is a really good option.
Yeah, he's going for it.
Oh,
Okay, there's good news and bad news here for him. The good news is he's drawn the fourth and final S, so he now knows that Noah cannot use the lose hook, which is extremely difficult. And you know what? Noah might be getting set to just play PA in the lower right corner
wow.
and just take out this threat. Yes, he's going to be keeping a horrible cue that is next to impossible to use, but he's probably thinking, if I do this, the odds of Nathan blocking my little lifeline to dump my Q are so little that I'm removing the potential for that massive bingo at the bottom of the board. And with that, I'm basically home free in this game unless some huge new threat emerges. And it's up to Nathan to create that threat like right now. If he doesn't create a new threat, Noah can dump that Q off and he's going to be in great, great shape. That was really interesting.
Yeah, I think that was interesting and decisive. and especially knowing the board, this was a great idea. And the amount that he's ahead. It looks like Nathan's going to play cast. Doesn't give much back. Keeps a leave that'll bingo a good amount of the time. Maybe PL words. But the B and the L and Blitz are really the only bingo lines left if Nathan wants to bingo. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, it is. And those, again, are very marginal spots. And unless, I mean, the B, if you're going to bingo from the B, by definition, it cannot reach a double word score. It's not even going to be that bad, right? This is the lowest you can get with a B bingo. So that's not likely to hit that hard. And then the L, if you're going to hit, you have to, start with an L, and then it's only going to hit a double word score. Noah might be able to weather that storm some of the time. Well, maybe not. With actually the points from cast are enough that maybe an L bingo starts to be a little bit concerning. But either way, Nathan's drawn balanced tiles, but not exactly. He would really have loved to draw an E here. Didn't work out for him there.
For sure. There are so many E's left in the bag. You have to think he imagines there's a good chance that he'll draw one on any given play. I wonder if there's some crazy S setup that you could try and pull off at this point in the game.
Yeah, that's a great point. Something that you can play. Certainly, my eye is drawn to, can you play something down from the G that stops one square short of the triple, and then you've got a huge spot for your S on the bottom row. That's tough too, because it just doesn't score that well. Instead, Nathan playing op in the top of the board just to keep things close. He's biding his time. Can I draw a bingo from the B or L of blitz? Can I keep putting a little bit of scoring pressure on? Of course, Noah is going to be doing all he can to block those sorts of plays in a safe manner if it's remotely possible here.
One way I was looking at to do that, if you play Eon underneath Blitz, usually we think of Eon as a word with a lot of front hooks. We got the P, the N, the A, but in this scenario, none of those tiles are left remaining in the bag. So Noah doesn't even have to worry about that. And unless there's a 9-letter word coming down from the BE or LO, which isn't impossible, but seems less likely maybe, that might do a good job to block any remaining bingo life this board has.
That is deceptively solid. I do worry I would have to make 1,000,000% sure Cooper's suggestion of Eon, which as he's saying, normally there are lots of hooks that you have to worry about going across here. Not the case. All the relevant letters in this scenario are gone. But I would definitely be very, very concerned that after a play like this, that you're setting up a giant spot for the K with ink going across here.
true.
So you have to be
Oh.
1,000,000% sure that you're not.
Yeah.
And I actually think there really may not actually be a play that fits all the way across, making ink with the unseen pool. But you better be really sure to make a play like that.
Well, the thing that Noah is set up is probably better. Look at Bronk.
Oh,
That does not allow anything, and certainly you can't play parallel to it on the right or left. That is also really, really nice.
that is a great idea. So you can play Bronk. There's a couple other options. Anything putting the C in one of those spots down from this B of blitz. So the C in this spot is such death to overlaps. You're not going to be able to play on either side of that C. So no bingos are going to be playable. It turns out you can even play something with the C higher up in the word, such as bonce if you want to. And yeah, you do seed some maybe 6-letter plays that go down here sometimes, but you can probably still beat those if they don't put the K in a really strong scoring spot. So a lot of options. I really like that idea of Bronk. I think it's probably one that Noah is going to come back to. He's thinking about Grosser now.
Oh, wow.
Which that certainly scores better and is maybe a more standard play to score well and keep good tiles. But the game scenario, I think, calls for him to just avoid getting bingoed on, and he's going to win the game. Grosser doesn't do a great job of that.
Yeah, and Noah checking the amount of tiles in the bag right now. Great idea. There are 5 in the bag, I believe. So Grosser would empty the bag. If Nathan were to have a bingo, then he would get all the points from Noah's rack, so Noah wouldn't even have a chance to respond. I think, according to this game situation, you really have to block all possible bingos, and then you're home free.
Yeah, the crazy thing is to evaluate. So in the chat, people are noting that if you play Bronk here, that puts an O in this spot, which allows Nathan to play something like Took or Rook here for very, very good scores that he might not normally have. And when you're playing Bronk, you're deliberately taking a much lower score in order to block bingos. But the score of the game is enough that maybe a play like this starts to put you in some danger in endgames. Not sure, but there are other ideas, right? Like you can play Bonts in this spot, which this looks worse at first glance. It doesn't score as well. You don't hit the C in the good spot, but it's way tougher to use your K productively through this N. You pretty much are down to playing a 6 here, and maybe there just isn't that much other than like retook, which is very, very specific. Even then, that doesn't slot the K. So Noah's going to go ahead and play 1 in the upper corner, balancing his rack a little bit. Doesn't block much, but again, the B and L of Blitz Cooper are not likely anyway. So maybe this is
No.
okay.
Yeah, and he keeps Grosser on his rack for a possibility for next turn. So that could also have some merits. And if we look at Nathan's rack, he still has not drawn an E, and the options from the B or the L don't look like they're existing. So you might want to look for very, very specific fishes here, where maybe you could hit a bingo in 2 spots. There are 3 tiles in the bag at this point.
Yeah, like can you play Grok here and maybe draw into unblockable bingos sometimes from the B or L of Blitz, and then hooking 7 letters, hooking Groks? It's possible. It might be the case that if you play Grok off of this G, it might be possible for Noah to play something going far enough across that you just get most of your stuff blocked anyway. But the K is kind of tricky. I'm not sure that there's like an obvious K play with the unseen tiles that Nathan is looking at that's going to block everything. I'm not saying that's the best play. It's just throwing it out there as at least one play worth considering here. This is a tough position, I would think.
Yeah, this is the type of position where it's looking tough down 38 at this point in the game, but you really want to look at sort of your dream scenario. And if that dream scenario plays out, then do you have options to win? We're looking at potentially Look, or yeah, what do you see here?
I don't know. I mean, it's crazy to think that just playing something like Look would ever work out that well. What are you even drawing into? I mean, you would have to draw the last O from the bag and then draw 7s. I don't even know what else is going to fit for you. So yeah, I don't know. This is really tricky. My human intuition says that I want to play off of the G of Sugary, and I can't play more than 3 tiles, or else I lose the right to play a bingo. I won't have enough tiles on my rack. So maybe something off of the A of Sugary is more realistic. If you just play like Arc or something there, maybe it becomes a little bit tougher. Brutal spot for Nathan. He's going to have to draw really, really well out of the bag. It looks like the last tiles in the bag are T, T, E. Not sure what that does for him, but he's going to go ahead and just play DO. Wonder if he has something particular in mind. I bet he does. He's maybe looking through that B&L of Blitz.
Yeah, something like, I mean, restoke if there's a spot open for it, or Stoker.
Like
Stalker,
Brockets or something. I don't know. These are tough situations. So back to Noah. I'm sure.
Oh,
Yeah, look at that. TT is the draw. That should do it for poor Nathan. Not a good draw for him there when he needed a little better balance. But from Noah's perspective, he's looking at a bag that contains Totters K. So if the K is the final letter in the bag, he does have to be a little bit careful of not opening a place that Nathan can play Totters or Stretto or something like that. So got to be careful, tread carefully. But I do feel like just any kind of maybe just like Boric, does that win the game for you pretty easily off of the B of Blitz? Yes,
yeah.
that gives back Trek, so you need to be careful with that.
But I think
Maybe you withstand it.
you probably withstand it, but you don't want to leave anything up to chance here. I mean, this feels like a game where you're in the position to win. You just have to find a play that is just about neutral.
Yeah, this is tough. To try to, I mean, it's tough, but also with one tile in the bag, this is where it starts to be more theoretically solvable. If you're in Noah's shoes and there's only one tile left in the bag, means you only have a handful of permutations. And also, you've got 3 T's in the bag, which really helps, right? You can look at
Yeah.
that situation. Instead of there being 8 different tiles, there's actually triplicated T's. So once you figure out what happens with all my candidate plays when a T is the final tile in the bag, you're almost halfway there to
Yeah.
solving this position. So, yeah, if the T is in the bag, Nathan is going to have Trek anytime you play Boric. So maybe that's something you want to avoid. I guess I would be looking at the B and L of Blitz, and I would just say to myself, if I leave those 2 tiles completely untouched, is there even anything that Nathan can have? And I'm pretty sure my gut would tell me, no, I don't think so. Like there just doesn't feel like there should be an 8-letter word off of the B and L of Blitz here. So maybe the way to go is to just play, maybe you play your C. Oh, I think I get it, Cooper. Maybe you play your C here. And if you draw a T, you're threatening loiterer, which is going to be
wow.
really annoying to block, right? If you draw that C from the T from the bag, the remaining letters for Noah gives him loiterer as an out bingo from this L. So
that's pretty
yeah, that's pretty brutal.
Yeah, to fish for your own bingo
In this situation. Yeah. Just kind of knowing that you are not likely to get bingoed on or lose this game anyway, you might as well set up a really dangerous play that your opponent has to deal with. That's kind of fun.
Yeah, that is fun. Like I don't even know exactly what I would do if I was Nathan and Loiterer was playable, but the last tile in the bag is an E. Seems like we got
Ooh.
area.
Nice spot there.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
That is
OE making Biog and area. What a nice little bit of board vision by Noah Goldstein there. Very impressive.
Yeah. Like scoring decently with your OE. You just don't think to put an O between BI and G, but
I'm impressed.
It's a word.
Yeah, really nice play.
Yeah, that is quite wonderful to see that.
So Noah drawing the E, which was the last tile in the bag, and getting I'm sure he feels like it's good news that Nathan has 3 T's on his rack here. That is going to severely limit his options to proceed here in this end game. And Noah is going to be up after the points that he gets there. Now it's a 45-point lead. That feels quite unassailable here, Cooper.
Oh, very much so, unless Noah plays some sort of phony. Even so, I mean, I don't know where Nathan's going to dump 3 T's in 2 turns.
Yeah. How do you even go out in 2 here if you're Nathan? It's very difficult to even imagine it. So, yeah. So it looks like you don't. There's really no way of doing it. And it'll be up to Noah to come up with a good sequence. And there we go. Okay, so tint through the I and N on the board already at that top right quadrant of the board. Wasn't really a lot better to do there. So now it's up to Noah with his remaining minute and 40 seconds. And look at that. He's going to be running the table here. Tough loss for Nathan. Again, Nathan, our defending middle school champion, by the way, making his first foray into the high school division. He's played well both times on the stream. Just a couple inopportune phonies that we saw in this game that really allowed Noah to seize control.
Yeah, you think about it. I mean, every time a phony comes back, you're like, wow, what if I just had played a real word? I could move on from this rack, or I could score a number of points. But it's so hard to know. And words like foily and blitzy, you can't really intuit which ones are going to be words in the Scrabble dictionary.
Yeah, for sure. So Noah playing Uric. This does give back the potential outplay of Trox to Nathan.
Seems
And
like
it
it's
looks
set
like he
up.
might have been considering it for a moment there. But yeah, that would play through the C. So potentially Noah was maybe correct to leave some of those letters of Uric on his rack and play somewhere else and go out with Uric or Uraic to avoid giving those bingos back. I wonder if Urix and Stork is fated to come down here. That would be another lost challenge.
Seems like that's the consideration. They're becoming very familiar with the challenge computer at this point, but we'll see what comes down. Certainly, Nathan will have the opportunity to get rid of that K. Trox again on the rack.
I think he's probably thinking about that.
Yeah.
It does happen to be valid here. But yeah, Noah's up by enough that doesn't really matter what Nathan does here. He's going to be just fine and securing his 6th win of the day to sweep all 6. Clean sweep of the day here for Noah Goldstein, who is the top seeded player in the event. So we really have sort of a 3. Maybe it's not fair to say 3, as Max Fentress has also been very impressive today. But okay, stock the play for Nathan. Noah's going to go out in any number of places, probably REE on top of the S&T of stock, if I had to guess. But yeah, Noah Goldstein, our top seed, Cam Siegel, our 780-point scorer, and Gideon Brasowski, our defending champion. But yeah, Max Fentress holding strong as well in that top group. And we'll definitely do our best to get a look at the standings after this win for Noah Goldstein.
Yeah, 6-0 first day, just about as well as you could have expected or hoped it could go. So that very impressive result, but you'd expect no less from Noah.
Yeah. Oh, restock being suggested as a really nice play, which is potentially better. Yeah, it looks like it's slightly better than going out here, but who can blame him for simply ending the game? It's been 6 long games today for our players. Eager to, turn the brain off for a little bit and get rested up for tomorrow, I'm sure, rather than play out the perfect end game. Not sure if we'll get some overhead mic action, if the players are going to talk a little bit. Let's cut.
Yeah, I mean, that looks right. So you gave me a 378 then? Yeah. Right? And you had 327?
Yeah.
Good game.
I played so bad. I was so sure about Blitzy.
Yeah, words like that are tough. Yeah. Second time I played that this tournament.
At least I tracked correctly. That's the first time.
I was off by 1 tile. I had G.
Yeah, you had the H.
I had to mistrack at the end. Yeah, I had H. But, well, no, because I had 8 tiles, and then I went and counted. Like, it was the T and the H, and I accidentally crossed off the T and not the H. I miscounted, I must have. Anyway.
Alrighty, not too much post-morteming. Again, it's been a long day here for all the players, and you can feel, Nathan, of course, saying I played so bad. He actually didn't play that bad. Yes, the phonies were a big turning point in the game, and I'm sure he's thinking about that. But he actually made a number of fantastic plays in this game as well, including that play of Lou, which really revitalized his winning chances in a game that was not looking good for him at that point, Cooper.
Absolutely. Setting up two S-hooks at the same time, that is just really, really brilliant. Keeping that S in hand. So I thought that was an awesome play.
Yeah, that was a really good one. Not sure. There were a lot of good plays in that game. So we'll have to see. Is that the one that was selected as our honor roll play of the game? We're just going to have to find out as we cut over to that and see what was the play that we've picked as our honor roll play of the game. Oh, okay. Looks like we'll get that in just a second. So yeah, we're going to reveal which play we've picked for that in just a moment. Then we'll take a look at the standings, of course, potentially in both of our divisions. It's been 6 amazing games, but Cooper, walk us through a little bit of what is in store for us tomorrow as well.
Yeah, well, the elementary and middle schoolers, the teams, have played 5 games. The high schoolers have played 6. And the former have 3 more games tomorrow. The latter have 4 more games tomorrow. And after that, we'll get championship games in each round between the first and second ranked players/teams at the end of both. Championship games, always such high pressure, so much drama. Wonderful to watch. But it seems like we have our report card presented by letsplayscrabble.com.
Yeah, for sure. So we just saw Noah wrap up that 6th win as our only undefeated player. Cam Siegel dropping a game. They're dropping to 5-1, but still in great position. And no relation to me, Milo Anderson, 5-1. Great performance by him. We've definitely seen him a number of years in our middle school division contending at the very, very top of the standings, including playing in finals games, if memory serves. So I think we've seen almost every player on this list, on at least in the top 6, except for Milo. So I'm sure we're going to see some of him tomorrow. But yeah, not too many huge surprises here at the top. Still a lot to play for, but great job by Noah to run the table today, Cooper.
Yeah, 6-0 with a spread of plus 450. We were talking about how important that is in this event. Your spread can really determine who makes the finals at the end of the day. So keeping that high, I love his chances for tomorrow, but 4 more games to play.
Yeah, so I think in just a moment we will look at our honor roll play of the game. It's just about ready for us. All right, I think we're going to reveal it now. If we cut over to that screen, let's see what is our honor roll play of the game. There it is. No surprise, Cooper. It's Lou. Definitely think this was a fantastic play by Nathan. It just goes to show you Noah made a ton of great plays in this game, but we're giving our honor roll to Nathan here in a losing effort. Sometimes you can make those fantastic plays even when the end result doesn't go in your favor. And again, honor roll presented by Word Game Players Organization, WGPO, one of the very generous sponsors of the School Scrabble Championship. Thank you very much to WGPO. And if you out there are at all curious about this amazing Scrabble community and are trying to figure out how can I get involved, where are there Scrabble clubs near me, how can I join a tournament sometime soon, just like the ones these kids are playing, Word Game Players .org is the place to go. So yeah, there we have it. 6 amazing games. Definitely have some thank yous to get to as well, Cooper. But any thoughts from you about the action today before we start thanking our long list, not that long, of generous sponsors and supporters?
No, I mean, I've just been so thrilled to be here among the kids, looking at all the wonderful games that they've been playing, seeing the love for Scrabble live on. What about you?
Yeah, it's fantastic. I love to see this event every year. And you are living proof, Cooper, that the Grandmaster players of tomorrow are playing in this event today. We're seeing it in every game. Amazing plays by these great young players. And as an old fogey myself, I just need to get on out of this game before these kids, get any better. No, I'm just kidding. I can't wait to see where so many of these kids are at in the game of Scrabble in 5 years, 10 years. They're going to be so good. They're so good already. So with that, let's thank some of the, entities and people behind the scenes that are making this event the success that it is. And first, I just want to say thank you out there to the viewers on the live stream. We really appreciate you watching along. Scrabble streaming has come so far in the last few years, and a lot of that is because of your support. You're in the chat being supportive, bringing good vibes. And also, I know a lot of you are clicking those buttons, clicking that like and subscribe on Let's Play Scrabble to support them. Yeah, if you're loving the content, consider clicking those little buttons to show your appreciation. So thank you so much to all the viewers out there. Of course, we want to thank all of the students, parents, and coaches that are here in attendance playing, or parents that are bringing their kids from all over the country and even the world to come play in this event, and the coaches that sacrifice so much time and energy to support these young players. Just want to say we thank you all so much for all the effort you put in. But then, of course, we want to thank our most generous sponsors, Hasbro and WGPO. Incredibly generous contributions to this event, without which we could not run the School Scrabble Championship the way that we do. Planet Word, the perfect venue for a School Scrabble Championship as well. Thank you so much, Planet Word, for letting us use your beautiful space. Merriam-Webster, you saw it in the challenge computer. NASPA Games as well. We'd love to have NASPA under the umbrella here as well, with their contributions of some of the equipment that's being used here as well. Thank you, NASPA. Winning Solutions, also responsible for some of the boards that are being used. I think some of the other swag. So thank you very much, Winning Solutions. And we have a number of individual contributors here that we just want to shout out, including Mitch Poplack, the designer of our beautiful new streaming tiles, also donating some of the nice swag. I think some of the players are going to win extra sets of these beautiful new tiles that Mitch has made. Thank you so much. We had Natan last here and talking to Stefan Fatsis during one of the breaks in play. We really appreciate him coming by Planet Word and talking about his amazing new book about the history and future of crosswords, which of course is a brethren game to Scrabble. Art Moore for wordjudge.me, Seth Lipkin for cross tables and the Ulu timer that we use to bring our timer into the live stream. Seth makes so many amazing tools for us. Thank you, Seth and Art. Video Ninja, which powers a lot of the stream behind the scenes. Really huge shout out to Video Ninja, huge part of everything that you see on the stream. Almost done, folks. Sarah Rosenbaum for the cozy tile bags that we use on the stream. George's custom Scrabble boards for the board that you see us using. An incredible piece of equipment. I really need one of the George custom boards at some point soon. And of course, our staff behind the scenes, maybe most important of all, Stefan Fatsis, Josh Greenway, and Kieran O'Connor of Let's Play Scrabble. Wow, that was a mouthful, Cooper, but it really takes a village to make this event happen.
It does. The reason why this event is so awesome is because so many people and entities care so much about making it a good experience for the students and the parents and everyone involved in fostering that talent.
Yeah, so thanks to everybody I just said. And with that, we're going to be back tomorrow with the dramatic conclusion from the North American School Scrabble Championship 2026 here from Washington, D.C. See you tomorrow, bright and early.